Most people sleepwalk through life, chained by fear, trapped by expectation, and controlled by a system that was never designed for them to win. They follow the script handed to them, seeking approval, avoiding risk, and playing it safe. But deep down, they know something is missing. This program is for those who refuse to settle. Each lesson in this series is designed to break you free from mediocrity and transform you into a force that cannot be ignored. These are not feel-good platitudes. These are weapons, mindset shifts that, if applied, will make you untouchable. You will learn how to reject the illusion of normalcy. You will learn how to silence doubt, both within yourself and from others. You will learn how to master discipline, resilience, and the art of self-reinvention. Most will read this and remain unchanged. But the few who take action, they will never see the world the same way again. This is your moment of choice. Stay comfortable or step into the fire and forge yourself into something unstoppable. Lesson 1. Rejecting the illusion of normalcy. Normal is the graveyard where ambition goes to die. The ones who rise, the ones who dominate, are those who dare to step beyond the boundaries of the ordinary. The world will try to tame you, shape you, and force you into its mold. But the price of being normal is a life unlived. Burn the mold. Forge your own path. Be the outlier. How to integrate this lesson into your life? First question. Everything society calls normal. From the moment we are born, we are handed a script, written by people who came before us, dictated by culture, tradition, and fear of the unknown. They tell us to go to school, get a safe job, follow the rules, and never challenge the system. But who wrote these rules, and who actually benefits from them? The masses follow blindly, believing that normalcy is security. But in reality, it's just a beautifully crafted illusion, one designed to keep people in line, obedient, and predictable. If you want more out of life, you must start by questioning everything that has been sold to you as normal. Who told you that you need a degree to be successful? Who decided that working 40+ hours a week until retirement is the only path? Who said that following the crowd will lead to happiness? Most of what we call normal is simply what's common, not what's right, not what's best, not what leads to power or success. If you accept the common path, you accept common results. 2. Reframe being different as an advantage. We are conditioned to believe that being different is bad, that standing out makes us vulnerable, that we must fit in to be accepted, respected, and loved. This is the greatest lie ever told. Look at history. The outcasts, the misfits, the ones who refuse to conform, they are the ones who shaped the world. Einstein was called crazy. Tesla was mocked. Jobs was fired from his own company. Musk was told his ideas were impossible. But while the world ridiculed them, they kept moving forward. They understood that being different wasn't a weakness. It was their greatest weapon. The moment you stop fearing rejection, you start commanding respect. When people say, "You're weird," take it as a compliment. When they laugh at your ambition, know that you're onto something big. When they tell you to be realistic, understand that they're projecting their own fears onto you. Your uniqueness is your power. Stop diluting it. Stop apologizing for it. Own it and weaponize it. 3. Disrupt your routine and expand your mind. If you follow the same routine every day, consume the same media, talk to the same people, and live in the same mindset, you will never grow. You will remain stuck in the invisible prison that is normal life. Break out. Expose yourself to radical new ideas. Read books that challenge your beliefs. Listen to voices that make you uncomfortable. Engage with perspectives that shake your worldview. Surround yourself with disruptors. If everyone around you thinks the same, acts the same, and has the same small goals, you need a new circle. Take calculated risks. Comfort is the silent killer of greatness. If you never push your limits, you'll never know what you're truly capable of. The world isn't changed by people who follow the script. It's changed by those who rip it up and write their own. 4. Develop a mindset of ruthless individuality. Most people live their entire lives enslaved by the opinions of others. They make decisions based on what will earn them approval, rather than what will bring them fulfillment. This is weakness disguised as politeness. If you want to break free from normalcy, you must develop an unshakable core, a foundation so strong that no criticism, doubt, or rejection can shake you. Stop seeking validation. The only approval you need is your own. Be unapologetic about your beliefs. You don't need permission to think differently. Accept that some people will dislike you. It's not your job to make everyone comfortable. The moment you stop bending to the expectations of others is the moment you become truly free. 5. Take action. Live as an outlier. All of this is worthless if you don't take action. Knowledge without execution is just another form of procrastination. So what does living as an outlier look like? It means making bold decisions that scare you, but excite you. Stepping away from toxic environments that keep you small. Creating your own definition of success, happiness, and fulfillment. It means realizing that the only person who can truly change your life is you. You were never meant to blend in. You were built to stand out. Kill the illusion of normalcy and watch as the world bends to your will. Lesson 2. Be careful how you define yourself. Your identity is either a weapon or a cage. The way you define yourself will determine whether you conquer or collapse. Most people live under the weight of labels they never chose, prisoners of opinions, experiences, and past failures. But here's the truth. You are not your mistakes. You are not your past. You are whatever you decide to become. The world will try to define you. Rip that power out of its hands. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Recognize that identity is a choice. Most people think their identity is set in stone. They say things like, "I've always been this way. I'm just not that kind of person. I'm not smart enough, strong enough, disciplined enough." But who told you that? And more importantly, why did you believe it? Everything you believe about yourself was given to you by someone else. Your parents, teachers, friends, and society. Some of it was helpful, but most of it was limiting. If you were told you're bad with money, you might still act broke, even when you don't have to. If you were told you're not athletic, you might never push your physical limits. If you were told you're just an average person, you might never strive for greatness. But here's the truth. You are not obligated to remain the person you were yesterday. Identity is a choice. And if you let the world define you, it will define you small. 2. Identify the labels that are holding you back. The most dangerous labels aren't the ones people give you. They're the ones you give yourself. Ask yourself, what stories do I tell myself about who I am? Do these stories empower me, or do they limit me? Where did these beliefs come from? And do I still want to keep them? If the labels you carry don't serve your future, burn them. If you've always thought of yourself as shy, start acting bold. If you've always believed you're bad at business, start learning. If you've always said, "I could never do that," prove yourself wrong. Rewrite your identity in a way that serves your highest vision. 3. Destroy the prison of your past. A mistake you made 10 years ago is not a life sentence. A failure you had last year is not a prophecy of your future. But too many people define themselves by their worst moments, rather than their greatest potential. The addict who finally gets clean isn't an addict anymore. They're proof that transformation is possible. The failure who tries again isn't a failure. They're a warrior in the making. The introvert who speaks up isn't shy anymore. They're a leader in the shadows. You are not your past. You are what you repeatedly do in the present. And at any moment, you can decide to start showing up as the person you were meant to be. 4. Create a stronger identity that pulls you forward. Once you strip away the false labels, the next step is rebuilding yourself with intention. Ask yourself, who do I want to become? What qualities do I need to develop? How would that person think, act, and move through life? Then, start acting like that person today. If you want to be successful, start moving like someone who succeeds. If you want to be confident, start speaking and carrying yourself with certainty. If you want to be disciplined, stop waiting for motivation. Just execute. Your mind doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's practiced. If you act like a powerful person long enough, you become one. 5. Stop letting others define you. The world will always try to put you in a box. It will label you based on your past, your job, your background, your mistakes. Ignore it. You are not your failures. You are not your circumstances. You are not what weak-minded people say about you. The second you stop living according to other people's definitions, you reclaim total control. People will resist your transformation. They will remind you of your past. They will laugh at your ambitions. Why? Because your growth forces them to confront their own stagnation. But remember, their words have no power unless you give it to them. 6. Take action. Redefine yourself. Every day. The world wants you to stay the same. Your past wants you to stay the same. Your old self will fight to keep you small. You have to fight back. How? By proving every single day that you are becoming something greater. Every time you show discipline, you reinforce the identity of a disciplined person. Every time you take risks, you reinforce the identity of someone who is fearless. Every time you push beyond what you thought possible, you redefine your limits. Change isn't about waiting. It's about doing. You want to be someone new? Start acting like it. Right now. Your identity is either a weapon or a cage. Most people let the world define them. But the powerful, the relentless question mark, they tear down every false label and build themselves into something unstoppable. Choose who you will become before the world decides for you. Lesson 3. The futility of pleasing everyone. The moment you try to please everyone, you have already lost. You become a puppet. Your strings pulled by the expectations, opinions, and demands of others. The truth is, no matter what you do, someone will disapprove, someone will criticize, someone will find a reason to hate. But here's the secret. Their judgment is not your prison, unless you let it be. Free yourself. Live for your own vision, not for their approval. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Accept that you will never please everyone. No matter how hard you try, no matter how good you are, someone will always have a problem with you. You succeed. They say you got lucky. You fail. They say they knew it all along. You stay quiet. They call you weak. You speak up. They say you're arrogant. See the pattern? Their opinions don't come from logic. They come from their own insecurities, jealousy, and fears. And the sooner you realize this, the sooner you can free yourself from the mental chains of people-pleasing. Ask yourself, Are you willing to sacrifice your own happiness just to avoid disappointing others? Because that's the price you pay when you live for their approval. 2. Understand that pleasing everyone is a trap. When you live to be liked, you become a chameleon, changing yourself to fit the expectations of whoever is in front of you. But in doing so, you lose your own identity. You say yes when you want to say no. You bite your tongue when you want to speak your truth. You follow a path that isn't yours, just to avoid judgment. At first, this seems like the safe option, until you realize you're living a life that isn't even yours. People-pleasing is an endless game, one where the rules constantly change, and no matter how much you give, it's never enough. The only way to win? Stop playing. 3. Build an inner compass that cannot be shaken. If you stop chasing approval, what should you chase instead? Your own vision. You need a personal code, a set of values and principles that define who you are, independent of external opinions. Ask yourself, what do I stand for? What do I refuse to compromise on? If no one was watching, how would I live? When your decisions are guided by your own internal compass, the noise of the crowd becomes irrelevant. You no longer need their validation because you're already walking your own path. And ironically, the moment you stop trying to be liked by everyone, people start respecting you. 4. Embrace disapproval as a sign of strength. Weak people fear being disliked. Strong people welcome it because they understand that standing for something means standing against something. Think about the most powerful, influential, and respected figures in history. Were they universally loved? Absolutely not. Jesus had enemies. Martin Luther King Jr. had enemies. They weren't successful despite being hated. They were successful because they didn't care. If you never make enemies, it's because you never took a stand. If no one criticizes you, it's because you never did anything bold enough to be noticed. Let them talk. Their noise does not define you. 5. Set boundaries and stop apologizing for them. Most people struggle with people-pleasing because they don't set boundaries. They fear saying no because they think it makes them selfish, rude, or unkind. But the truth is, saying yes to everyone else is saying no to yourself. If you say yes to work you don't want, you say no to your own ambitions. If you say yes to relationships that drain you, you say no to your own peace. If you say yes to being someone you're not, you say no to becoming who you were meant to be. It is not your job to keep everyone happy. It is not your job to be everything to everyone. Your job is to protect your energy, your vision, and your future. And when people get upset, let them. The ones who truly respect you will understand. The ones who don't, they were never in your corner to begin with. 6. Take action. Detach from their approval and live on your terms. Enough thinking. Enough worrying. It's time to act. The next time you want to say no, say it. With no excuses, no guilt. The next time someone disapproves of your choices, let them. Their opinion has no control over you. The next time you feel the urge to explain yourself, stop. You owe no one an apology for being who you are. Your life belongs to you. The only way to truly live is to own it without permission. The moment you stop living for their approval, you step into your own power. They will talk. They will judge. They will try to mold you into what makes them comfortable. But you were not built for their comfort. You were built for something greater. Let them disapprove while you rise. Lesson 4. Extraordinary results come from repeating ordinary actions. The world worships results but ignores the process. They see the success but never the sweat. They praise the outcome but forget the countless hours of repetition, discipline, and sacrifice. The truth is, there is no magic, no overnight success, only the relentless execution of ordinary actions, repeated with brutal consistency. The ones who win are not the most gifted, not the most talented, but the ones who endure the mundane, day after day, until mastery is inevitable. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Kill the myth of overnight success. Most people fail before they even start, because they are addicted to speed. They want fast results, quick wins, and instant transformation. But this is a lie. The artist who becomes an overnight sensation spent years perfecting their craft in the shadows. The millionaire who seems to appear from nowhere was grinding while others slept. The athlete who dominates the competition didn't wake up gifted. They outworked the talented. The world only sees the tip of the iceberg. They don't see the relentless, repetitive, boring work beneath the surface. You must fall in love with the process, not the result. 2. Mastery is built in the shadows. Success doesn't happen in a single dramatic moment. It happens in the small, unseen moments, the ones no one claps for. Waking up at 5 a.m. to train when no one's watching. Writing another page, even when inspiration is dead. Studying while others are partying. Investing while others are spending. This is where champions are made. The ones who embrace the grind, who find joy in repetition, who commit to the same simple actions every single day. They are the ones who win. So ask yourself, are you willing to do what's necessary, even when no one is watching, even when no one is cheering, even when it feels like nothing is happening? Because if the answer is no, you'll never make it. 3. Build ruthless consistency. No matter what. Ordinary people operate on motivation. Winners operate on discipline. Motivation is unreliable. Some days you'll feel unstoppable. Other days, you won't want to move. Discipline doesn't care how you feel. It only cares that you execute. Repetition is the foundation of mastery. But repetition requires discipline. And discipline is the ability to show up, even when you don't feel like it. If you only work when you feel inspired, you will be inconsistent. If you are inconsistent, you will be weak. If you are weak, you will lose. Want to know how to separate yourself from 99% of people? Be consistent when they aren't. 4. The boring work is what makes you unstoppable. The hard truth? Most people fail because they get bored. They start strong, excited, motivated, ready to change their life. But then reality hits. The gym sessions feel repetitive. The business takes longer than expected. The work isn't glamorous. And so they quit. They search for shortcuts, hacks, anything to avoid the real work. But there is no hack. Only repetition. Only patience. Only relentless execution. The best in the world are not the ones who crave excitement. They are the ones who master the mundane. If you can endure the boredom of repetition, if you can push through the grind when it feels meaningless, if you can stay locked in when others lose focus, nothing can stop you. 5. Small wins compound into massive success. Most people overestimate what they can do in a week, but underestimate what they can achieve in a year. 10 pages a day equals 3,650 pages a year. That's 10 plus books written. 30 minutes of learning a day equals a new skill mastered in a year. $10 invested daily equals a fortune decades later. Small actions, repeated daily, create unstoppable momentum. You don't need a revolution. You need daily execution. Master the small and the big will take care of itself. 6. Take action. Commit to the grind. It's time to stop waiting. Stop searching for motivation. Stop looking for an easy way. Pick one thing, one goal, one mission, and commit to doing the work every single day. If you want to build a business, work on it daily. No excuses. If you want to be in elite shape, train like it, no matter how you feel. If you want to master a skill, put in the reps until failure is impossible. Consistency is undefeated. The grind is the price. Pay it daily. Extraordinary results don't come from extraordinary actions. They come from ordinary actions, done with extraordinary consistency. Most will quit when it gets boring. Most will stop when no one is watching. But the ones who endure, the ones who fall in love with the process, will own the game. Stay relentless. Lesson 5. The louder the internal critic, the quieter the external critics. The greatest battle you will ever fight is the one inside your own mind. It whispers doubts, screams insecurities, and tries to convince you that you are not enough. And yet, the louder your inner critic grows, the more silent the world becomes. Why? Because the moment you conquer yourself, your fears, your self-doubt, your hesitation, nothing outside of you can shake you. The external critics only have power over those who have already lost the war within. Silence the voice in your head, and the world will have no choice but to listen. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Understand that self-doubt is the enemy that lives within most people. Think their biggest obstacle is the judgment of others. It's not. The real enemy? The voice inside your own head. It tells you that you're not good enough. It reminds you of every past failure. It makes you hesitate, second guess, and shrink yourself. But here's the truth. That voice is a liar. It is nothing more than the programmed fears of the past, echoes of teachers, parents, failures, and society's expectations. And if you listen to it, you will stay weak. You will stay small. You will stay trapped. The strongest people in the world are not those without fear. They are those who hear the voice and refuse to obey it. 2. Why the external world mirrors your internal strength. Here's something they never teach you. People treat you the way you treat yourself. If you are uncertain, they will doubt you. If you act weak, they will attack you. If you constantly seek approval, they will withhold it. But the reverse is also true. If you are certain, they will believe in you. If you act like you cannot be broken, they will respect you. If you stop chasing validation, they will start giving it freely. The world does not dictate your worth. You do. The stronger you are within, the quieter the critics become. 3. Train your mind to dominate negative thoughts. The inner critic is like a muscle. The more you feed it, the stronger it gets. But if you starve it, if you challenge it, if you replace it with stronger thoughts, it will shrink into silence. How do you do this? By reprogramming your mind daily. When the voice says, "You can't," respond with, "Watch me." When it reminds you of failure, say, "That was practice for my next win." When it tells you you're not ready, take action anyway, because action destroys doubt. Your mind is a battleground. If you don't control it, it will control you. 4th stop. Seeking validation. It's a prison. The moment you start living for the approval of others, you become their slave. You let their opinions dictate your self-worth. You let their judgment decide your actions. And worst of all, you hand them the power to break you. But here's the reality. Most people's opinions are worthless. They project their own fears onto you. They criticize you because they are afraid to take action themselves. They laugh at your ambition because it reminds them of their own mediocrity. So why care? Their voices only have power if you let them. Once you stop seeking validation, once you stop chasing approval, you become untouchable. 5. Confidence is not given. It is earned. People think confidence is something you're born with. It's not. Confidence is built through action. Confidence comes from keeping your promises to yourself. If you say you'll wake up early, wake up. If you say you'll hit the gym, go. Every promise you keep strengthens your belief in yourself. Confidence comes from facing fear. The more you do what scares you, the less power fear has over you. Confidence comes from proving yourself right, not proving others wrong. Forget the doubters. Prove to yourself that you are who you say you are. 6. Take action. Kill the inner critic and watch the world fall silent. Stop waiting for fear to disappear. It won't. Take action anyway. Stop waiting for the critics to approve of you. They won't. Approve of yourself. Stop feeding the voice that tells you you're not enough. Because you are. The louder your inner strength, the quieter the world becomes. The greatest battle is not against the world. It is against yourself. The weak lose this war and spend their lives controlled by doubt, fear, and insecurity. But the strong silence the inner critic and rise above the noise. The world will only believe in you once you believe in yourself first. Lesson 6. Death is the ultimate perspective. Every breath you take is a step closer to the end. Time does not care about your excuses, your fears, or your hesitation. The clock is always ticking. Most people live as if they are immortal, postponing their dreams, delaying their risks, playing it safe, waiting for the right time. But the grave is filled with those who waited too long. The moment you accept that death is inevitable, you are free. Free to live, free to act, free to chase what truly matters. Death is not the enemy. A wasted life is. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Accept that your time is running out. Most people live in denial. They distract themselves, numb themselves, pretend they have all the time in the world. But here's the truth. You do not have unlimited time to figure things out. You do not have forever to chase your dreams. You do not have the luxury of wasting years waiting for the perfect moment. You are dying, right now. Every second that passes is a second you will never get back. This isn't meant to scare you. It's meant to wake you up. Because the moment you fully grasp that time is slipping through your fingers, you will stop wasting it. 2. Stop delaying the things that truly matter. Ask yourself, if I knew I had 1 year left to live, what would I do differently? Would you stay in that miserable job? Would you keep tolerating toxic people? Would you still waste time scrolling, procrastinating, and avoiding your purpose? The tragedy of life is that most people only start living once they are faced with death. Don't wait for a near-death experience to wake up. Start making the bold choices now. Say what you need to say. Do what you've been avoiding. Take the risks you've been scared to take. Because one day, you won't have a later. 3. Fear of death is an illusion. Use it as fuel. Most people fear death. But what they truly fear is dying without having truly lived. They fear never reaching their potential. They fear leaving nothing behind. They fear looking back and realizing they wasted their existence. But fear can be either a prison or a weapon. Use it. Let it light a fire under you. Let it drive you to move with urgency. Let it remind you that every wasted day is a step closer to regret. Turn your fear of death into a reason to live harder. 4. Define what truly matters, then ruthlessly pursue it. If death is certain, then most of what we stress over is meaningless. The opinions of others, irrelevant. Petty arguments, a waste of time. Fear of failure, insignificant in the grand scheme. Strip away the noise. What actually matters? Creating something that outlives you. impacting the lives of those you care about, pushing your mind, body, and soul to their fullest potential. Experiencing love, challenge, growth, and meaning. Everything else is just a distraction. Kill the distractions. Focus only on what adds value to your short, fleeting time on this earth. 5. Live in a way that death cannot touch. The only way to truly defeat death is to leave behind something that lasts longer than you. Your work. Build something so powerful that it continues long after you're gone. Your influence. Change lives so deeply that your impact ripples through generations. Your mindset. Pass down the lessons that made you unstoppable, so others can follow the path. If you live only for yourself, you will die with nothing. But if you create something bigger than you, death becomes meaningless. 6. Take action. Live as if you were already dead. Most people are terrified of dying. The strong have already accepted it. They walk through life fearless, not because they think they will live forever, but because they have made peace with their mortality. Take risks. What do you have to lose? Chase your purpose. There is no later, only now. Love with intensity. Make sure the people you care about know it, before it's too late. Live every day as if it were your last, not as an excuse for recklessness, but as a reason to give everything, hold nothing back, and walk this earth with no regrets. You will die. That is not a threat. It is a fact. The only question that remains is this: will you die having truly lived? Or will you reach the end, filled with regret, knowing you let fear, hesitation, and comfort steal the life that was meant to be yours? The clock is ticking. Stop waiting. Start living. Lesson 7. Life advice is like clothing. Try it on and discard if it doesn't fit. Most people blindly follow advice without questioning its source. They mold themselves to fit expectations that were never meant for them. But here's the truth. Not all wisdom is universal. What works for one person may be poison for another. You are not obligated to wear every philosophy handed to you. Take what strengthens you. Discard what weakens you. Build your own code, one that fits you like armor, not a straitjacket. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Question every piece of advice you receive. We are constantly bombarded with advice. Society, family, teachers, self-help books, social media, gurus. But just because someone says something with confidence does not make it true for you. Some advice is outdated. Some advice is designed to keep you in line. Some advice is based on someone else's fears, failures, or limited experience. Before adopting any belief, ask yourself, does this advice align with my values and goals? Does it empower me, or does it restrict me? Does it come from someone whose life I want to emulate? If the answer is no, discard it without hesitation. 2. Recognize that different paths require different strategies. What works for one person may be completely wrong for another. Some people thrive in structure. Others thrive in chaos. Some succeed by following rules. Others win by breaking them. Some build empires through patience. Others conquer through aggression. There is no single correct way to live. Your path is your own. The key is not to blindly follow what worked for someone else. It's to find what works for you. 3. The danger of following the wrong advice. Bad advice doesn't just waste time, it destroys potential. Play it safe. Leads to mediocrity. Just be yourself. Stop self-improvement. Work hard and everything will fall into place. Ignore strategy and leverage. Most advice is designed to keep you comfortable, not powerful. Be ruthless in rejecting any philosophy that weakens you. 4. Build your own code, piece by piece. Instead of blindly following what others say, craft your own philosophy. Take lessons from warriors, thinkers, and builders throughout history. Test different approaches and keep what produces results. Adapt, evolve, and refine your mindset as you grow. Your beliefs should be a weapon, not a prison. 5. Be willing to change when necessary. What worked for you 5 years ago may no longer serve you today. Growth means shedding old beliefs and adopting stronger ones. If you realize a certain mindset is holding you back, drop it. If new information challenges what you once believed, consider it. If a past decision no longer aligns with who you're becoming, change course. Do not be loyal to ideas that no longer serve your highest vision. 6. Take action. Curate a life philosophy that makes you unstoppable. Be selective about what you believe. Just because it's common doesn't mean it's correct. Test everything. Results matter more than theories. Refuse to let outdated ideas control your future. If it doesn't empower you, it has no place in your mind. Build a mindset that is uniquely yours. One that fits like armor, not a straitjacket. Most people are prisoners of advice they never questioned. They wear beliefs that were never meant for them. But the strong take what fuels them and discard the rest. Build your own code, sharpen your own philosophy, and walk through life in a mindset that fits you like a weapon, not a leash. Lesson 8. It's never too late to change. The past is a ghost that only haunts those who refuse to move forward. People say, "It's too late for me," as if time has locked them in a cage. But the truth is, the only prison is the one you build in your own mind. Change is always possible. No matter your age, no matter your past, no matter how many times you've failed. The only question is, will you rise, or will you let regret be the final chapter of your story? How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Destroy the illusion that change has an expiration date. One of the biggest lies people believe is that change is only for the young. I'm too old to start over. I've wasted too much time. People like me can't change. These are just excuses. Excuses designed to justify staying the same. Colonel Sanders didn't start KFC until he was 65. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison before becoming president. Stan Lee created his first Marvel superhero at 39. Sylvester Stallone was broke and rejected over 1,500 times before Rocky changed his life at 30. Time is not the enemy. Inaction is. The clock is ticking, yes. But that's all the more reason to move now. 2. Your past does not define your future. Most people stay stuck because they are prisoners of their past. They carry their failures like chains. But here's the truth. Your mistakes are not a prophecy. Your past failures do not dictate your future success. The person you were yesterday has no control over the person you choose to be today. Your past is only a problem if you keep carrying it forward. Drop it. Walk forward, unburdened. 3. Small changes lead to massive transformation. Most people think change has to be dramatic. That's why they never start. But the reality? Small shifts create unstoppable momentum. Reading for 10 minutes a day turns into a library of knowledge. Walking for 15 minutes a day turns into a body built for endurance. Investing small amounts consistently turns into generational wealth. You don't need to change everything overnight. You just need to start. 4. Embrace discomfort. It's proof that you're growing. Change is uncomfortable. That's why most people avoid it. But here's the secret. The discomfort of growth is temporary. The pain of regret lasts forever. Would you rather suffer now for a future you are proud of, or suffer later when you realize you wasted your potential? Pain is unavoidable. Choose the pain that leads to power. 5. Forget the opinions of others. They do not matter. One of the biggest reasons people resist change? Fear of judgment. What will people think? What if they laugh at me? What if they don't take me seriously? Here's the truth. Most people don't care about your transformation. They're too busy worrying about their own lives. And the ones who do judge, they're the ones too afraid to change themselves. Let them talk. You're not changing for them. You're changing for you. 6. Take action. Rewrite your story. Enough thinking. Enough waiting. It's time to act. Set one goal today, even if it's small. Even if it's just a shift in mindset. Make one change today. No excuses. No delays. Commit to consistency. Because the only thing standing between you and your transformation is action. You are not stuck. You are not too late. You are exactly where you need to be, as long as you start moving now. There is no deadline for transformation. The weak wait for the right time and die full of regret. The strong, they decide, right now, that their past is irrelevant, that their future is theirs to create, and that every second wasted is an insult to their potential. The choice is yours. Stay the same, or rise. Lesson 9. Building resilience against external judgment. The world will judge you no matter what you do. Stay quiet, and they'll call you weak. Speak up, and they'll call you arrogant. Take risks, and they'll call you reckless. Play it safe, and they'll call you boring. The truth is, you will never satisfy everyone, and you were never meant to. The only way to win this game is to stop playing. Let them talk while you rise. Let them doubt while you dominate. The opinions of others are nothing but noise. Silence it with action. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Understand that judgment is unavoidable. Most people waste their lives trying to avoid criticism. They tiptoe around their dreams, soften their ambitions, and shrink themselves just to stay under the radar. But here's the truth. No matter what you do, someone will judge you. No matter how careful you are, someone will disapprove. No matter how much you explain yourself, someone will misunderstand you. If judgment is inevitable, then avoiding it is pointless. Instead of fearing it, expect it, accept it, use it. 2. Realize that other people's opinions are a reflection of themselves. When someone criticizes you, it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with them. People who have given up on their dreams mock those who chase theirs. People who hate themselves project that hate onto others. People who are too afraid to take risks criticize those who do. The next time someone doubts you, don't take it personally. See it for what it is, a mirror reflecting their own fears, weaknesses, and limitations. 3. Stop seeking validation. It's a losing game. Many people spend their lives chasing approval, hoping that if they just do everything right, the world will finally accept them. But here's the harsh truth. Approval is temporary. People will celebrate you one day and tear you down the next. Validation is inconsistent. The same people who cheer for you will turn against you the moment you stop serving their expectations. No one's opinion will ever be enough. The more you chase validation, the more you become a slave to it. The only real freedom? Stop needing external approval. Approve of yourself. 4. Strengthen your own inner voice. If your self-worth is built on external opinions, you're fragile. One insult, one rejection, one failure, and you crumble. But if your confidence comes from within, nothing can shake you. How do you build this? Through self-discipline, self-respect, and self-reliance. Do what you say you're going to do. This builds unshakable self-trust. Push through discomfort. The more you endure, the stronger you become. Prove yourself to yourself, not to them. When you know who you are, no one can tell you otherwise. The more powerful your inner voice, the quieter the external noise becomes. 5. Use judgment as fuel. Most people fear criticism. The strong, they thrive on it. When they say you can't, use it as proof that you're aiming high enough. When they doubt you, let it be the fire that pushes you harder. When they try to bring you down, smile, because they only attack what they fear. The greatest revenge is success. Not arguing, not explaining, winning. 6. Take action. Detach from their opinions and execute. Enough worrying. Enough overthinking. It's time to move. Start before you feel ready. Perfection is an illusion. Keep going even when they mock you. Their words mean nothing. Do not stop until they are forced to respect you. And even then, keep going. Your life is yours. Their opinions are powerless, unless you give them weight. The world will judge you no matter what you do. So stop caring. Stop seeking approval. Stop explaining yourself. Build your empire in silence. Let them doubt. Let them talk. Because soon, they will be watching in awe as you rise beyond their reach. Their opinions are nothing. Your actions are everything. Lesson 10. Mastering your own path. Most people drift through life, following paths that were never meant for them. They take advice from the lost, follow rules set by the weak, and walk roads paved by those who gave up on their own dreams. But here's the truth. No one else can tell you how to live. No one else can define your purpose. The moment you stop seeking direction from the outside world and start forging your own way, that is the moment you take control. The weak follow. The strong create. Choose who you will be. How to integrate this lesson into your life. 1. Stop letting the world decide your destiny. From the moment you are born, the world tries to shape you. Go to school, get a safe job, retire at 65. Follow the rules. Don't question authority. Be realistic. Don't aim too high. But look around. The ones who follow this script, are they truly free? Are they truly fulfilled? The reality is, most people live according to someone else's plan. They don't think for themselves. They don't question the system. They just exist. If you don't define your own path, someone else will. And they will make sure it benefits them, not you. 2. Find what sets your soul on fire. Most people wander through life with no direction because they never take the time to ask themselves what they actually want. If money didn't matter, what would you do? If failure wasn't an option, what would you chase? If you had 1 year left to live, how would you spend it? This is your path. Not what your parents want. Not what society expects. Not what is safe or practical. The only life worth living is the one that ignites something deep within you. 3. Burn the bridges that keep you chained to mediocrity. The path to greatness requires sacrifice. You cannot take every road. You must choose. The road of comfort or the road of discipline. The road of approval or the road of self-respect. The road of certainty or the road of power. If you are truly serious about walking your own path, you must burn the bridges that lead back to mediocrity. Cut off the opinions of those who don't support your vision. Walk away from environments that keep you small. Eliminate distractions that pull you away from your purpose. Only then will you be truly free. 4. Forge an unbreakable mindset. When you carve your own path, expect resistance. People will doubt you. Society will pressure you to conform. Your own mind will try to sabotage you. This is where the weak turn back. But the strong embrace the struggle. They train their minds to be unshakable. They welcome obstacles as a test of their resilience. They move forward even when the path is uncertain. If you want to lead, you must first master yourself. 5. Never seek permission to be who you are. The world wants you to ask for permission. Ignore it. You don't need permission to chase your dreams. You don't need permission to build your empire. You don't need permission to live on your terms. Everything you want is already yours, if you have the courage to claim it. 6. Take action. Step into the role of the creator. Enough waiting. Enough thinking. It's time to move. Decide what you want, without compromise. Eliminate everything that does not serve your path. Take action every single day. No excuses, no hesitation. You are not here to follow. You are here to create. Most people live and die as followers, too afraid to carve their own path, too weak to defy the script they were given. But the strong break free. They choose their own destiny. They do not seek permission. They do not wait for approval. They move. They build. They conquer. The path is yours to make, if you have the courage to take it. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. You don't settle. You don't make excuses. You're here because you know there's more. More strength to build, more power to claim, more limits to break. To those who've been with us, pushing forward, sharpening their minds, and refusing to be controlled, you are the movement. Your presence, your resilience, your hunger for more. This is what Grimface is all about. And to those who are new here, welcome. This is not just another motivational channel. This is a war against weakness, against mediocrity, against everything that tries to keep you small. If you're ready to step into your power, to rewrite your story, and to take full control of your destiny, subscribe and become part of the Grimface movement. We're just getting started. Now go. Build and conquer. Win. Most people live their lives chained to mediocrity. They believe intelligence is something you're either born with or denied. They think success belongs only to the gifted. They are wrong. Intelligence is not a gift. It is a weapon, a tool, a skill that can be sharpened, refined, and mastered. But here's the brutal truth. The world does not want you to be intelligent. It wants you distracted. It wants you obedient. It wants you numb, weak, and easy to control. And if you let yourself remain in this state, you will never rise above the masses. But if you're here, it means something inside you is already waking up. This is not just another list of tips. This is a blueprint for mental dominance, a system designed to train your mind, rewire your thinking, and make you dangerous in a world full of the weak. Each lesson will break down a powerful habit, one that will make you sharper, stronger, and more capable of shaping your own reality. But knowing is not enough. The weak collect knowledge. The strong apply it. So as you go through these lessons, remember this. Every action you take strengthens your mind, or dulls it. Every moment you hesitate is a moment wasted. Every habit you build is another step toward unstoppable intelligence. Now ask yourself, are you ready to evolve? Then let's begin. Lesson 1. Intelligence is a habit, not a gift. You were not born to stay the same. They lied to you. They told you intelligence is something you're born with. That some people are just gifted while others are doomed to mediocrity. That success, brilliance, and mental power are luxuries only a few can afford. But here's the truth they don't want you to know. Intelligence is not a gift. It is not some divine favor handed down at birth. It is a habit, a ritual, a war that must be fought and won every single day. And if you're not actively sharpening your mind, the world is dulling it for you. The death of the mind. Most people sleepwalk through life, their minds rusting away in the prison of routine. They scroll, they consume, they obey, but they do not think. Every day, distractions infiltrate your mind, poisoning it with noise, laziness, and blind obedience. You let the algorithms dictate your attention. You let the headlines tell you what matters. You let society convince you that intelligence is only for the chosen few. But you are not most people. You are here because you refuse to be controlled. You are here because something inside you is screaming, demanding more, hungering for something greater. And that hunger is not for comfort. It is not for convenience. It is for power. Your mind is a weapon. Sharpen it or let it rust. The mind is like a blade. Left unused, it dulls. Left exposed, it rusts. Left unchecked, it becomes weak, fragile, feeble, useless. But in the hands of those who understand its power, it is unstoppable. The smartest people in history weren't born that way. They built themselves through relentless practice, through habits forged in fire. They trained their minds the way warriors train their bodies, ruthlessly, consistently, obsessively. So I ask you, how have you been treating your weapon? Do you let it rot in the shadows, neglected and dull? Or do you hone it daily, cutting through the illusions, slicing away the ignorance, sharpening it until it becomes a force of nature, the habit that will change everything? If intelligence is a habit, then the first step to mastering it is to own your mind. Not just when it's convenient, not just when you feel inspired, every single day. You must train your thoughts like a warrior trains their body. You must condition your mind to seek challenge, discomfort, and mastery. So here's how you begin. Choose 1 hour a day, an hour where you take full control of your mind. No distractions, no passive scrolling, no mindless entertainment. This is your time to sharpen the blade. Feed your mind the right fuel. Read books that make you think. Engage in conversations that challenge you. Study those who have mastered what you seek to learn. Stop consuming garbage. Stop indulging in mental poison. Destroy weak thinking. Every time you tell yourself, I can't, question it. Every time you think you're not smart enough, dissect it. Every time you catch yourself being passive, wake up. Because weak thinking is a disease, and you must burn it out of your system. You are at war. Act like it. Every moment, you are either becoming sharper or becoming weaker. There is no in between. There is no pause button. Your mind is either growing or decaying. So decide. Do you want to be the fool, the pawn, the mindless drone that follows the herd? Or do you want to rise, to dominate, to become something unstoppable? The choice is yours. But know this. Every second wasted is another step toward mediocrity. Another moment of your mind slipping away into the abyss of the ordinary. So make your move. Start the habit. Take control. Train your intelligence. Because if you don't, the world will train it for you. And you won't like what it turns you into. Lesson 2. The power of reading. The world belongs to those who read. There are two types of people in this world. Those who are fed information and those who seek it out. The first type? They drift through life, consuming whatever garbage is thrown at them. Headlines, social media, distractions designed to keep them blind, weak, and obedient. They let others dictate what they think, what they believe, and what they know. They are prisoners, and they don't even realize it. But the second type hungers for knowledge. They rip open the pages of history, philosophy, strategy, and psychology. They devour the wisdom of the greatest minds who ever lived. They do not wait to be told what to think. They seek truth for themselves. And the difference between these two types of people? One remains powerless. The other shapes reality itself. The books you read become the weapons you wield. Look at the most powerful minds in history: Da Vinci, Tesla, Napoleon, Einstein. They read, they studied, they armed themselves with knowledge like a warrior arms himself with steel. Every book you open is a weapon. Every chapter is a new advantage. Every piece of wisdom you extract is a sharpened edge against the ignorance of the world. But the masses, they avoid books like they avoid pain. They fear knowledge because it forces them to change. It forces them to confront the weakness inside them. That is why they remain weak. That is why they remain lost. But you are not like them. You are here because you are ready to evolve. Ignorance is a choice, and so is power. Some people say they don't have time to read. They are liars. They have time to scroll. They have time to binge-watch mindless nonsense. They have time to be entertained. But to sit down and arm their mind with knowledge? Too difficult. Too boring. And that is why they will never escape mediocrity. If you want to rise above the herd, if you want to dominate, if you want to unlock your potential, you must become obsessed with learning. The habit that will set you apart. Starting today, you will not be like the rest. You will not be passive. You will not be weak. You will read. Here's how. Make time, not excuses. Pick 30 minutes a day. First thing in the morning, before bed, during lunch. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you do it. Choose wisely. Read books that challenge you. Books on philosophy, psychology, business, warfare, human nature. Books that sharpen your mind and make you dangerous. Take notes. Apply. Evolve. Reading without action is worthless. Take what you learn and use it. Every piece of knowledge should fuel your transformation. Destroy distractions. Put your phone in another room. Shut off notifications. Treat your reading time like a ritual of power. Because that's exactly what it is. Those who do not read are already dead. The world is full of the walking dead. Bodies that function, but minds that do not. People who exist, but do not think. They do not read. They do not question. They do not grow. And you know what happens to them? They are used, controlled, discarded. Because a mind that is unarmed is easy to enslave. But a mind that is sharp, a mind that has studied the strategies of the past, the wisdom of the ancients, the principles of power, that mind is untouchable. That mind commands respect. That mind shapes destiny. And that mind can be yours. So ask yourself this: will you remain blind? Will you choose ignorance? Will you waste your mind on distractions and noise? Or will you rise above the sheep, sharpen your intellect, and take what is yours? Pick up the book. Feed the fire. Become unstoppable. Because in this world, those who read, rule. Lesson 3. Learn from the masters. If you want to be the best, learn from the best. Look around. Most people drift through life blind, lost, and powerless. They make the same mistakes over and over. They struggle, they fail, they wonder why their life never changes. And yet, they refuse to learn. They refuse to study those who have already conquered what they wish to achieve. They ignore the blueprints left behind by the greatest minds in history. They choose struggle when wisdom is freely available. And that is why they stay weak. But you are different. You want to rise. You want to dominate. You want to master your craft and forge a mind that cannot be broken. And to do that, you must learn from those who have already built empires, crushed obstacles, and defied the limits of what's possible. The power of studying greatness. History is written by those who dared to understand reality on a deeper level. They saw what others could not. They thought differently, acted boldly, and carved their names into time itself. But they weren't born knowing these things. They studied. They learned. They stole knowledge from the greats before them. Leonardo da Vinci studied the masters of anatomy, engineering, and art. Napoleon obsessed over war strategy, reading the campaigns of history's greatest generals. Warren Buffett devoured books on investing, business, and human psychology. No one rises alone. The greatest minds stand on the shoulders of giants. So if you think you can figure it all out yourself, you are playing a fool's game. If you refuse to learn from those who have already built the path to mastery, then you will spend your life wandering in the dark. Who are you learning from? Let me ask you something. Who do you listen to? Because make no mistake, you are always learning from someone. Is it the masses, the weak, the average, the people who have settled for less, who live in comfort and ignorance? Or are you learning from the minds that have conquered, built, and dominated? Because who you learn from will determine the path you walk. If you study the lazy, you will become lazy. If you study the weak, you will become weak. If you study the lost, you will stay lost. But if you study the disciplined, you will become disciplined. If you study the powerful, you will become powerful. If you study the unstoppable, you will become unstoppable. The habit that will change your life. Starting today, you will not waste your time listening to the average. Instead, you will choose your mentors wisely. You will seek out the greatest minds, absorb their wisdom, and apply it ruthlessly. Here's how. Pick one master in your field. Choose someone who has achieved what you want. Read their books, watch their interviews, analyze their mindset, obsess over their lessons, break down their success. What are their habits, their routines, their thought processes? Study them, copy them, make them your own. Surround yourself with intelligence. Stop listening to weak people. Stop engaging in useless conversations. Find high-level thinkers and engage with their ideas daily. Take action. Learning is meaningless if you don't apply it. Every day, take one lesson from your mentors and implement it into your own life. If you refuse to learn, you deserve to lose. The world does not reward the ignorant. It does not favor the weak. It favors those who seek wisdom, who refine their strategy, who learn from the best, and execute with precision. If you choose not to learn, if you refuse to study greatness, if you waste your time listening to fools, then you deserve every failure, every setback, and every ounce of mediocrity you receive. But if you take control of your education, if you absorb the wisdom of giants, if you dedicate yourself to learning from the best, then you will become the best. The choice is yours. Follow the blind, and you will be led to destruction. Follow the greats, and you will rise to power. Decide now. Who will you learn from? Lesson 4. The power of asking questions. The weak accept. The strong question. Everything. Most people live their lives accepting what they are told. They believe what they hear, follow the crowd, and never stop to ask why. And that is why they remain average. They take life at face value, never digging deeper, never questioning the rules, never searching for the truth. They let others think for them, decide for them, and control the way they see the world. And you know what happens to those people? They are used, manipulated, controlled. But those who question everything, those who refuse to accept the world as it is given to them, they become powerful. They see what others do not. They think beyond the limits placed upon them. They take nothing at face value because they know that truth is not handed out. It is uncovered. And that is the difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Your mind is a prison, unless you break it open. From the moment you were born, you have been programmed. Society, school, media, family, they all taught you what to think, what to believe, and what to accept as truth. But how much of what you believe is actually real? How much of it is someone else's version of reality, forced upon you? The greatest minds in history, Einstein, Tesla, Socrates, Newton, they did not accept the world as it was. They asked the questions no one else dared to ask. And because of that, they saw what no one else could see. Weak people fear questions. Strong people demand answers. Most people are afraid to ask questions. Why? Because questions lead to discomfort. They force you to challenge your beliefs. They make you think in ways you've never thought before. They expose the fact that maybe, just maybe, you've been living inside a lie. And that is terrifying. So the weak avoid questions. They accept what they are told because it is easier than thinking for themselves. But you will not be like them. You will question everything. You will not accept anything blindly. Not the rules, not the beliefs, not the limitations that have been placed upon you. You will demand truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. The habit that will change your mind forever. If you want to become sharper, stronger, and more intelligent, you must build a habit of relentless questioning. Here's how. Question everything you assume to be true. Why do I believe this? Where did this belief come from? What if I am wrong? What if everything I know is a lie? Challenge authority and conventional wisdom. Just because experts say something doesn't mean it's true. Just because something has always been done this way doesn't mean it's right. Who benefits from this belief? Who is being controlled? Ask why, at least 5 times for everything you don't understand. Why do I feel stuck? Why am I not achieving what I want? Why do I believe I can't do something? Keep asking until you find the real answer. Develop a hunger for truth. Seek knowledge, not opinions. Study philosophy, science, psychology, subjects that force deep thinking. Surround yourself with people who challenge your ideas, not just those who agree with you. Most people will never do this. That's why they stay small. The majority will never ask questions. They will never challenge their reality. They will never push beyond what they have been told. And that is why they remain powerless. But you have a choice. You can stay in the dark, accepting everything as it is, living a life dictated by others. Or you can open your eyes, challenge everything, break free from the mental chains that have bound you since birth. And when you do, you will see the world as it truly is, not as you have been told to see it. And in that moment, you will realize something powerful. You are no longer controlled. Because the man who asks the right questions, he owns his mind, and a mind that is owned cannot be broken. Lesson 5. The power of exercise. Train the body, strengthen the mind. Weak body, weak mind. Strong body, unstoppable mind. Look at the world around you. You see men and women stumbling through life in a fog. Tired, slow, mentally dull, lifeless. They struggle to focus. They lack discipline. They drown in stress, anxiety, and self-doubt. And they wonder why. But the truth is simple. Their mind is weak because their body is weak. You were never meant to sit still all day. You were never meant to exist in a fragile, exhausted state. Your mind and body are connected, and if one is broken, the other suffers. You cannot have a sharp, unstoppable mind inside a weak, neglected body. You are an animal, but you have forgotten it. Do you think the great minds of history sat around all day, staring at screens, stuffing themselves with garbage, letting their bodies decay? Do you think warriors, conquerors, and leaders let their physical form rot? No. They understood something you've been trained to forget. The body is a machine. And if it is weak, so is everything else. Exercise is not just about muscles. It's about discipline, focus, energy, and mental dominance. When you train your body, you rewire your mind. When you push through physical pain, you develop mental toughness. When you strengthen your body, you sharpen your brain. A weak body is a prison, and most people are trapped. Look around. Soft bodies, weak postures, slow movements, lifeless energy. The masses have allowed themselves to become frail, passive, powerless. They struggle with motivation, focus, and clarity. They drown in stress, depression, and low energy. And they think it's all in their mind. But the truth? It starts with the body. When you move, you wake up. When you push your limits, your brain adapts. When you train, you dominate. Not just physically, but mentally. Because a strong body fuels a powerful mind. How to integrate this habit into your life? It's time to reclaim your physical power and train your mind through movement. Here's how. Move every single day. No excuses. Walk, run, lift, stretch. Do something that makes your body stronger and your heart pump harder. Stop waiting for the perfect workout. Just start moving. Train your discipline through exercise. Physical pain is a teacher. It forces you to push beyond your limits. When your muscles burn and your lungs scream, your mind is being trained to endure. Destroy laziness before it destroys you. Every day you neglect your body is a day you allow weakness to take control. The easiest way to strengthen your mind is to strengthen your body. Do not let your physical form rot. Use exercise as a weapon against stress and mental fog. Your brain is fueled by blood, oxygen, and movement. When you train, your mind clears, your mood stabilizes, and your energy rises. Most people will never do this, and that's why they stay weak. The weak want shortcuts. They want comfort. They want results without effort. They tell themselves they're too busy. They make excuses. They accept weakness as their reality. And then they wonder why they lack motivation. They wonder why their mind feels slow, their emotions unstable, their focus non-existent. They wonder why they feel trapped inside their own body. But you are not them. You are here because you refuse to accept mediocrity. You are here because you are ready to reclaim your strength. You are here because you know that when you control your body, you control your mind. So move, train, push yourself. Build a body that can carry the weight of an unstoppable mind. Because in this life, you are either strong or you are prey. And you were never meant to be prey. Lesson 6. The power of meditation. Silence the noise. Command the mind. If you cannot control your mind, someone else will. Most people are at war with themselves. Their thoughts race uncontrollably. Their emotions rule them. Their fears and doubts sabotage every move they make. They wake up exhausted. They drown in distractions. Their mind jumps from one thing to another, never focusing, never settling. And the worst part? They think this is normal. But let me tell you something. If your mind is not under your control, then you are not truly free. The world is filled with noise, opinions, distractions, manipulation. If you are not in command of your thoughts, your attention, and your emotions, then you are at the mercy of everything around you. And that is why meditation is not just a habit. It is a weapon. Why weak people fear. Stillness. The weak cannot sit in silence. They are addicted to noise, music, social media, notifications, entertainment. Anything to keep them from facing what's inside their own mind. Because the second they are alone with their thoughts, they are afraid of what they might find. But strong people, they master silence. They understand that in stillness, the mind becomes sharp. In silence, the real battles are fought. And the ones who can sit in silence, observe their thoughts, and take control, those are the ones who become unstoppable. Meditation is the training ground for a warrior's mind. Do you think generals, philosophers, and conquerors let their minds run wild with fear and doubt? No. They trained their thoughts. They sharpened their focus. They eliminated useless distractions so that every decision, every action, every move they made was clear, calculated, and precise. Meditation is not about relaxation. It's about domination. It teaches you control over your mind. You become the master, not the slave. It builds unshakable focus. In a world of endless distractions, you will remain steady. It silences fear and doubt. Your thoughts no longer own you. You own them. How to integrate meditation into your life. This is not about lighting candles and chanting. This is about training your mind like a weapon. Here's how you start. Sit in silence for just 5 minutes a day. No music, no phone, no distractions. Just sit and observe your thoughts without reacting to them. Focus on your breath. Every time your mind wanders, bring it back to your breath. This is how you build control. Every rep makes you stronger. Destroy useless thoughts. When fear, doubt, or negativity appears, let it pass. Do not engage. Do not fight. Simply observe and move on. Over time, you will realize that most thoughts are just noise, and you are in control of what stays. Expand your mental endurance. Start with 5 minutes, then 10, then 15. Your mind is like a muscle. Train it, and it will become stronger. Why most people will never do this? Meditation is simple, but not easy. Most people cannot sit still because they have no control over their own minds. They are weak. They are distracted. They would rather drown in entertainment than face their own thoughts. And so, they stay controlled. They stay reactive. They stay lost. But you are not them. You are here because you seek power. And true power begins in the mind. So train yourself to sit in silence. Learn to control your focus. Build the discipline to master your thoughts. Because the man who owns his mind owns his life. Lesson 8. The power of deep thinking. Escape the mental prison. A distracted mind is a weak mind. Look around you. The world is full of mindless people. They react, they consume, they obey. They chase quick dopamine hits, jumping from one distraction to the next. And they wonder why they never break through. They cannot sit in silence. They cannot focus. They cannot think beyond the surface because their minds are clogged with noise. And here's the brutal truth. If you cannot think deeply, you will never achieve anything great. Because success, power, and mastery do not belong to those who are distracted. They belong to those who can sit in silence and think. Why deep thinking is feared by the weak. Most people fear their own thoughts. They avoid deep thinking because it forces them to face their weaknesses, their insecurities, their reality. Instead, they drown themselves in entertainment. They scroll endlessly. They fill every second with noise, terrified of silence. Because in silence, the truth becomes clear. They are wasting their potential. The masters think. The slaves react. The most powerful minds in history were deep thinkers. Einstein, Da Vinci, Tesla, Napoleon. They did not let distractions own them. They carved out time to sit, think, and dissect the world. They saw what others could not. They solved problems no one else could solve. They built empires while the masses entertained themselves. And that is why they ruled, while the weak followed. Deep thinking is a skill, a weapon, a strategy. If you can master your focus, if you can detach from distractions, you will see what others are blind to. How to integrate deep thinking into your life. This is not about daydreaming. This is about strategic, disciplined thinking. Here's how you start. Schedule time to think. Every single day. Block out at least 15 minutes. No phone, no music, no distractions. Just you and your thoughts. Ask powerful questions. What is the biggest problem I need to solve right now? What am I avoiding that I know I need to face? Where do I want to be in 5 years, and what's stopping me? Write down your thoughts. Do not let insights disappear. Capture ideas, patterns, and breakthroughs, because they will come. Destroy distractions. Social media. Shut it off. Useless conversations. Cut them out. Train your mind to handle silence, because in silence, the real work begins. Most people will never do this, and that is why they stay stuck. The lost will never make time for deep thinking. They will always be too busy, too distracted, too weak to handle their own mind. They will never see past their immediate desires. They will stay trapped in short-term thinking, forever running in circles. But you will rise above. You will train your mind to focus while others drift. You will cultivate strategic thinking while others drown in distractions. You will see what no one else sees, because you took the time to think. And that is how you break free from the mental prison that keeps the masses weak. So stop, sit, think. Because in a world full of mindless followers, the deep thinker is always the one in control. Lesson 7. The power of journaling. Write your future or be forgotten. If you do not write your story, someone else will. Most people drift through life like ghosts. They exist, but they do not remember. They do not reflect. They do not learn. They live the same day, over and over, making the same mistakes, never growing, never evolving. And in the end, they are forgotten. But the great ones, the minds that shape history, they write. They record their victories and failures. They capture their lessons, their strategies, their insights. They turn their thoughts into weapons, because they know this truth. A life unexamined is a life wasted. And that is why journaling is not a hobby. It is a strategy for dominance. Your mind is a battlefield. Journaling is your war map. Every day, your mind is bombarded with thoughts, emotions, ideas. Most people let these thoughts slip through their fingers, forgotten, lost forever. But those who journal, they trap their ideas. They refine their thinking. They turn raw experience into wisdom. Journaling is how you organize chaos. Journaling is how you turn failure into strategy. Journaling is how you build self-awareness, clarity, and control. The greatest leaders, warriors, and thinkers in history, Marcus Aurelius, Leonardo da Vinci, Napoleon, Edison, all kept journals. Do you think that's a coincidence? Or do you think they knew something the weak do not? The world wants you to forget. Journaling makes you remember. Think about this. How many times have you had a breakthrough, a powerful realization, only to forget it days later? How many lessons have you learned the hard way, only to repeat the same mistake again? This is what separates the masters from the lost. The lost let wisdom slip away. The masters capture it, refine it, use it. Every time you write, you are immortalizing your lessons. Every time you reflect, you are making your mind sharper. Every time you record a mistake, you are ensuring you never make it again. How to integrate journaling into your life. This is not about keeping a diary. This is about creating a personal war manual. Here's how you do it. Write for 5 minutes every day. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just start. Write about what you learned, what challenged you, what you need to improve. Ask yourself the right questions. What did I do well today? Where did I fail? And what can I learn from it? What do I need to focus on tomorrow? Review your past entries. Your journal is a mirror. It shows you who you were and who you are becoming. Go back and read past lessons. Refine your strategy. Adjust your course. Use it to track growth. Write down your goals. Track your habits. Every entry is a step toward the future you are building. Most will ignore. This and that is why they will be forgotten. The weak will never do this. They will rely on memory, emotions, and impulse, and they will stay lost. They will make the same mistakes. They will chase the same distractions. They will never see their own patterns, and so they will never break free. But you are different. You will write. You will reflect. You will track your evolution like a master strategist. And when the world looks back, it will remember your name. Because those who journal do not just live, they create legacies. So pick up the pen, write your future, or be forgotten. Lesson 9. The power of sleep. Recharge or be replaced. If you neglect sleep, you neglect your future. You can have the sharpest mind, the strongest body, and the hardest work ethic. But if you rob yourself of sleep, you are setting yourself up for failure. Most people wear exhaustion like a badge of honor. They grind through their days, running on caffeine and adrenaline, bragging about how little sleep they get. And they think this makes them strong. It doesn't. It makes them weak. Because a sleep-deprived mind is a slow mind, a sluggish mind, a mind that makes poor decisions, lacks focus, and burns out before reaching its full potential. You cannot conquer anything if your brain is running at 50% capacity. The lie of, "I'll sleep when I'm dead." Society glorifies the hustle culture, the idea that sleep is for the weak, that real winners never rest. But here's the truth. If you don't sleep, you will fail. Your ability to think clearly, gone. Your problem-solving skills, diminished. Your memory, focus, and decision-making, destroyed. You don't rise by running on fumes. You rise by recharging like a machine built for war. The greatest minds in history, Einstein, Tesla, Edison, they all understood the value of rest. They didn't grind themselves into the ground. They built habits that allowed them to perform at their peak every single day. What happens when you sleep? While you sleep, your brain is at work. It organizes and stores everything you learned that day. It strengthens the connections between your neurons. It repairs damage, flushes out toxins, and primes you for sharper thinking tomorrow. If you cut your sleep short, you are literally destroying your ability to think, learn, and execute. How to integrate this habit into your life. Your mind is a weapon, and sleep is how you sharpen it. Here's how you take control of your rest. Establish a sleep schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. No excuses. Your brain thrives on consistency. Eliminate sleep killers. No screens or blue light 1 hour before bed. No caffeine late in the day. No overloading your mind with nonsense before you sleep. Create a pre-sleep ritual. Read something meaningful. Meditate, stretch, or reflect on the day. Let your mind slow down before shutting off. Protect your sleep like your life depends on it. Because it does. The world will try to rob you of your rest. Don't let it. If you don't guard your sleep, you are handing over your power. Why most people will never fix their sleep. The weak will continue to brag about their exhaustion. They will run themselves into the ground. They will complain about being tired, but refuse to make the changes necessary to fix it. And then they will wonder why their mind is slow, why they can't stay disciplined, why they feel like they're always behind. But you know the truth. You know that sleep is a weapon, and you will use it to sharpen your mind, outthink your competition, and operate at a level most people can't even reach. Because when they are drained, distracted, and deteriorating, you will be recharged, locked in, and ready to dominate. So fix your sleep, protect your mind, or be replaced by those who do. Lesson 10. Take action. Knowledge without action is useless. If you do not move, you do not exist. Look at the world. It is filled with people who know what they should do, but never do it. They read books, they watch videos, they nod their heads in agreement. But when it comes time to act, they do nothing. They dream of success but never chase it. They talk about change but never fight for it. They let their ideas rot inside their minds until they die full of unrealized potential. And that is why they never rise. Because knowledge without action is worthless. The world does not care what you know. It cares what you do. You can read every book ever written. You can study every great mind. You can memorize every lesson I've given you. But if you do nothing with it, you might as well know nothing at all. The world belongs to those who act, not those who think about acting, not those who plan forever, but never move, not those who wait for the perfect moment that never comes. Only those who take action will ever achieve anything. Action separates the strong from the weak. Weak people hesitate. They wait. They delay. They make excuses. They convince themselves they need more time, more preparation, more motivation. And while they think about it, someone else is out there doing it. And that person, that's the person who wins. Every day you wait is a day wasted. Every moment you hesitate is another opportunity slipping through your fingers. And if you don't take control, one day you'll wake up and realize it's too late. How to integrate this habit into your life. No more waiting, no more hesitation, no more excuses. From now on, you take action, immediately. Here's how. Stop overthinking. Start moving. You don't need more information. You need execution. Pick something from this program and start now. Make daily action non-negotiable. Every single day, do one thing that moves you forward. Small or big, it doesn't matter. Just act. Destroy excuses before they destroy you. I don't have time. Make time. I'm not ready. You'll never be ready. Start anyway. I don't know enough. You'll learn by doing. Measure results, not intentions. Track your progress. Write it down. If you didn't take action today, ask yourself why. Most people will never do this. That's why they stay stuck. The weak will continue to talk, dream, and plan, but never move. They will convince themselves they need more preparation. They will get trapped in endless cycles of waiting. They will die with their potential still inside them. But you will act. You will execute. You will move forward while others stand still. Because in the end, there is no reward for those who knew what to do, but never did it. There is only victory for those who took action. So stop thinking. Stop waiting. Stop hesitating. Take action. Right now. Because the future doesn't belong to those who wait. It belongs to those who take it. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. Most people will never take the time to sharpen their mind. They will stay distracted, weak, and lost, forever controlled by forces they don't even recognize. But you're different. You've taken the first steps toward mastering your intelligence, reclaiming your focus, and building a mind that cannot be broken. To those of you who keep returning, pushing yourselves, and applying what you've learned, you are the foundation of the Grim Face movement. You are proof that not everyone is willing to stay asleep. Keep going. Keep evolving. Keep breaking the chains. And if you're new here, this is your wake-up call. This is not just content. This is a mindset, a way of life, a war against weakness and mediocrity. If you're ready to think differently, if you're ready to rise above the distractions, if you're ready to take control of your mind, your future, and your power, then subscribe and join the Grimface movement. Because in a world full of the lost, the mindless, and the controlled, we are the ones who refuse to kneel. Welcome to the war. Now let's build something unstoppable. Rock bottom. The place where the weak break and the strong are reborn. If you're here, it means you've fallen. Maybe life crushed you. Maybe you made the wrong moves. Maybe everything you built collapsed right in front of you. Good. Because this is where the real ones are made. This is not another feel-good speech. This is war. A blueprint for the ruthless. A system for those who refuse to stay down. These 10 lessons are not suggestions. They are law. Each one is a weapon, designed to rebuild you stronger, smarter, and more dangerous than ever before. But understand this. This journey is not for the weak. If you're looking for sympathy, look elsewhere. If you're looking for an easy way out, stop reading now. This is for those who are ready to erase their past, eliminate their weaknesses, and rise so high that no one will ever doubt them again. Are you ready? Then let's begin. Lesson 1 starts now. Lesson 1. Acknowledge the fall and get back up. Look around. This is rock bottom. Cold, merciless, and unforgiving. The world doesn't care that you're here. It won't pause to help you up. It won't send a savior. No one is coming. But hear me now. This is not where your story ends. This is where the real story begins. The first step, face the fall. No more lies. No more excuses. No more pointing fingers at the world, the system, or the people who wronged you. You got here because of you. The decisions you made. The chances you ignored. The discipline you lacked. Harsh? Maybe. But it's the truth. And the truth will set you free, if you let it. You see, most people never come back because they never accept responsibility. They stay stuck in their sob story, convincing themselves that life is unfair, that they were just unlucky. But that mindset, that's a death sentence. That's a slow rot that will keep you in the dirt forever. Not you. Not anymore. You will look in the mirror and face the wreckage. You will own every mistake, every failure, every moment of weakness. And then, you will take that pain and forge it into fuel. You will turn your shame into power, your regret into drive. You will no longer be a victim of your past. You will be the executioner of your old self. The past is dead. The only thing that matters is what happens next. So rise, 1 inch, 1 breath, 1 step at a time. No matter how broken you feel, how exhausted, how hopeless, get up. Because every second you waste down here is another second stolen from the beast you are meant to become. This is the moment you decide. Stay buried, or fight like hell to claw your way back. Lesson 1 is complete when you stop making excuses and start making moves. When you stop asking, why me? And start saying, try me. Now get up. The war is just beginning. Lesson 2. Minor setback for a major comeback. So you fell, you lost, you broke, the world kicked you down, and for a moment, You thought maybe, just maybe, you weren't getting back up this time. But here's the truth. This is not the end. This is just the setup for the greatest comeback of your life. Every champion, every warrior, every legend you admire, at some point, they were exactly where you are right now. Doubted, broken, left for dead. But what separates the forgotten from the great? The great ones use the fall as fuel. You see, most people don't understand setbacks. They think failure is the universe telling them to quit. They think obstacles mean they're not meant to succeed. But that's a lie. The universe isn't punishing you. It's testing you. Right now, you are standing at the crossroads. Become the victim of your setback, or weaponize it into your greatest strength. The weak let the fall define them. The strong let the fall refine them. So what will it be? Will you let this moment shatter you? Or will you rise so high that the people who counted you out will have no choice but to watch in awe? Because here's the secret no one tells you. Your setback is your advantage. This pain, this hunger, this darkness, this is the raw energy that will push you beyond what's humanly possible. The comeback isn't just about returning. It's about returning stronger, wiser, and more ruthless than before. The version of you that fell, they're dead. The new you, unstoppable. So let them laugh. Let them doubt. Let them think it's over for you. Because when you rise, when you come back swinging, when you stand at the top with nothing but destruction in your wake, they'll realize they never should have counted you out. This is the rebirth. The comeback starts now. Lesson 3. Ghost mode. Disappear and rebuild in silence. Enough talking. Enough announcing. Enough explaining yourself to people who don't care. It's time to vanish. You've acknowledged the fall. You've decided this setback will be your setup for a comeback. But now, it's time for the real work. And real work is done in the dark. Too many people sabotage their own rise by running their mouths. They post about their plans. They tell everyone what they're about to do. They seek validation before they've even taken the first step. And that's why they fail. Because when you broadcast your moves, two things happen. You waste energy. Talking about it tricks your mind into thinking you've already done something. It gives you a false sense of progress, so you lose the hunger, the drive, the fire. You invite doubt. The moment you announce your comeback, people will remind you of who you used to be. They'll laugh, criticize, question. And if you're not strong enough, their voices become chains, dragging you back into the dirt. So you shut up, you disappear, you go ghost mode. What does that mean? It means no more pointless conversations, no more hanging around the same weak-minded people who helped you fall in the first place. No more explaining yourself to those who don't deserve to know your plans. You cut the noise. You step back from distractions. And you dedicate every ounce of energy to the mission. Wake up, work, learn, train, building, repeat. In silence. No one sees you coming. No one knows what's brewing. And that's exactly how you want it. Because while they're out there wasting time, chasing attention, drowning in distractions, you're sharpening your mind, your skills, your body. You're becoming something dangerous, something unstoppable. And one day, when they least expect it, you reappear. Bigger, stronger, smarter, ruthless. You don't just come back. You return as someone unrecognizable, someone they never saw coming, someone they can't compete with. That's the power of ghost mode. So, are you ready to vanish? Are you ready to walk away from the noise and step into the shadows? If not, stay where you are. Stay weak. Stay distracted. Stay average. But if you're serious about rising, Then shut your mouth and get to work. Disappear now, so you can dominate later. Lesson 4. Level up. Ruthless self-improvement. Ghost mode is in effect. You've cut the noise, disappeared from the distractions, and now, the real work begins. It's time to level up. This is where most people fail. They go ghost for a few weeks, maybe a month. They stop talking, they grind a little, but then they slip. They fall back into old habits, start craving attention, start seeking validation. They want results without transformation. That's not how this works. If you want a true comeback, one that makes the world question how you became so powerful, you must level up relentlessly. That means no comfort, no excuses, no breaks. The version of you that fell, that version wasn't good enough. If they were, you wouldn't have hit rock bottom. So they must die. You are building someone new, someone superior, someone who doesn't flinch at adversity, but thrives in it. Step 1. Kill weakness before it kills you. Look at yourself, your habits, your routines, your mindset. What patterns led to your downfall? Was it laziness? Was it a lack of discipline? Was it fear? Identify it, then destroy it. Weakness has no place in this new version of you. If your body is weak, train until it's unbreakable. If your mind is slow, read, study, absorb knowledge relentlessly. If you lack discipline, strip your life down to pure focus. No distractions, no indulgence, no easy way out. Step 2. Learn relentlessly. Most people want success, but they don't want to invest in their mind. That's why they stay stuck. Not you. You will read the books, watch the greats, study success like your life depends on it. You will absorb knowledge so that no one can ever fool you again. You will become so sharp that opportunities no longer pass you by. You see them before they happen. Every day, you should be learning something new. If you're not feeding your mind, you're starving it. Step 3. Master your body. A weak body creates a weak mind. If you lack the discipline to push your body to its limits, how do you expect to control your life? Training isn't optional, it's mandatory. Push yourself. Run when your legs burn. Lift when your muscles shake. Train your body like a warrior, because your body is your foundation. A strong body breeds an unstoppable mind. Step 4. Upgrade your environment. You cannot level up in the same place that broke you. Your surroundings matter. Cut out the people who drain your energy. Stop wasting time in places that offer nothing but distractions. Seek out those who challenge you, those ahead of you. The ones who make you feel behind. Those are the ones you should be around. Step 5. Discipline. Over motivation. Motivation is a scam. It fades, it dies. It leaves you when you need it most. Discipline, on the other hand, discipline will save your life. Wake up when you say you will. No snooze, no excuses. Do what needs to be done, whether you feel like it or not. Stick to the plan. No distractions, no detours, no weakness. Step 6. Set ruthless goals and execute. No vague goals, no wishful thinking. You set clear, measurable targets and then attack them like your life depends on it. Want more money? Define how much. Break it down. Create a plan. Want to master a skill? Set a daily schedule. Stick to it like it's law. Want to transform your body? Track everything. No guessing. No half measures. The more precise your goals, the more ruthless your execution. Step 7. Never stop. The weak level up until it gets hard. The strong level up until there is no one left to compete with. No matter how far you go, there's always another level. Another skill to master. Another weakness to eliminate. Another battle to win. And you will keep leveling up until you are unrecognizable. Until you become the one others fear. respect, and admire. This is not a phase. This is a way of life. Most will stop. Most will settle. But you will keep climbing. You will keep pushing. You will level up until you are unstoppable. Now the question is, are you willing to become the monster necessary to reach your full potential? Lesson 5. Deep thinking and reflection. Master your mind. You've gone ghost. You've started leveling up. You're stronger, sharper, more disciplined than before. But something is still missing. The mind. The body is easy to train. The habits are easy to fix. But true power, unshakable dominance, comes from mastering the mind. And if you don't, you will fall again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but sooner or later, weakness will creep back in, and you will break, unless you fortify your mind from the inside out. This is where deep thinking and reflection come in. This is where you strip away the illusions, confront your demons, and reprogram yourself for absolute control. You see, most people are terrified of being alone with their thoughts. They fill their days with distractions, music, social media, empty conversations, because silence forces them to face themselves. But that's exactly why you must embrace silence. Because in that silence, you'll find truth. Step 1. Confront the chaos within. Sit in a room. No noise, no phone, no distractions. Just you and your mind. Now ask yourself, who am I really? What patterns have kept me weak? Why did I fall? Not the surface level answer, the deep, uncomfortable, brutal truth. What am I afraid of? What parts of myself am I still running from? Face it. Own it. Understand it. Because if you don't confront your demons, they will control you from the shadows. Step 2. Rewire your beliefs. Every action you take, every decision you make, it all comes from your belief system. And if that belief system is corrupted, you will always sabotage yourself, no matter how hard you try to rise. So it's time to reprogram your mind. If you believe success is only for the lucky, burn that thought and replace it with, I make my own luck. If you believe you're destined to struggle, erase it and engrave, I create my own reality. If you believe you're not good enough, destroy it and carve in stone. I am built for this. Your mind is a weapon, but it's useless if you don't sharpen it. Step 3. Master your emotions. Weak men are controlled by their emotions. They lash out when angry. They fold when afraid. They seek comfort when they feel lost. Not you. You will learn to observe your emotions without letting them dictate your actions. When fear creeps in, you will face it. When doubt whispers in your ear, you will silence it. When frustration tempts you to react, you will remain cold, calculated, in control. Because emotions are tools, and tools are meant to be used, not obeyed. Step 4. Train the mind. Like you train the body. You don't get strong by lifting weights once. You don't get disciplined by waking up early for a week. Mastery requires repetition. So every day you will strengthen your mind. Read books that challenge your thinking. Solve problems that force you to adapt. Meditate, not to relax, but to sharpen focus. Journal, because writing exposes thoughts you didn't even know you had. Study the greats, because power leaves clues, and success has a blueprint. You will outthink, outwork, and outlast every single person still stuck in their mental prison. Step 5. Become your own master. When your mind is weak, the world controls you. Advertisers tell you what to buy. Social media tells you what to think. Society tells you who to be. But when your mind is strong, you tell the world who you are. No one can manipulate you. No one can shake your confidence. No one can break you, because you built yourself from the ground up. This is why deep thinking is not optional. It is life or death, because if you do not control your mind, someone else will. And that is the ultimate weakness. Final warning: do not skip this step. There is no true success without mastering the mind. You can lift all the weights, make all the money, build all the businesses, but if your mind is weak, it will all crumble. You must become the master of your own thoughts, the architect of your own destiny, the ruler of your own reality. And that starts now. Silence the noise. Face the truth. Reprogram the mind. Only then will you be ready for what comes next. Lesson 6. Relentless progress. No matter what, you've gone ghost. You've started leveling up. You've confronted your demons and reprogrammed your mind. Now the real test begins. Because most people don't fail because they lack talent. They don't fail because they don't have opportunities. They fail because they stop. They start strong, but the moment it gets hard, the moment life hits back, they slow down. They hesitate. They make excuses. They convince themselves they need a break. And just like that, they lose momentum, slip back into their old ways. And before they know it, they're back where they started, if not worse. But not you, because you understand one law above all else. Forward motion is the only option, no matter what. Step 1. No more 0 days. There is no such thing as a day off. Not anymore. Every single day you must make progress. Even if it's small. Even if it's ugly. Even if you're crawling. If you don't have time for a full workout, do 50 push-ups. If you can't read a full book, read 1 page. If you don't have energy to work on your goals, take 1 step forward. Because consistency beats intensity. Every time. It's not about massive action once in a while. It's about daily, relentless, unstoppable movement. No 0 days. No exceptions. Step 2. Kill the voice that says, "I'll do it later." The mind is a liar. It will tell you to wait. It will tell you to rest. It will whisper in your ear that you're too tired, too busy, too stressed. Ignore it. That voice is the same voice that kept you weak, that led you to failure, that let you rot in mediocrity. That voice wants you to stay the same. You must silence it. Immediately. Whenever you feel hesitation creeping in, you move. Before the doubt settles, before the excuse forms, before the weakness takes hold, you take action. Not tomorrow, not later. Now step 3, make discipline non-negotiable. Most people rely on motivation. They wait to feel like it. That's why they lose. Because motivation is an illusion. It comes and goes. Some days it's there. Most days it's not. Discipline, on the other hand. Discipline is eternal. You train whether you feel like it or not. You work on your goals whether you're tired or not. You execute whether the world is falling apart or not. Discipline is what separates the elite from the forgotten. Step 4. Burn the safety nets. Comfort is a disease. Safety is a lie. Most people have backup plans, and that's why they never win. Because when things get hard, they fall back. They retreat. They go back to what's easy. You will have no way back. If you're building a business, make it your only option. If you're transforming your life, destroy the path to your old self. If you want success, burn the bridges to failure, so there's nowhere to go but forward. Because when the only way out is through, you will move with a different kind of urgency. Step 5. Embrace the pain, love the suffering. Here's the truth they don't tell you. Progress will hurt. There will be days where every step feels like war, where your body aches, your mind begs for rest, and everything inside you screams to stop. this is the secret. That pain, that struggle, that suffering, it's the price of power. Every rep you push through when you want to quit, that's your body leveling up. Every late night grinding while others sleep, that's your future being built. Every second of doubt that you conquer, that's your mind becoming unbreakable. Most people run from the pain. You will chase it. You will welcome it. You will let it forge you into something ruthless, relentless, and unstoppable. Because the ones who embrace suffering, they are the ones who cannot be broken. Step 6. Do not look for an end. There is no finish line. The moment you think you've made it, the moment you think you can take your foot off the gas, that's the moment you start falling again. This journey, it doesn't stop. Ever. You don't level up once. You level up every day. You don't grind for a season. You grind for a lifetime. You don't aim to get back to where you were. You aim to become someone unrecognizable. And that means relentless, never-ending progress, no matter what. Lesson 7. Change your environment and surround yourself with winners. You are a product of your environment. No matter how strong you think you are, no matter how disciplined, if you stay in the same toxic surroundings that broke you, you will fall again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually, you will slip. Because your environment is stronger than your willpower. If you're surrounded by weak people, you will become weak. If you're surrounded by distractions, you will stay distracted. If you're surrounded by mediocrity, you will drown in it. You must escape. Now, step 1. Cut the dead weight, ruthlessly. Look around. Who do you spend the most time with? What do they bring into your life? Do they challenge you? Or do they hold you back? Do they push you to be better? Or do they keep you comfortable? Do they talk about ideas, strategies, and power? Or do they gossip, complain, and make excuses? Be honest, because this is life or death. If the people around you are not pushing you to your highest potential, they are pulling you to your lowest. And you cannot afford that anymore. So you cut them off, immediately. No explanations, no long conversations, just distance. Because they won't understand, and they don't need to. This is your evolution, not theirs. Step 2. Escape the comfort zone. Destroy it completely. The environment isn't just people. It's habits, routines, and places. If your daily routine is the same one that led you to failure, it must die. If you always go to the same places where you wasted time, stop going. If your home feels like a prison of your past failures, change it. Move things around. Make it unrecognizable. If your daily habits kept you stagnant, burn them and create new ones. Because the fastest way to change your life is to change your environment. You must force yourself into a new reality where the old version of you cannot survive. Step 3. Surround yourself with winners, even if you have to start alone. This is where most people fail. They cut off the old, but they never replace it with something better. And so they fall back. You need to be around people who are ahead of you, people who make you feel behind. Because if you're always the smartest, the strongest, the most successful in the room, you're in the wrong room. So how do you find winners? Join communities of high performers, even if it's online, even if you have to pay to get in. Read books by the greats. If you can't meet them in person, let their knowledge reshape your mind. Follow those who inspire action, not entertainment, not distractions, but those who force you to level up. Go where excellence is normal. Gyms where beasts train. Events where entrepreneurs gather. Circles where mediocrity is not welcome. At first, you may be alone. But as you rise, the right people will appear. Because winners recognize winners. Step 4. Build a new identity, so you never go back. You cannot simply remove yourself from your old environment. You must become someone who does not belong there anymore. If you were surrounded by lazy people, become the hardest worker they've ever seen. If you were stuck in a broke mindset, start thinking and moving like a millionaire before the money arrives. If you were around weakness, become a force of nature that demands respect. Because if you don't fully transform, your past will call you back. And if you still recognize yourself in that past, you will answer. So you must burn the bridge to who you used to be. Final warning. The choice is yours. The weak stay in toxic environments because it's familiar, because it's comfortable, because deep down, they fear outgrowing the people and places they once loved. But you are different. You are not here to stay the same. You are here to rise, evolve, and dominate. And that means making the hard choice. Leave the past behind. Cut off the dead weight. Step into a new world where success is the only option. Because if you do not control your environment, it will control you. The weak adapt to their surroundings. The strong create their own. So tell me, will you stay where you are? Or will you escape and build a life where the old you cannot follow? Lesson 8. Develop an unbreakable work ethic. Enough talking. Enough planning. Enough waiting for the right time. It's time to work. Because at the end of the day, success isn't given to the smartest, the strongest, or the most talented. It's given to the one who refuses to stop. The one who outworks, outlasts, and outgrinds everyone else. You want to come back? You want revenge on your past? You want to build something so powerful that no one can ever take it from you? Then you better be ready to outwork the entire world. Step 1. Kill the dreamer. Become the doer. Most people are dreamers. They talk about what they want. They fantasize about the life they could have. They tell themselves one day, and that's why they stay stuck. Because dreams without work are just hallucinations. You must become a doer, not a talker, not a planner, not someone who waits for motivation, but someone who gets up and executes, no matter what. Wake up early? Done. Train your body even when you're sore? Done. Work on your business after a 12-hour shift? Done. Study while everyone else is watching TV? Done. Because winners don't wait to feel ready. They take action, whether they feel like it or not. Step 2. Outwork your competition until they fear you. Look around. Someone out there wants the same success you do. The same money, the same power, the same life. And right now, they're working harder than you. Are you okay with that? Because if you're not willing to suffer more, grind longer, and push harder than them, they will take what's yours. This is war, and the only way to win is to work so relentlessly that your competition starts losing sleep over you. While they sleep, you grind. While they take a break, you push harder. While they celebrate small wins, you keep moving. Until one day, they look up, and they realize they can't catch you anymore. Step 3. Work like you are already who you want to be. Most people think they'll develop a strong work ethic after they get successful. But that's backwards. You must work like a millionaire before you make $1. You must train like a champion before you win a title. You must think and move like a legend before anyone knows your name. Because success doesn't create work ethic. Work ethic creates success. So stop waiting. Move like a king before you wear the crown. Step 4. Find your pain threshold, then push past it. Weak people quit when they get tired. The strong push past exhaustion. The elite, they go beyond their limit and create a new one. Because every time you push through the pain, you grow. One more rep when your muscles scream. One more hour when your brain begs for rest. One more day of grinding when your body wants sleep. That's the difference between average and unstoppable. And every time you refuse to quit, your mind learns. We do not stop. Step 5. Work until it becomes a reflex. The ultimate goal? Work so hard that discipline becomes instinct. You wake up early without needing an alarm. You train without needing motivation. You execute your plan without hesitation. Because it's no longer a question of if you'll do the work. It's just who you are. This is how monsters are built. Final warning. This is not for the weak. This isn't a lifestyle for the lazy. This isn't for the ones looking for balance, comfort, or an easy road. This is for the obsessed, the relentless, the ones who will not accept anything less than absolute victory. Because once you commit to this level of work ethic, you separate from the rest of the world. And when people look at you, they won't understand. They'll say, "Why do you work so hard? Why don't you take a break? Why are you always grinding?" And your answer? Because I refuse to lose. Lesson 9. Build power and wealth. Become untouchable. You've been grinding. You've developed an unbreakable work ethic. You're stronger, sharper, and more disciplined than ever. But now, it's time to take it to the next level. Because hard work alone isn't enough. You must turn that work into power, into leverage, into wealth. If you don't, you will always be at the mercy of those who have. You will still be trapped, not by weakness this time, but by dependence. And dependence is just another form of slavery. That's why this lesson is about building real power, power that no one can take from you. And in this world, power comes in two forms: money and influence. Step 1. Understand that money is power. Forget what they told you. Money is not evil. Money is not the root of all problems. Money is leverage. Money buys freedom. Money gives you choices. Money lets you walk away from anything and anyone who doesn't serve your mission. And here's the truth. If you don't control money, someone else will control you with it. So you must become obsessed with learning how to earn, multiply, and protect your wealth. Because without it, you will always be owned by someone richer, someone smarter, someone who played the game better. That is unacceptable. Step 2. Stop trading time for money. Build assets. Most people are stuck in the trap of exchanging their time for a paycheck. And that's why they never escape. Because time is limited. But wealth is limitless. You must learn how to build assets. Things that generate money even when you're not working. Businesses that make money while you sleep. Investments that grow while you focus on bigger moves. Skills that make you valuable no matter where you go. The goal? Make money work for you, not the other way around. Step 3. Master the art of influence. Wealth alone isn't enough. You need influence. Because money can open doors, but influence decides who walks through them. So you must control how people perceive you. The powerful don't beg for respect. They command it. Build a reputation that makes you untouchable. When your name alone carries weight, opportunities come to you. Become a person of value. Make people need what you have. Make your presence impossible to ignore. Because the real rulers of this world, they don't just have wealth, they have the power to shape reality. Step 4. Move in silence, strike with precision. The weak brag about their success. They flash their money. They let the world know their every move. And that's why they lose. Because real power is built in silence. The richest, most powerful people, you barely hear about them until it's too late. While others are talking, you're building. While others are celebrating small wins, you're plotting your next 10 moves. While others are distracted, you're securing your future. Then, when you strike, it's game over. Step 5. Become the one who cannot be moved. Power is not just about what you build. It's about what you can withstand. Because when you rise, people will come for you. They will test you. They will try to bring you down. But if you've built your wealth and influence correctly, they can't touch you. No one can fire you because you own everything. No one can cancel you because you control your own name. No one can shake you because you've built a foundation so strong that even if you lost it all, you'd build it again. That's real power, the kind that makes you untouchable. Final warning: power is a responsibility. This game isn't for everyone. Most people will never escape the system. Most will always be controlled by debt, by their job, by other people's opinions. But you're not most people. You've already come this far. You've already survived the fall. Now, it's time to take what's yours. Because the choice is simple: build power or be ruled by it. So tell me, will you take control of your life, or will you let someone else control it for you? Lesson 10. The ultimate comeback. Dominate and never fall again. You started at rock bottom. You clawed your way out. You rebuilt yourself from nothing. But listen to me now. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. Because most people who make a comeback, they slip again. They get comfortable. They think they've made it. And before they know it, they're back in the same pit they fought so hard to escape. That will not be you. You didn't come this far just to fall back. You didn't go through hell just to end up in the same chains. This final lesson, it's about making sure you never go back. It's about securing your legacy, becoming untouchable, unstoppable, undeniable. Because this time, you're not just coming back, you're coming back to dominate. Step 1. Burn the bridges to your old life. Your past is dead, and you must treat it that way. The old habits? Gone. The old distractions? Cut off. The old mindset that kept you weak? Buried for good. There is no going back. There is no just this once. Because the moment you allow even a trace of your past weakness back into your life, it will spread like a disease. And you didn't come this far just to be infected by failure again. Step 2. Keep raising the standard. Most people stop growing once they reach their goal. And that's why they lose. Because when you stop pushing forward, you start sliding backward. The rule is simple. Always set the bar higher. If you made $100,000, now aim for $1 million. If you built a strong body, now train like an elite athlete. If you created a name for yourself, now build a legacy that echoes for generations. You are not done. You will never be done. Because the second you think you've reached the top, you've already started falling. Step 3. Keep moving in silence. Let your success speak. You've seen it before. The ones who rise too fast and burn out. The ones who get drunk on attention and forget the grind. They lose because they forget the rule. Move in silence. Strike with precision. Stop announcing your plans. Execute them. Stop seeking validation. Let your success make the noise. Stop proving yourself to people beneath you. You don't owe them anything. Real power, it doesn't need to be flaunted. It's felt. Step 4. Stay ruthless. Keep eliminating weakness. Even now, weakness will try to creep back in. You must be ruthless in cutting it out. No hesitation, no mercy. If something slows you down, it's gone. If someone drains your energy, they're cut off. If your habits slip, you fix them before they take root. There is no room for softness, no space for complacency. You must be sharper, stronger, and more disciplined than ever before. Because the higher you climb, the more people will try to pull you back down. Step 5. Create a legacy that cannot be erased. You didn't just survive, you rebuilt yourself. You became something more. Now it's time to take that power and turn it into something permanent. Because the ultimate flex, the final form of dominance, it's not money. It's not fame. It's building something that outlives you. A business, a brand, an empire that stands the test of time. A reputation so strong that your name carries weight long after you're gone. A legacy that makes sure no one ever forgets what you became. Because the goal was never just to come back. The goal was to make sure no one ever doubts you again. Final words. The war is won, but the fight never ends. You've done what most people never will. You survived the worst. You built yourself up from nothing. And now, you stand at the top. But listen carefully. This fight is forever. If you ever get too comfortable, life will test you again. If you ever slow down, someone hungrier will take your place. If you ever stop growing, you'll start dying. So the only option is to keep going. Keep pushing. Keep building. Keep evolving. Until the day comes when no one can question your greatness. When your name is carved into the history books. And when that day comes, they won't call it a comeback. They'll call it destiny. Now go. Rule your world. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. You don't run from the darkness. You embrace it. You don't make excuses. You destroy them. You're not waiting for life to give you a handout. You're taking what's yours. That's the Grimface way. For those returning, you already know. This isn't just a channel. It's a movement, a brotherhood, a mindset, a relentless pursuit of self-mastery and domination. And we're just getting started. For those new here, if this hit home, if you're tired of weakness, tired of being controlled, tired of living at anything less than your full potential, then it's time to lock in. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and step into the Grimface mindset. Because we don't rise alone, we build together. This is your wake-up call. No more hesitation, no more waiting. The world belongs to those who refuse to quit. Welcome to the movement. Welcome to Grimface. Most people will never reach their true potential. Not because they're incapable, but because they refuse to cut out the things that are keeping them weak. They chase happiness instead of discipline. They drown in distractions instead of focusing on their future. They blame others instead of taking control. But not you. These lessons are not for the average. They are not for the weak. They are for those who are ready to burn away their excuses, destroy their limitations, and take full command of their lives. Each lesson will force you to confront a painful truth, a habit, a mindset, a behavior that is keeping you stuck. And if you have the discipline to eliminate these things from your life, you will become unstoppable. But the choice is yours. Are you ready to face the hard truth? Lesson 1. The hard truth. No one is coming to save you. Face reality or be crushed by it. Listen carefully, because this is the most important lesson you will ever hear. The world does not care about your struggles. It does not care about your dreams. It does not care if you're tired, if you're broken, if you've been beaten down by life. It does not care about your excuses. This is the hard truth. No one is coming to save you. Not your friends, not your family, not the government, not some miracle that falls from the sky. If you are waiting for someone to come along and lift you out of your misery, you will die waiting. You want success? You want power? You want freedom? Then you had better start taking ownership of your life, because you're the only one who can change it. Face the mirror. Face the truth. Take a long look in the mirror. Who is staring back at you? Is it the person you were born to be, or is it the person you've settled into? If you're still blaming your circumstances, your past, or the people around you, then you are your own worst enemy. You can keep telling yourself the same tired story. You can keep pointing fingers at your childhood, your boss, your bad luck. Or you can face the truth. Everything in your life is a direct result of the choices you have made. That's right. You. The pain, the failures, the setbacks, they belong to you. But so do the victories, the strength, the resilience. The moment you stop making excuses is the moment you take back your power, the choice that defines you. Every single day, you have two choices. Continue being a slave to your own excuses. Take full ownership of your life and rewrite your story. Most people choose the first. They hide behind their circumstances like a shield, hoping the world will feel sorry for them. But no one is coming. No one is going to do the work for you. You want power? Stop waiting. Stop begging. Stop hoping. Take it. How to integrate this into your life. Burn your excuses. Write down every excuse you've ever made, every reason you think you're not where you want to be. Then destroy it. Burn it. Rip it apart. Because from this moment forward, excuses do not exist. Take full responsibility. Whatever happens in your life, good or bad, is yours to own. Success? Yours. Failure? Yours. Everything is your fault, and that is your greatest weapon. Execute relentlessly. Make a list of 3 things you can do today to improve your situation. And then, do them. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Right now. Conclusion. The harsh reality. No one is coming to save you. But you don't need them to. Because you are more powerful than you have ever been told. Because inside of you is something greater than the world has ever seen, if you are willing to claim it. But it starts here. It starts now. The choice is yours. Stay weak, or rise up and take control. What will you choose? Lesson 2. Chasing happiness. The trap that keeps you weak. Happiness is a lie. Chase purpose. Instead, you've been lied to. Your whole life you were told to be happy, to follow your heart, to do what makes you feel good. And where has that gotten you? Look around. Look at the people who have spent their lives chasing happiness. Are they powerful? Are they strong? Are they fulfilled? No. They are lost, broke, empty, depressed. Because happiness is not something you chase. It is not something you pursue. It is a byproduct, a side effect of living with discipline, purpose, and direction. And if you don't understand that, you will spend your life running in circles, always searching, never satisfied, dying with regret. The comfort trap. Why happiness keeps you weak. Happiness is fleeting. It comes and goes like the wind. But if you chase it, it owns you. It keeps you soft. It keeps you complacent. It makes you weak because it teaches you to avoid discomfort. And if you avoid discomfort, you avoid growth. Look at those who are truly powerful. The warriors, the kings, the great leaders of history. Do you think they spent their lives seeking happiness? No. They sought discipline. They sought purpose. They sought greatness. And happiness? It followed. Pain is the path to power. There is no greatness without sacrifice. There is no success without suffering. There is no evolution without struggle. Pain is the price of transformation. If you avoid pain, you avoid the very thing that will make you stronger. Happiness tells you to seek comfort. Purpose tells you to walk through fire. Which one do you think leads to real power? How to integrate this into your life? Stop chasing, start building. Make a list of long-term goals, things that require discipline, sacrifice, and consistency. Commit to them, no matter how you feel. Prioritize discipline over emotion. Feelings are unreliable. Motivation fades. The question is not, do I feel like doing this? The question is, does this move me closer to my purpose? Embrace the hard path. Do something difficult every single day. Something that challenges your body, mind, and spirit. Growth comes through struggle, so seek the struggle. Conclusion: burn the illusion. Happiness is a lie. If you chase it, you will never catch it. But if you pursue discipline, strength, and purpose, it will come as a result of your efforts. The weak seek comfort. The strong seek challenges. Which one are you? The choice is yours. Lesson 3. Short-term thinking. Stop trading your future for cheap thrills. Sacrifice now or suffer forever. There's a sickness that infects the weak. A disease that keeps people broke, powerless, and trapped in mediocrity. It's called short-term thinking. It's why people waste their money on things they don't need instead of investing in their future. It's why they hit snooze instead of getting up and attacking the day. It's why they chase dopamine instead of discipline, seeking quick pleasure instead of lasting success. Short-term thinking is a cancer, and if you don't cut it out now, it will rob you of everything you could have been. The addiction to instant gratification. You live in a world designed to keep you weak. Fast food instead of cooking. Social media instead of deep work. Netflix instead of learning a skill. They feed you convenience and call it progress. But all it does is steal your focus, your discipline, and your future. You were meant for something greater, but you keep selling your destiny for cheap thrills. The question is, how much longer will you keep throwing your future away? The cost of short-term thinking. For every moment of comfort you take now, you are stealing from your future self. Every dollar wasted today is wealth you'll never have. Every workout skipped is strength you'll never build. Every hour wasted is progress you'll never make. You are either building your future or destroying it. And if you continue living like the masses, chasing pleasure, avoiding pain, indulging in distractions, then you will end up exactly where they are, weak, lost, and full of regret. How to integrate this into your life? Think 10 years ahead. Every decision you make, ask yourself, how will this affect my life in 10 years? If it doesn't build your future, cut it out. Choose discipline over pleasure. Do the things that make you stronger, not the things that feel good in the moment. Delay gratification. Make the hard choices now, so life will be easier later. Save money instead of spending it. Train your body instead of being lazy. Study instead of scrolling. Your future self will thank you. Conclusion: the pain is the price. The road to success is paved with sacrifice. If you refuse to sacrifice for your future will be sacrificed for you. Most people choose the easy path now and suffer later. The strong choose the hard path now and dominate later. Which one will you be? Lesson 4. Negative self-talk. Rewriting the story. You tell yourself, your mind is your weapon. Sharpen it, or be destroyed by it. There is a voice inside your head, a parasite that whispers lies, feeding off your fears, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hesitate and stay small. And the longer you allow it to live inside your mind, the deeper its roots will grow. But here's the truth. That voice is not you. It's the result of years of conditioning, of past failures, of toxic environments, of people who doubted you, abandoned you, underestimated you, but they were wrong. And the longer you let those voices control you, the more you rob yourself of the life you were meant to live. Your words shape your reality. What you tell yourself in the dark moments, in the moments of doubt, in the moments when no one is watching, that is what determines your future. If you keep telling yourself you're weak, you will be weak. If you keep telling yourself you're a failure, you will fail. If you keep telling yourself you're not good enough, you never will be. Your words are spells. They either curse you or empower you. So what kind of world are you creating for yourself? The weak submit. The strong rewrite the script. Most people live their entire lives trapped in their own minds, prisoners to their own self-doubt. But not you. Because today, you make a decision. You rewrite the script. How to integrate this into your life: expose the enemy. Write down every negative thing you say about yourself. See it for what it is. Weakness disguised as truth. Rewrite the script. Replace every negative thought with a powerful one. I'm not good enough. I am becoming unstoppable. I always fail. Every failure is a lesson that makes me stronger. I'm not smart enough. I will outwork and outlearn anyone in my way. Speak power, not weakness. Every morning, every night, stand in front of the mirror and speak the truth. I am relentless. I am powerful. I am in control of my destiny. Conclusion: the war is in your mind. You are your own greatest enemy, or your most powerful weapon. If you allow negative self-talk to control you, it will keep you weak. It will keep you average. It will keep you chained to a life of mediocrity. But if you master your mind, if you reprogram your thoughts, if you speak power into existence, nothing can stop you. It starts now. The question is, what will you tell yourself? Lesson 5. The comfort zone, where dreams go to die. Comfort is a slow death. Step into the fire. Comfort is the silent killer, the invisible prison, the slow creeping poison that numbs your ambition and chains you to a life of mediocrity. And the worst part? Most people willingly submit to it. They settle into routines. They avoid risk. They stay in their little bubble where everything is safe, predictable, and easy. And what happens? They rot. Their potential withers. Their dreams decay. They trade growth for convenience, power for pleasure, and freedom for fear. And then, they wonder why they feel so empty. Comfort is the enemy of greatness. No warrior, no king, no leader in history ever became great by staying comfortable. Discomfort is the price of evolution. Every muscle you've ever built came from pain. Every skill you've ever mastered came from struggle. Every victory you've ever had came from pushing past limits. But the weak, they run from discomfort. They avoid pain. They seek the easy way out. And that is why they will never rise. If it's comfortable, it's a trap. Understand this. If something is comfortable, it's probably holding you back. The job you hate but won't leave? Comfort. The relationships that drain you but you refuse to walk away from? Comfort. The habits that keep you weak, distracted, and average? Comfort. You weren't built for comfort. You were built for conquest. And the only way to reach the next level is to step into the fire and burn away everything that is making you soft. How to integrate this into your life? Identify your comfort zones. Write down every area of your life where you are choosing comfort over growth. Be brutally honest. Attack discomfort daily. Do something every day that forces you to suffer, struggle, and push beyond your limits. Cold showers, intense workouts, public speaking, whatever makes you uncomfortable, do it. Make pain your ally. The difference between the weak and the strong is this: the weak avoid pain, the strong seek it, because they know pain is the currency of transformation. Conclusion: step into the fire. The comfort zone is where the weak stay to die. It's where potential goes to waste. It's where dreams are buried. But you are not weak. Burn your safety nets. Destroy your excuses. Step into the fire, embrace the discomfort, and become something greater. Because in the end, you either suffer the pain of growth or the pain of regret. Which one will you choose? Lesson 6. Feeling sorry for yourself. The mindset of the weak. Self-pity is a disease. Kill it before it kills you. There is no power in self-pity, no strength, no growth, no progress. Feeling sorry for yourself is a disease, one that eats away at your ambition, robs you of your potential, and keeps you stuck in the same miserable cycle forever. The world is not fair. Life is not fair. People will betray you. You will be underestimated, overlooked, and tested in ways you never expected. So what? Are you going to cry about it? Are you going to sit in the corner and wait for someone to come fix your life? Are you going to keep telling the same sob story over and over, hoping that one day the world will feel bad for you? Wake up. No one is coming to save you. Why self-pity is a trap. Feeling sorry for yourself does nothing. It doesn't fix your problems. It doesn't move you forward. It doesn't make you stronger. All it does is keep you weak. It keeps you blaming others. It keeps you focused on the past instead of taking action in the present. It steals your power and convinces you that you are a victim. And that is exactly why you must kill it. Now, life is war. Act like it. The world is brutal. Life is a war. And warriors do not sit around feeling sorry for themselves when things get hard. They adapt. They fight. They overcome. So what's it going to be? You can stay in your misery, replaying your failures, your losses, your struggles. Or you can stand up, look life in the eye, and say, try me. How to integrate this into your life. Eliminate victim language. Never say, why me? Instead, say, what's next? Or, how do I overcome this? Turn pain into power. The things that broke you. Use them. The setbacks, fuel, the betrayals, strength. Every struggle is a weapon, if you know how to wield it. Take action immediately. The moment you start feeling sorry for yourself, do something. Go for a run, work on your business, learn a new skill. Action kills self-pity. Every time. Conclusion: no one cares. Work harder. The truth? No one cares about your excuses. No one cares about your pain. No one cares how hard your life has been. All that matters is what you do about it. The weak sit in the dark and cry about how unfair life is. The strong use that darkness to build something unbreakable. Which one will you be? Lesson 7. Social media overload. Reclaim your focus. Reclaim your power. You are a slave to the algorithm. Break free or be controlled. You wake up, reach for your phone, and start scrolling. An hour disappears. Gone. You don't even remember what you just watched. Later, you check again. Someone else is winning. Someone else is living the life you want. You feel behind. You feel like you're not doing enough. Then you scroll some more. This is the trap. This is how they keep you weak, distracted, and powerless. Social media is not entertainment. It is a weapon being used against you. And if you don't learn how to control it, it will control you. The illusion of social media. Social media gives you a fake sense of achievement. You watch videos of people grinding, hustling, building wealth, working out, but you are not doing it. You consume instead of create. You compare instead of improve. You distract yourself instead of building something real. And worst of all, you are addicted to it. Your dopamine is hijacked. Your mind is scattered. Your focus is destroyed. And you wonder why you're stuck. The world is watching while you waste your time. Do you know who's not scrolling all day? The people who are actually winning. The ones making money, growing businesses, building real power. While you sit there scrolling, wasting your life, they are putting in the work. You're liking their posts. They're making money off your attention. You're watching their content. They're building their brand while you stay stagnant. You're addicted to their highlight reel. They don't even know you exist. The strong don't waste time watching. They become the ones worth watching. How to integrate this into your life. Cut your social media time by 80%. Check it only twice a day. No more scrolling for hours. Take back control of your time. Become a producer, not a consumer. Stop watching and start creating. Build something. Start a business. Learn a skill. Make moves that matter. Rewire your dopamine. Every time you feel the urge to check your phone, do something productive instead. Read. Work out. Write. Train yourself to seek real progress, not cheap dopamine. Conclusion. Wake up and reclaim your life. You are either being used, or you are using the system to your advantage. You are either a pawn or a player in the game. Stop letting them steal your time. Stop giving them your focus. Stop wasting your life watching other people live theirs. It's time to break free. So, are you ready to take back control? Or will you keep letting the algorithm own you? Lesson 8. Comparing yourself to others. The fastest way to lose. Stop watching. Start winning. Every time you compare yourself to someone else, you lose. You see their success, and suddenly you feel like a failure. You see their strength, and suddenly you feel weak. You see their progress, and suddenly you feel stuck. But here's the truth. Comparison is a trap. You are measuring yourself against an illusion, a highlight reel, a carefully curated lie designed to make you feel like you're falling behind. And while you're busy looking at someone else's life, you are wasting time that could have been spent building your own. The illusion of perfection. You compare yourself to people you don't even know. You see the perfect bodies, the luxury lifestyles, the million-dollar businesses. But what you don't see is the struggle, the work, the failures. You don't see the late nights, the sacrifices, the suffering they endured to get there. You only see the end result, and you assume you're not enough. This is the lie. Your only competition is you. Comparison kills your confidence. It kills your focus. It turns your energy outward when it should be locked in on your own path. Understand this. The only person you should be competing with is the person you were yesterday. Did you get stronger today? Did you learn something new? Did you move one step closer to your goals? If the answer is yes, you're winning. How to integrate this into your life. Cut out triggers. Unfollow, mute, or eliminate anything that makes you compare yourself to others. Your mind is too valuable to be poisoned by illusions. Measure against your own progress. Track your journey. Write down your wins, no matter how small. Focus on your growth, not theirs. Use it as fuel. When you see someone winning, don't feel envy. Feel fire. Let it remind you that greatness is possible, but you have to put in the work. Conclusion. Watch less, do more. The strong don't waste time comparing. They dominate their own path. They don't ask, "Why am I not there yet?" They ask, "What can I do today to get there?" Stop watching. Stop wishing. Stop measuring yourself against illusions. Your story is yours to write. Now start writing it. Lesson 9. Energy drainers. Cut out what weakens you. Protect your energy, like your life depends on it. Because it does. Energy is everything. It fuels your ambition. It drives your discipline. It determines whether you rise or whether you fade into mediocrity like the rest of the world. But most people, they waste it. They give it away to toxic people, to useless distractions, to habits that drain them dry, leaving them with nothing left for the things that truly matter. And then they wonder why they're exhausted, why they can't focus, why they're stuck in the same cycle, year after year. It's simple. They are surrounded by parasites. And if you don't start cutting them out of your life, you will never have the energy to build the life you want. The silent killers of your focus and power. 1. Toxic people, the complainers, the doubters, the ones who drain you with their negativity and excuses. Cut them off. 2. Useless distractions, mindless scrolling, endless entertainment, addictions disguised as relaxation. Cut them out. 3. Bad habits, poor diet, no sleep, living without structure. Your body is your engine. If you don't fuel it right, it will fail you. If something doesn't add to your energy, your focus, your growth, it is stealing from you. Energy is your greatest asset. Protect it ruthlessly. The most powerful people in the world, they are ruthless about their energy. They cut out negativity without hesitation. They control their environment instead of letting it control them. They eliminate distractions and focus only on what moves them forward. They do not entertain weakness. Neither should you. How to integrate this into your life? Audit your circle. Write down every person in your life. Do they drain you or energize you? If they drain you, distance yourself. Take control of your environment. Stop tolerating negativity. If something weakens you, remove it. Master your physical and mental energy. Train hard. Eat right. Prioritize sleep. If your body is weak, your mind will be weak. If your mind is weak, your life will be weak. Conclusion: you are either being fueled or drained. Choose wisely. Every day, your energy is either being built or stolen. Every moment, you are either getting stronger or weaker. There is no in between. Protect your energy like your future depends on it, because it does. And if something is making you weaker, there is only one option. Cut it outside. Lesson 10. Blaming others. Take full control of your life. Own everything or stay weak forever. Look around. Look at the people stuck in the same miserable cycle, year after year. What do they all have in common? They blame others. They blame their parents. They blame their boss. They blame the economy, the government, their childhood, their past. They point the finger at everyone and everything except the one place that actually matters, themselves. And that is why they will never be free. Blame is a cage, and you built it. Every time you blame someone else for your failures, your mistakes, your circumstances, you give them power over you. You are saying, they control my life. I am weak. I am a victim. And the more you do this, the deeper you sink into the mindset of the powerless. Understand this. Blame is the language of the weak. The strong, they own everything. The wins, the losses, the pain, the struggle. They claim it all. Because when you own your life, you control it. Your life is in your hands, no one else's. No one is responsible for your success but you. No one is responsible for your failures but you. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. It doesn't matter who betrayed you, who hurt you, who left you behind. That's over. Done. Gone. What matters is what you do now. What matters is how you respond. What matters is that from this moment forward, you refuse to blame anyone but yourself. How to integrate this into your life? Kill the victim mentality. The next time you catch yourself blaming someone or something, stop. Instead, ask, what can I do to fix this? Take extreme ownership. Every problem in your life, it's yours to solve. No excuses, no complaints, just action. Turn blame into power. When things go wrong, don't waste energy pointing fingers. Use that energy to adapt, overcome, and move forward. Conclusion: you are the creator of your life. The weak blame others. The strong take responsibility. The weak complain. The strong adapt. The weak stay trapped in the past. The strong build their future. From this moment forward, you own everything. No more excuses. No more blame. No more weakness. Because this is your life, and you are the only one who will make it great. If you've made it this far, you already know. This isn't for everyone. Most people hear the truth and run. They stay comfortable. They stay weak. But not you. You're still here because something inside you refuses to settle. Because you know you were meant for more. Because you are ready to rise above the noise, the excuses, the distractions, and take control of your life. To those returning, welcome back to the darkness. You know what we're about. You know what's required. Keep pushing. Keep evolving. Keep proving them wrong. And if you're new here, this is your wake-up call. The Grimface movement is for those who are ready to face the hard truth, embrace the struggle, and build the kind of discipline that makes them unstoppable. So hit subscribe, join the movement, and commit to the path. Because this isn't just motivation. This is war. Now go. Do the work. We just launched our new website, grimfaceofficial.com, a place for those who refuse to live by the rules of the weak. If you're here, it means you're ready to break free from the chains of mediocrity and build a life of power, wealth, and absolute control over your destiny. But let me be clear, success isn't given, it's taken. Most people live their lives on autopilot, trapped by limiting beliefs, weak habits, and a society designed to keep them small. They wonder why success feels out of reach, why others seem to climb while they remain stuck. It's not because they're unlucky. It's not because they're not talented. It's because they never learned the rules. The ultra-wealthy, the power players, the people who shape reality itself, they play by a different set of rules. Rules that aren't taught in school. Rules that aren't handed out in everyday conversations. Rules that separate those who take control from those who spend their lives watching from the sidelines. But today, you get the blueprint. Over the next 10 lessons, you're going to learn the billionaire's playbook, the mindset, habits, and actions that turn ordinary people into unstoppable forces. If you're ready to make the shift, to stop being a spectator in your own life and start dominating every room you walk into, then listen closely. Because once you learn these rules, nothing will ever be the same again. Let's begin. Lesson 1. Ditch the old you. Have you ever wondered why you're stuck? Why success seems like something that happens to other people, but never to you? It's not because the world is against you. It's not because you weren't born with talent or the right opportunities. It's because you're still carrying the weight of the person who got you here. The version of you that's broke, lost, undisciplined, uncertain, drowning in bad habits and weak excuses. That version of you is not built for success. That version of you is built for survival. And let me tell you something. Survival is the enemy of greatness. You will never reach the life you want by dragging along the version of you that created the life you have. That version of you is comfortable. That version of you hesitates. That version of you clings to safety, routine, and the illusion of stability. But success doesn't tolerate weakness. It doesn't entertain excuses. It doesn't wait for you to feel ready. Success demands a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is the old you. If you want to step into wealth, power, influence, if you want to be the kind of person who bends reality to their will, then you must kill off the version of yourself that's holding you back. You must burn the bridge between who you were and who you are becoming. Let me ask you something. What daily habits are keeping you small? What mindsets are keeping you broke? Who in your life is draining your energy, feeding your self-doubt, and keeping you anchored to mediocrity? It's time to cut the dead weight. Billionaires don't cling to the past. They don't carry useless baggage. They adapt, evolve, and outgrow anything that slows them down. And if you want to join them at the top, you must do the same. This is where most people fail. They want wealth, but they don't want to let go of their scarcity mindset. They want freedom, but they're too afraid to break from their safe, predictable patterns. They want power, but they refuse to take control of their own thoughts, actions, and beliefs. But that's not you. Because today, you make a choice. You either stay the same, playing small, making excuses, and watching the days slip through your fingers, or you step into your power. You destroy the old you. You eliminate every habit, every belief, every relationship that isn't aligned with the person you're becoming. You rewire your mind to expect success, not just wish for it. You walk away from comfort, from hesitation, from the life that's been suffocating you. Because the moment you do that, the moment you burn the past to the ground, success becomes inevitable. So ask yourself, who will you be tomorrow? The same version of you that's struggling, or the version of you that creates their own destiny? Make your choice. Because no one's coming to save you. You either evolve or you stay stuck. But if you're serious, if you're ruthless about your future, you already know what needs to be done. So don't wait. Ditch the old you and watch what happens next. Lesson 2. Be your own biggest fan. Look around you. Who believes in you? Who truly sees the fire inside you? The potential? The power? Chances are, no one. And that's where most people break. They wait. They hesitate. They crave validation, approval, permission. Like success is something they need to be invited into. But let me tell you the truth. No one is coming. No one is going to wake up one day and hand you the life you want. No one is going to believe in you before you believe in yourself. No one is going to see your vision before you make it a reality. And that's where weak minds fold. They second-guess themselves. They let doubt take root. They hesitate. They stall. And they let their dreams slip through their fingers because they can't stand in front of the mirror and say, I am built for this. But let me tell you something about billionaires. They aren't born into certainty. They create it. Before the money, before the power, before the empire, they believed. They didn't wait for the world to tell them they were worth millions. They decided. And that's exactly what you must do. If you don't believe in yourself, why the hell would anyone else? Why would investors, clients, partners, or even life itself bet on someone who can't even bet on themselves? You must become your own biggest fan. You must carry an unshakable belief that you can figure it out, that you will win, that no matter what obstacles, setbacks, or failures come your way, you will not break. Because here's the truth. Doubt is the silent killer of success. Every time you hesitate, every time you question yourself, every time you let fear creep in, you are training yourself to fail. And you can't afford that anymore. Starting now, you move differently. You stop explaining yourself. You stop asking for permission. You stop waiting for someone to believe in your vision. Because you are the vision. From today forward, every action you take must be backed by certainty, not arrogance, conviction. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to know exactly how you'll get there. But you must know, without a shadow of a doubt, that you will. So here's your challenge. Stop waiting for someone to validate your greatness. Stop looking for proof that you're worthy. Decide, right now. Look in the mirror and tell yourself, I am unstoppable. I am relentless. I am built for success. I will win, because I refuse to accept anything less. And once you believe that at your core, everything changes. Lesson 3. Welcome hardships. Most people spend their lives avoiding pain. They dodge discomfort, sidestep struggle, and pray for an easy path to success. And that's exactly why they stay weak. That's exactly why they stay stuck. Because the truth that the weak refuse to face, is that hardship is the price of greatness. Look at any billionaire, any titan, any force of power in this world. Do you think they got there by taking the easy road? Do you think they rose to the top by running from struggle? No. They ran toward it. They welcomed it. Because they understood something that most people will never grasp. The bigger the struggle, the bigger the reward. Every obstacle, every failure, every moment of doubt. These are not signs that you should quit. They are the test. They are the rite of passage. The world is asking you one question. How bad do you want it? Because success doesn't come to those who wish for it. It comes to those who are forged in the fire. Most people crack under pressure. They fall apart when things get tough. They complain, they break, they beg for relief. But the few, the elite, they thrive under pressure. They don't pray for smaller problems. They pray for the strength to handle bigger ones. They don't wish for an easier path. They become stronger warriors. And that is exactly what you must do. Because here's the brutal truth. Your dreams are massive. And the challenges ahead of you, they will be just as massive. So the question is, will you push through? Or will you fold when it gets tough? Will you crumble like the rest? Or will you step up and claim what's yours? You want wealth? You want power? You want absolute control over your life? Then earn it. Don't run from the pain. Use it. Don't hide from the struggle. Embrace it. Don't look for the easy way out. Build yourself into the kind of person who doesn't need one. Because once you welcome hardship, once you stop fearing the struggle and start seeing it as the path to your highest self, nothing can break you. And when nothing can break you, nothing can stop you. Lesson 4. Become addicted to progress. Most people dream of success, but they never move. They talk about their goals. They fantasize about wealth, power, and freedom. But when it comes time to take action, they freeze. They overthink. They wait for motivation to strike, like success is some mystical force that just arrives one day. But the truth? Success isn't a lightning bolt. It's a grind. It's a slow, relentless force that builds one decision at a time, one step at a time, one action at a time. And the people who win, the people who rise to the top, they are the ones who become obsessed with progress, not the finish line, not the $1 million payday, not the applause, the fame, or the luxury. They fall in love with the process. While most people sit around waiting for the right moment, the ultra-successful are already moving. They aren't controlled by emotion. They aren't waiting for inspiration. They have trained themselves to crave results, no matter how small. Because here's the secret. Small wins compound into unstoppable momentum. Every single day, every little action, whether it's reading, learning, practicing, failing, it stacks up over time. And when others quit because they don't see results, the elite keep going because they know the results are coming. So let me ask you, what are you doing today to move forward? Not tomorrow, not next week, right now. What skill are you improving? What weakness are you eliminating? What decision are you making that your future self will thank you for? Most people wait until they feel like it. You move regardless. You show up no matter what. You execute even when it's inconvenient. You take action even when the results aren't instant. Because the people at the top, they don't rely on hype. They don't chase shortcuts. They don't obsess over some magical moment of success. They just keep building. They move 1% forward every single day. And over time, that 1% turns into an empire. So make a decision. Are you going to sit around waiting for motivation? Or are you going to get addicted to progress? Because the second you choose relentless forward motion, success becomes inevitable. Lesson 5. Always be learning. The moment you think you know everything, you've already lost. The weak think they have it all figured out. They assume they've learned enough, read enough, experienced enough. And that arrogance, that ignorance, it's exactly why they stay small. But the people at the top, the billionaires, the empire builders, the ones who dominate every industry they touch, they never stop learning. Ever. They are obsessed with new information. They seek out new skills. They hunt for knowledge that sharpens their edge. Because they understand one brutal truth. The second you stop growing, you start dying. Most people let their ego block their progress. They reject feedback. They ignore new ideas. They only listen to people who tell them what they want to hear. And what happens? They stay the same. Their income stays the same. Their mindset stays the same. Their life never changes. But the elite? They do the opposite. They surround themselves with people who are smarter than them. They seek out mentors, devour books, and treat every conversation as an opportunity to sharpen their mind. Because success isn't about what you already know. It's about how fast you can adapt. Ask yourself, when was the last time you learned something that challenged you? When was the last time you took advice from someone who has what you want? When was the last time you let go of an outdated belief to make room for a new, more powerful one? If you're not constantly learning, you're falling behind. And in a world that moves this fast, you don't have the luxury of standing still. So make a choice. Will you let your ego keep you average? Will you stay stuck, convinced that you already know enough? Or will you humble yourself, stay hungry, and become a student of success for life? Because the people who never stop learning are the ones who never stop winning. Lesson 7. Purpose in the process. Most people dream of success. They want the wealth, the power, the freedom. But when it comes to the work, the long, repetitive, unglamorous grind, they burn out. Why? Because they see the process as a chore. They want the rewards, but they have no connection to the journey. They grind, but they don't understand why. They see the daily effort as meaningless tasks, instead of stepping stones toward something greater. And that's why they fail. Because the truth is, success isn't about hype. It's about consistency. And consistency is impossible without purpose. Billionaires, Empire builders, the ultra-successful, they don't just grind for the sake of grinding. They don't waste energy on empty hustle. They attach meaning to every action, every email, every meeting, every late night, every sacrifice. It all connects back to a bigger vision, a bigger mission, a higher purpose. And that is exactly what you must do. Because the reality is, success isn't always exciting. Most of it is boring. Most of it is repetitive. Most of it feels like you're doing the same thing over and over without seeing immediate results. But if you have a purpose, if you know exactly why every action matters, you won't stop. You won't need motivation. You won't look for shortcuts, because you'll be driven by something deeper than hype. So ask yourself, why are you doing this? What is the vision behind your grind? What is your ultimate purpose? Your mission? The thing that makes every step worth it? If you don't have an answer, find one. Because without purpose, you will break. You will get distracted. You will quit. But when you connect every action to your bigger goal, when you see every small step as a critical move toward your empire, then consistency becomes effortless. And the people who stay consistent, they are the ones who win. Lesson 6. Give and you shall receive. Most people chase success with one question in mind. What can I get? How much money can I make? How many deals can I close? How much can I take from the world? And that's exactly why they stay broke. Because the truth is, wealth doesn't flow to those who take. It flows to those who give. Look at the billionaires, the empire builders, the power players at the top. They didn't get rich by hoarding, by manipulating, by taking as much as possible and giving nothing in return. No. They became successful because they created massive value. They solved problems. They built things people needed. They contributed to the world in a way that made them impossible to ignore. And because of that, the world rewarded them with wealth, power, and influence. Here's what you need to understand. Money follows value. The more problems you solve, the more wealth you attract. The more impact you create, the more success flows to you. This is why the richest people don't waste time chasing money. They focus on creating so much value that money becomes a byproduct. So let me ask you, what are you giving? What skill? What service? What knowledge do you have that can change someone's life? What problem can you solve that is so valuable, people will pay anything for it? What can you do so well, so effectively, that money becomes an afterthought? Most people operate with a taker's mindset, and that's why they fail. They guard their knowledge. They hold back their value. They hesitate, waiting for someone to pay them before they give anything. And in doing so, they cut themselves off from the very thing they desire most. But the elite, the ones who make it to the top, they give first, they create first, they serve first, they solve first. Because they understand this fundamental rule of power. The more you give, the more you get. So stop thinking like a consumer. Start thinking like a producer. Stop thinking like a taker. Start thinking like a giver. And watch how quickly the doors of success swing open for you. Lesson 8. Momentum is everything. Most people fail, not because they don't have talent, not because they aren't capable, but because they start and stop. They get excited, push hard for a few weeks, maybe even a few months. Then life happens. They slow down, they get distracted, they lose motivation, and then they reset, back to square one. And they wonder why success always seems out of reach. Let me tell you why. Momentum is the most powerful force in success, and most people kill it before it can take over. Billionaires, the ultra-successful, they don't let momentum die. They protect it. They feed it. They do everything in their power to keep it going, because they understand one thing most people don't. Success doesn't come from a massive push once in a while. It comes from relentless consistency over time. Momentum is like a flywheel. At first, it takes everything you've got just to get it moving. It's heavy, slow, resistant. Every action feels like it barely makes a difference. But if you keep pushing, something changes. The wheel starts moving faster. It requires less effort to keep going. And before you know it, your progress carries itself forward. That's why the rich get richer. The successful become even more successful, because they've built unstoppable momentum. And that's what you must do. When you pause your progress, you're not just taking a break, you're resetting your momentum. And the price? Time, energy, growth, all of it wasted. So whatever you do, don't stop. Even on the hard days. Even when it feels like nothing is happening. Even when doubt creeps in. Do something to keep the wheel turning. Because once momentum is on your side, you become unstoppable. Lesson 9. Laser focus. Most people work hard. Most people put in effort. But they fail anyway. Not because they're lazy. Not because they're not capable. But because they spread themselves too thin. They chase too many goals. They try to master too many things at once. They split their energy, their attention, their time, until nothing they do makes an impact. And then they wonder why they never break through. Let me tell you something. Billionaires don't do everything. They do the right things. They cut out the noise. They eliminate distractions. They lock in on what actually moves the needle, and they attack it relentlessly. Because success isn't about doing more. It's about doing less, with extreme precision. Most people live in a constant state of distraction. Their minds are scattered, jumping from one thing to another, drowning in a sea of endless options. And distraction, it's the enemy of power. Focus is what separates the elite from the average. Focus is what turns small actions into massive results. Focus is what takes someone from good to unstoppable. So let me ask you, what's the one thing that, if accomplished, would change everything for you? Not 10 things, not 5 things. 1. Find it. Make it your obsession. Cut out everything else. Because if you keep dividing your energy, you will never break through. But if you lock in, eliminate the excess, and attack your goal with ruthless precision, there is nothing that can stop you. Lesson 10. Small moves. Big wins. Most people never start. They look at their goals, their dreams, their ambitions, and they freeze. The mountain seems too high. The gap between where they are and where they want to be feels impossible. So they do what weak minds always do. They hesitate. They procrastinate. They overthink. They tell themselves they'll start when the time is right. And before they know it, years have passed. But the ones who make it to the top, the billionaires, the empire builders, they don't let complexity stop them. They don't let the size of the dream paralyze them. They break it down. They take the next smallest step, the one so small, so simple, that failure isn't even an option. Because they know something most people don't. Big wins are built on small moves. Most people believe success comes from one massive leap, one lucky break, one life-changing moment. That's a lie. Success is built inch by inch, day by day, step by step. A business isn't built in a day. It's built one conversation, one deal, one decision at a time. A fortune isn't made overnight. It's made one investment, one risk, one strategic move at a time. A powerful body isn't created in a week. It's shaped by one meal, one workout, one rep at a time. And the only people who win are the ones who start. So here's your challenge. Take your goal, the one that feels massive, overwhelming, too big to handle, and shrink it. Reduce it to something so small, so simple, that you can do it right now. Want to build a business? Make one call. Want to get stronger? Do 10 push-ups. Want to master a skill? Read 1 page. Then do it again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Because the trick to success isn't making one massive move. It's making sure you never stop moving. And if you keep moving forward, even an inch at a time, you will become unstoppable. To those of you who have been with us since the beginning, thank you. You are the ones who refuse to settle, the ones who demand more from life, and the ones who understand that success is earned, never given. Your hunger, your drive, and your commitment to leveling up are what fuel this movement. And if you're new here, welcome. This isn't just another motivational channel. This is a movement, a rebellion against weakness, a system designed to forge warriors, mentally, financially, and physically. If you're ready to break free from mediocrity, if you're ready to stop watching others win and start taking what's yours, if you refuse to let this be just another video that fades into the background of your life, then hit subscribe. Join the Grim Face movement. Because this is just the beginning. The war for your future has already started, and the only question left is, are you in or are you out? The choice is yours. But for those who are ready to step up, to take action, to play by the rules that guarantee success, welcome to the next level. Now go make your move. You are trapped. Whether you know it or not, you've been caged. Mentally, emotionally, and physically. Not by chains you can see, but by something far worse. The illusion of control. The system wants you weak. It wants you distracted. It wants you enslaved to your own doubt, your own failures, your own self-inflicted wounds. And for years, you've played their game. You've followed their script. You've let yourself be another cog in a machine that was never designed to serve you. But now, you wake up. Now, you break out. These are the stages of escape. The unfiltered, unforgiving steps to pulling yourself out of mediocrity and reclaiming the life that has been stolen from you. Each stage will test you. Each stage will force you to confront who you are versus who you were meant to be. Most people won't make it through. Most will quit. But if you stay, if you fight, if you push past the resistance, you will become unstoppable. This is your initiation. This is your transformation. This is your escape. Are you ready? Stage 1. The wake-up call. You're drowning. Not in water, but in noise. Everywhere you turn, the world is screaming at you. The news tells you it's all collapsing. Your phone feeds you fear. Social media drowns you in other people's success while you sink further into failure. Your mind is suffocating under the weight of everything you cannot control. You feel trapped, overwhelmed, powerless, like a puppet in someone else's game, like a ghost watching your own life pass by, unable to take control, like your existence is slipping through your fingers, and no matter how much you try to hold on, you are losing grip. And if you don't change this is your future. A decade from now, you'll be the same, only worse, bitter, hopeless, broken. You'll look back at today and realize you wasted another 10 years convincing yourself that tomorrow would be different. But tomorrow never came, because you never changed. The distractions never stopped, and you let them steal your time. The noise never quieted, and you let it drown out your thoughts. The world never saved you, and you just kept waiting for something that was never coming. Let that sink in. Sit with it. Feel it in your gut. Because this is the harsh reality. No one is coming. No one is going to reach down and pull you out of this pit. No one is going to silence the noise for you. No one is going to take control of your mind and force you to rise. If you stay here, if you let the negativity consume you, you will rot inside long before your body ever collapses. So you have one decision: sink or fight. There is no middle ground, no maybe tomorrow, no one day. That kind of thinking has already stolen too much of your life. You are either moving forward or you are dying in place. You are either cutting the chains or you are wrapping them tighter around your own throat. You are either reclaiming your mind or you are letting the world own you. And the cost of staying here is greater than you can imagine. Think about the version of you that never changes. The version of you that keeps making excuses, keeps waiting for motivation, keeps drowning in distractions. Imagine standing in front of that version of yourself 10 years from now, looking into their eyes, seeing the weight of regret, the frustration, the emptiness of knowing they had all the chances to change, and they threw them away. You don't want to be that person. You can't afford to be that person, because time does not wait for you. The world will keep spinning, with or without you. And if you don't take control of your life, it will be taken from you. So what are you going to do? You already know the answer. It's time to fight. Stage 2. The hidden truth. Listen to me. You are not weak. You are not powerless. You've just been lied to. From the moment you took your first breath, the world has been shaping you. Not into a leader, not into a warrior, but into a follower. A passive, obedient, distracted, and overwhelmed pawn. They don't want you to think for yourself. They don't want you to wake up. Because if you did, if you truly opened your eyes, you would become a force too powerful to contain. The system was never designed for you to rise. It was built to keep you small, to keep you afraid, to keep you chained to your own self-doubt. And the worst part? You've accepted it. You've let them feed you just enough to survive, but never enough to break free. You've been programmed. Every headline you read, every pointless argument you scroll past, every empty distraction you let into your mind, it's all part of the script. A script written by those who profit from your weakness. They dictate what you believe about yourself. They decide what you think is possible. They shape your fears, your dreams, your limits, and you let them. Without even realizing it, you've allowed them to turn you into a spectator in your own life. You spend your days consuming instead of creating, watching instead of building, reacting instead of acting. Your time, the most valuable thing you will ever own, is being stolen from you. And still, you wonder why you feel lost. You scroll, searching for meaning, searching for something to fill the emptiness. But you won't find it in their world. Their world is designed to keep you distracted. Their world is designed to keep you weak. Because if you ever focused, if you ever cut the noise, if you ever took back control, you would become a threat. That's why they flood your mind with fear. That's why they keep you addicted to mindless entertainment. That's why they convince you that you can't change. Because a focused mind is dangerous. A focused mind is unbreakable. A focused mind is unstoppable. And so I ask you now, are you ready to stop being a puppet? Are you ready to stop letting them own your thoughts, your time, your life? Because the first step out of rock bottom is not grinding. It is not hustling. It is not forcing motivation. It is cutting the poison. Control your input. Stop feeding the system that is feeding on you. Cut the distractions. Turn off the noise. Refuse to let your mind be a dumping ground for their garbage. The weak will drown in the chaos. The strong will rise above it. Which one are you? Make no mistake, this is war. A war for your focus. A war for your mind. A war for your future. And if you don't take control of it, someone else will. Stage 3. Controlling the input. Your mind is a battlefield. Every thought, every belief, every perception you hold, it's either a weapon used against you or a tool for your rise. And right now, you're losing the war. Not because you're weak, not because you're incapable, but because your mind is under attack. You're being bombarded every second of every day with lies, distractions, and fear. Look at the world around you. Look at what you allow into your mind. The news floods you with doom and despair. Social media buries you in envy and comparison. Entertainment distracts you with mindless noise. Toxic people fill your ears with doubt and mediocrity. And you wonder why you feel stuck. You wonder why you feel exhausted, overwhelmed, empty. It's because you have no control over what enters your mind. You're leaving the gates wide open for anything and everything to infect you. But that stops today. If you want to rise, if you want to take back control, the very first step is this: cut the poison. Step 1. Eliminate the negativity. Start with the obvious threats. Turn off the news. Stop letting them flood your mind with chaos and fear. It is designed to keep you anxious, dependent, and afraid. You do not need to carry the weight of the world's problems on your back. Stop doom scrolling. Every second wasted mindlessly consuming negativity is a second stolen from your potential. Remove toxic influences. The people who feed your doubts, who encourage your bad habits, who hold you back from evolving. Cut them out. Silence the noise. Every moment you allow yourself to be distracted is a moment you surrender to those who do not want you to be powerful. And when you cut this poison from your life, something incredible happens. You begin to hear your own thoughts again. You begin to reclaim your focus. You begin to wake up. But removing the poison isn't enough. You must replace it with power. Step 2. Replace with strength. If you want to reshape your mind, you need to be ruthless about what you allow into it. Replace the garbage with things that sharpen you. Read books that challenge you. Knowledge is power, but only if you seek it. Embrace silence. Learn to sit with your thoughts without reaching for distraction. Clarity is found in silence. Surround yourself with excellence. If the people around you are weak, undisciplined, and afraid, you will become the same. Seek discipline. Train your body. Train your mind. Your habits shape your future more than your intentions ever will. Your mind is a weapon, but it is only as strong as what you feed it. Because here's the ultimate truth. You become what you consume. Say it again. You become what you consume. If you consume negativity, you will drown in it. If you consume distractions, you will waste away in them. If you consume strength, wisdom, and discipline, you will embody them. You want to be strong? Feed your mind strength. You want to be disciplined? Consume knowledge, not entertainment. You want to be unstoppable? Starve your distractions. Feed your focus. It all starts here. Control your input, or be controlled. Stage 4. The path of strength and focus. No one is coming to save you. Let that sink in. Not your friends, not your family, not society, not some divine intervention that will magically pull you out of this hole. If you want to change, if you want to rise, it will be because you did it yourself. And that means you have to become strong. Not just physically, not just mentally, but in every possible way. Because the world will test you. The world will throw pain at you. It will challenge you. It will attempt to break you. And if you are not strong enough, it will succeed. But weakness is a choice. Every day, you decide whether to train yourself for war or allow yourself to be broken. Every day, you choose whether you are becoming indestructible or letting the world destroy you. And this path, this transformation, starts with discipline. Step 3, train the body. Because if you cannot control your body, you will never control your mind. Your body is not just flesh and bone. It is the foundation of your discipline, your focus, your willpower. It is a tool that must be sharpened, a weapon that must be honed. When you push your body beyond its limits, when you embrace discomfort, you forge something stronger inside of you. Wake up early, move, train, lift, run, suffer. Every rep you do, every drop of sweat, every muscle you tear and rebuild, it isn't just shaping your body, it is reprogramming your mind. The weak search for comfort, the strong search for challenge. If you want to be unbreakable, you must make yourself unbreakable. Pain is your ally. Discipline is your weapon. And when your body is strong, when your body is conditioned for battle, your mind follows. But physical strength alone is not enough, because your greatest enemy isn't out there. It's in your own head. Step 4, train the mind. Your mind is the battleground. Every weakness, every excuse, every self-doubt you've ever had, it was planted in you by society, by fear, by years of living in reaction mode instead of taking control. That ends today. You must eliminate distractions. Cut out meaningless entertainment. Stop wasting time on things that do not serve you. Stop reacting to every problem, every inconvenience, every negative thought. You must train your focus. Focus on one thing and master it. Learn to work when you don't feel like it. Learn to push through discomfort. Learn to suffer for what you want. Because mastery isn't born, it is built. And the moment you stop being a slave to distractions, the moment you stop letting your emotions dictate your actions, that is the moment you become dangerous. That is the moment you become truly powerful. Because strength isn't just about muscle. It's about willpower. It's about being the kind of person who doesn't quit, who doesn't fold under pressure, who doesn't waste their life waiting for motivation. No one is coming to save you. So save yourself. Train your body. Train your mind. And become unstoppable. Stage 5. Realize the stakes are high. This is not a game. This is not a motivational speech you listen to, feel inspired for a few minutes, and then go back to wasting your life. This is war. A war for your focus. A war for your mind. A war for your future. And whether you realize it or not, you are already in the battle. Every second, every decision, every moment of hesitation, it all counts. Because right now, in this very moment, you are either rising or falling. There is no in-between. There is no pause button. You are either winning this war, or you are being conquered. The world does not care about your excuses. It does not care about your struggles. It does not care how hard your past was, how unfair things have been, how overwhelmed you feel. The only thing that matters? What you do next. Because right now, your future self is watching you. Right now, the person you could become is standing at the edge of the battlefield, waiting to see what you will do. Will you take control? Will you rise? Will you fight? Or will you fall back into comfort? Will you surrender to distraction? Will you let the world break you? Because make no mistake, this is a choice. You can walk away from this speech and do nothing. You can let the fire die down. Tell yourself you'll start tomorrow. And if you do, you will be in the exact same place next year. Still waiting. Still making excuses. still watching your life slip through your fingers. Or you can act. You can take this rage, this power, this clarity, and turn it into action. No more thinking, no more waiting. Act. Right now. Get up. Move. Do something that hurts. Delete the distractions that have been poisoning your mind. Write down the one thing you need to change today, and do it. Set a standard for yourself that is so high it terrifies you, and hold yourself to it. This is your moment. Your future self is waiting. Your legacy is waiting. Your power is waiting. But it won't wait forever. You either move forward, or you stay buried beneath the noise forever. There is no escape. This is war. Make your choice. If you've made it this far, you're not like the rest. Most people hear the truth and run from it. They make excuses. They wait for the right time. But you stayed. You listened. And that tells me one thing. You're ready to rise. For those of you who keep coming back, who have been walking this path with us, you know what this is. You know the mission. You know the mindset. And we see you. We're building something bigger than motivation. We're building a movement. For those of you who are new, this is just the beginning. If this hit something inside of you, if this made you see the world differently, don't lose that fire. Stick around. Hit subscribe. Because the truth doesn't stop here. And if you're serious about what we're doing, about stepping out of the noise and taking control, head over to grimfaceofficial.com. That's where we keep the real ones in the loop. No fluff, no spam, just direct updates on the moves we're making, the next steps in this process, and everything we're building for those who refuse to be controlled. Stay sharp, stay ruthless, and keep moving forward, because the world won't stop for you, and neither will we. We'll see you in the next one. You've felt it your whole life, haven't you? That disconnect, that quiet distance between you and the rest of the world. The feeling that you don't quite belong, that you see things differently, think differently, move differently. Maybe they called you difficult. Maybe they called you rebellious. Maybe they made you believe there was something wrong with you. But let me tell you something. There is nothing wrong with you. In fact, this might be your greatest advantage. Because what if the reason you feel like an outsider is because you never bought the lie? The lie that tells you to fall in line, stay quiet, accept mediocrity. The lie that tells you to be grateful for just surviving. The lie that tells you that struggle is bad, suffering is unfair, and success is for other people. Most people swallow this lie without question. They spend their lives chasing the same scripted dream. School, job, house, retirement. Never once stopping to ask, is this all there is? But you questioned it, you rejected it, and that rejection made you an outcast. Good. Because the people who change the world, the people who build empires, the people who dominate life itself, they were never the ones who fit in. They were the ones who stood apart, the ones who refused to accept the limits the world tried to place on them, the ones who saw the truth, that the path of the masses is the path of the weak. So if you feel like an outcast, know this: you are exactly where you are supposed to be. This is not a disadvantage. This is not a curse. This is your edge. Because the second you embrace what makes you different, the second you stop chasing their approval, the second you realize that your separation from the pack is your greatest weapon, you become unstoppable. And that's why you're here. Not to be comforted, not to be told that life will suddenly get easier, But to learn how to use this fire inside you, this refusal to conform, to become stronger, sharper, and more relentless than you ever imagined. What comes next is not for the weak. What comes next is for those who are ready to break free from the illusion and dominate reality itself. Are you ready? Then let's begin. Stage 1. The fire of hardship. What if I told you that every struggle, every hardship, every moment of suffering wasn't a punishment, but a test? Most people are blind. They see difficulty and turn away. They run from the very thing that would have made them unstoppable. But you have a choice right now, to either join the weak who retreat, or to step into the fire and let it forge you into something unbreakable. Every obstacle in your life is a challenge from something greater than yourself. Call it God, the universe, or fate. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it is asking you one simple question. Do you deserve the life you dream of? And how you answer isn't with words, it's with action. Most people beg for an easier life. They pray for fewer problems. They ask for comfort, security, a way out. Cowards. They don't realize that everything they desire is hidden behind the very pain they avoid. You don't want an easy path, because an easy path leads to nothing. The pyramids weren't built because they were simple. The great explorers didn't cross oceans because it was safe. The most legendary men in history didn't wake up and ask for peace. They hunted down the hardest challenges they could find. And that is what separates the elite from the average. So what about you? When you wake up and stare at your problems, what do you see? Do you see excuses? Or do you see the proving ground of your potential? Do you shrink back? Or do you step forward and say, finally, it's my turn to suffer, to rise, and to conquer? Every hardship is a blessing in disguise. Every struggle is an opportunity to prove you belong at the top. Now, here's your action. Identify the biggest challenge in your life right now. Stop avoiding it. Stop complaining. Stop wishing it wasn't there. Embrace it. Attack it like a man possessed. Welcome it as a gift from the universe. Because in the end, the hardships you conquer today will define the strength you wield tomorrow. The question remains, will you rise or will you fall? The answer isn't spoken. It's proven. Now go. Prove yourself. Stage 2. The warrior's mindset. Most men don't realize it, but they are already at war. A war against their own weakness. A war against the softness of modern life. A war against the lie that one day things will just get easier. Let me tell you the truth. It never gets easier. You just get stronger. Life is not a vacation. It's a series of battles, stretching from the moment you open your eyes in the morning until the day you take your last breath. And every day, you are faced with a choice. Will you stand and fight, or will you cower and fold? You think if you just make a little more money, your problems will disappear. If you just fix one relationship, everything will be fine. If you just reach one goal, you can finally rest. Lies. Because as soon as one battle ends, another one begins. And if you're not preparing for the next fight, you've already lost. Look around you. The weak are drowning. They're suffocating under the weight of problems they were too soft to face. They wanted comfort, not conquest. And now, they are trapped in a life of mediocrity. But you were not born for an easy life. You were built for struggle, designed for domination. Your ancestors did not fight, bleed, and claw their way through hell, just so you could sit back and complain that life is hard. You should be grateful for the fight. Every hardship you face is a privilege. It means you are still in the game. It means you still have a chance to prove that you belong among the greats. If today is hard, good. It means tomorrow you will be stronger. If today feels impossible, perfect. It means you are about to grow into someone you never imagined. And if you are surrounded by problems, then congratulations, because that means you have been chosen for a greater destiny. Your action. The next time you feel overwhelmed, stop and remind yourself, this is my battlefield. This is my test, and I will pass it. Instead of asking for relief, ask for the strength to endure. Instead of avoiding the challenge, charge headfirst into it. Because problems are not curses. They are invitations to become unstoppable. And the only ones who deserve to move forward are the ones who never back down. Now go. Face the war ahead. Stage 3. The gift of struggle. What happens to an animal when you put it in a cage? It doesn't starve. It doesn't freeze. It doesn't have to fight, chase, or kill to survive. Food is handed to it. Shelter is guaranteed. It never has to run from predators or compete for a mate. And yet, it dies inside. Slowly, silently, its fire fades. The muscles it once used to hunt grow weak. The instincts that once kept it sharp dull into nothing. The cage kills what no enemy ever could. Its purpose. And that is exactly what's happening to weak men today. They live safe, predictable lives. They have a job, a place to sleep, food in the fridge. No real struggle, no real suffering, no real reason to fight. And so, they wither away. But not you. You feel it, don't you? The hunger for something more. The deep, unshakable feeling that your life is supposed to be harder, sharper, more meaningful. You weren't meant to be tamed. You were meant to hunt. Every day, people beg for an easy life. They want comfort, security, predictability. They want everything handed to them. But you should pray for struggle. Because struggle is a gift. The bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. The greater the challenge, the greater the reward. And the more brutal the battle, the more ferocious the warrior who survives it. Look at your life right now. Where are you playing it safe? Where are you avoiding the hunt? Where have you let yourself become soft? Because let me make this clear. You don't want a life without problems. You want problems worthy of the man you are becoming. Your action. Stop wishing for things to be easier. Wish to be stronger. Find one thing you've been avoiding. One problem. One challenge. One obstacle. And attack it head-on today. This is your chance to prove you belong at the top. Because in the end, it's not the easy life that makes you powerful. It's the fight, the pain, the struggle. So step out of the cage and hunt. Stage 4. The work ethic of the relentless. Look around you. Most people are weak. They talk about dreams, but they refuse to suffer for them. They make excuses instead of sacrifices. They say they want success, but the moment it gets hard, they break. But you were built for something different. The world isn't kind. It doesn't care how bad you want it. It doesn't care how tired you are, how unlucky you've been, or how many times you've tried before. The only thing that matters is whether you are willing to outwork everyone else. That's the truth most people will never accept. They think life is about talent, about luck, about waiting for the right moment. But you know better. You know that the man who works the hardest always wins. You know that when it comes down to the wire, grit beats talent. Effort crushes excuses. Discipline conquers doubt. Most people won't go all the way. They stop when it gets inconvenient. They rest when they should be grinding. They fear the suffering that greatness requires. But you should crave it. Every time you push through exhaustion, every time you grind when others quit, every time you choose pain over comfort, you are stepping further and further away from the average. Do you understand what that means? The moment you commit to working harder than everyone else, you become unstoppable. Because most people won't even compete. They'll look at the mountain and walk away. They'll see the challenge and give up before they even begin. But you are different. You don't stop when you're tired. You stop when you're done. Your action. Outwork your competition today. Find one area where you can push harder, suffer longer, and give more than anyone else. And do it. No shortcuts. No excuses. No mercy. Because in the end, success belongs to the relentless. And the weak, they were never meant to survive. Stage 5. The fair shot is your only chance. There are no handouts, no shortcuts, no guarantees. The world doesn't owe you a damn thing. And that's a good thing. Because if you're strong enough, if you're ruthless enough, if you're willing to bleed for what you want, then that means nothing can stop you. Most men sit around waiting for life to be fair. They cry about disadvantages. They blame the system, their past, their circumstances. They want the game to be rigged in their favor. But you don't need that. All you need is a fair shot. An even playing field where only the strong survive. You don't want a rigged game. You don't want a handout. You don't want someone to give you a free pass. Because you are the kind of man who will win anyway. The only question is, are you ready? Because fair doesn't mean easy. Fair means brutal. It means the lazy, the weak, the unprepared will be crushed. It means there's nowhere to hide. No excuses left to make. Fair means that if you fail, it's because you weren't good enough. Most men can't handle that truth. But you should crave it. You should wake up every morning looking for the next fight, the next test, the next battle. Because in a fair game, the only thing that matters is who wants it more. Your action. Look at your life, right now. Where have you been waiting for a break instead of creating one? Where have you been hesitating instead of attacking? Today, you stop waiting. Today, you stop begging. Because the battlefield is fair. Now prove you deserve to win. Stage 6. The burden of success. Everyone wants success, but almost no one deserves it. They talk about their goals. They dream about a better life. They say they're willing to do whatever it takes, until it's time to sacrifice, until it's time to suffer, until it's time to pay the price. And then, they fold. Because success is not a reward, it's a burden. You don't just get to have it. You have to carry it. You have to wake up every single day and fight for it. You have to bleed for it. You have to hold it in your hands and know that if you let go for even a second, someone stronger, hungrier, more ruthless will take it from you. Most men will never understand this. They think once they reach a certain level, once they get the money, the power, the respect, that they can finally relax. But success isn't the end. It's just the beginning of the war. Because the moment you stop fighting for it is the moment you start losing it. Look at the world. Look at history. Empires fall. Kingdoms crumble. Fortunes vanish. Why? Because the men who built them got soft. They forgot that the game never ends. They thought they could take a break. They let their guard down. And the second they did, they lost everything. Do you want to know why so many men suffer in silence? Why they feel empty even when they have everything they ever wanted? Because they thought success would bring them peace. It won't. It'll bring more battles, more problems, more responsibility. And you should be grateful for that. Because the moment your problems disappear, so does your purpose. The moment life stops testing you, you stop growing. The moment you think you've made it, you've already started to fall. Your action. Ask yourself, Are you the kind of man who can carry success? Or are you the kind of man who will collapse under its weight? Because the fight never stops. And if you don't earn the right to hold on to what's yours, you will lose it. Now go. Prove that you can carry the burden. Stage 7. The hunger that never dies. Most men will never taste victory. Not because they're incapable, not because they're cursed, but because they stop chasing it. They hit a goal and slow down. They reach a milestone and think they've made it. They get comfortable, they get complacent, and then they start losing. Because the second you stop being hungry, the second you stop moving forward, the second you stop fighting, you start dying. Look at history. The most powerful warriors, the richest kings, the most dominant leaders, they all fall when they lose their hunger. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how strong you are, how respected you've become. If you stop pushing, if you stop demanding more from yourself, you will fade into nothing. That's the brutal truth. And that's why you must stay starving. Because no matter how much you achieve, there's always another level. No matter how hard you work, there's always more you can do. No matter how great you become, there's always another man who will take it from you if you let him. Success isn't a destination. It's a chase that never ends. And that's exactly how it should be. Because the moment you wake up and think, I have enough, is the moment you start losing everything. Your action. Find one area in your life where you've become comfortable and destroy it. Push harder. Demand more. Set a goal so big that it forces you to wake up every day with a fire inside you. Because the moment you stop hunting, you become the prey. And you were born to hunt. Stage 8. The power of your network. A lone wolf dies in the wild. You've heard the lie that you don't need anyone, that you can do it all alone, that success is just about grinding in silence, shutting the world out, and clawing your way to the top with sheer force of will. But that's not how the world works. Powerful men do not rise alone. Look at the kings, the emperors, the billionaires. Every single one of them understood one thing. Your network is your empire. If you want to dominate in life, you need powerful allies. You need to be in the room with winners, killers, men who demand the best from themselves and those around them. Because weak men drag each other down, but strong men pull each other up. Here's the truth. Most will never accept. The more valuable you become, the more valuable your network becomes. And once you are inside the right circles, once you have access to men who think like you, move like you, and refuse to be weak, your rise becomes inevitable. Most men will never understand this. They spend their lives surrounded by mediocrity. Their friends are lazy. Their circle is weak. Their environment is built for failure. And then they wonder why they never win. You are the sum of the men around you. If they are weak, you will be weak. If they are average, you will be average. If they are killers, you will become one too. Your action. Take a hard look at the people around you. Are they helping you rise, or are they dragging you down? If they are weak, cut them off. If they make excuses, leave them behind. Then go find winners. Because in the end, your success will not be defined by what you know, but by who you stand beside. Stage 9. The unbreakable force of self-improvement. Most men fear change. They cling to their old habits, their old comforts, their old ways of thinking. They tell themselves they're fine the way they are. But deep down, they know the truth. They are falling behind. Because life is a brutal competition. You either evolve or you get left behind. There is no standing still. There is no good enough. There is no pause button on success. The man who refuses to grow rots. The man who stops improving becomes prey. And you were born to be more. You were not put on this earth to live as a weaker version of yourself. You were not meant to wake up every day as the same man you were yesterday. Because every second, you remain stagnant. Someone else is grinding. Someone else is getting stronger. Someone else is preparing to take everything you should have had. And if you let that happen, you deserve to lose. The world does not reward comfort. It does not reward hesitation. It does not reward men who are too soft to demand more from themselves. It rewards the relentless, the ones who wake up and push harder, the ones who demand progress from themselves, the ones who refuse to accept mediocrity. And that is why self-improvement is not a choice. It is a necessity. Your action. Choose one weakness in yourself, one thing you know is holding you back, and attack it mercilessly. Train harder, learn faster, demand more from yourself. Break the man you were yesterday and rebuild him into something stronger. Because if you are not improving, you are dying, and only the relentless will survive. Stage 10, the fire that never goes out. Most men think once they start winning, the fight is over. They believe success is a finish line, that once they have the money, the respect, the power, they can finally relax. But that's why most men lose everything. Because success isn't a trophy you win and keep forever. It's a fire. And if you stop feeding it, if you stop fighting for it, if you let it burn out even for a second, it's gone. This is why the rich get richer and the weak fade into nothing. The ones who make it to the top and stay there are the ones who never stop chasing. They don't settle. They don't take days off. They don't stop grinding just because they've won a few battles. Because they know the second they slow down, the second they get comfortable, someone else is coming for their throne. And that should terrify you. You think your problems will disappear once you win? No. They will multiply. They will get bigger, sharper, more dangerous. And you will be tested again and again to see if you can hold the ground you fought for. But here's the truth. The struggle never ends. And you should be grateful for that. Because the moment your problems disappear, so does your purpose. The moment life stops challenging you, you stop growing. And the moment you think you've made it, you've already started to fall. Your action. Find one area of your life where you've let yourself slow down and light the fire again. Push harder. Demand more. Break through the limits you thought you had. Never let yourself become one of the men who fades. Because real winners never stop hunting. And the fire? It only dies if you let it. If you've made it this far, you already know. You're not like the rest. You're not here for comfort. You're not here for empty motivation. You're here because something inside you refuses to settle, refuses to conform, refuses to live a life of quiet submission. And that's why Grimface exists. For those who see the world for what it is, and still choose to dominate it. For those of you who have been here before, you already know what this is. Welcome back. You are the backbone of this movement, and your hunger is what fuels everything we build. For those of you who are new, this is just the beginning. Grimface isn't just a channel, it's a community. A growing force of people who refuse to be ordinary. People who are ready to carve their own path, on their own terms. And there is much more coming. We've just launched grimfaceofficial.com, where you can go beyond YouTube and stay connected to everything that's unfolding. There's an email list you can join, so that no matter what happens, you stay in the loop, locked in with us, as this movement evolves. Because this isn't just about watching videos. It's about building something unstoppable. If this message speaks to you, if you feel it in your bones, if you're ready to step into something bigger, subscribe, not just to a channel, but to a way of life. The journey is only beginning. and we're just getting started. Most people will spend their entire lives reacting instead of acting, making excuses instead of executing, wasting time instead of building something that lasts. But you are not like most people, because you are here, and that means something inside you is different. It means you are ready to become something more. But let me warn you, these lessons are not for the weak. They are not for those looking for comfort. They are for those who are ready to sharpen their minds like a weapon. For those who are tired of being controlled by their emotions, their failures, and their circumstances. For those who want to own themselves, their future, and their fate. Lesson 1. The storm will come. Will you break or hold? The storm is coming. Are you ready? Imagine this. The sky above you is blackened with rage. Thunder growls like a beast awakening from its slumber. The wind howls, violent and relentless, tearing through everything in its path. You can feel the first drops of rain, cold, sharp, unforgiving, like shards of glass cutting into your skin. The storm is coming. But this storm isn't the one in the sky. It's the storm of life. It comes in many forms. Betrayal, injustice, disrespect, the rage of others thrown in your face, their words like daggers meant to pierce your soul. The world will push you, test you, taunt you, waiting for you to lose control. Most people, they break. They let anger consume them. They lash out like wild dogs, barking and biting at every little offense. They trade insults for insults, venom for venom, and rage for rage, like fools fighting a war with their own reflection. But the man who wins, he does not break. He does not bow. He stands in the storm, calm and unmoved, while others are swept away by their own emotions. The first rule of profitable self-discipline is this: keep cool when others get hot. Let them scream. Let them rage. Let them burn with fury. And you will stand. Power belongs to those who stay in control. Picture a great warrior standing in the middle of a battlefield. Enemies surround him, their faces twisted with hate. They charge at him with swords drawn, screaming, cursing, frothing at the mouth. But the warrior, he does not flinch. He does not scream back. He does not lose himself in the chaos. Instead, he watches. He calculates. He waits. Because he knows something they don't. Anger is a weapon best used against the one who wields it. When you let anger control you, you are no longer a man. You are a puppet, dancing on strings pulled by the one who provoked you. Think. Have you ever been so angry that you made a mistake? Said something you regretted? Burned bridges that could have built your empire? That's what the weak do. They react. They fall for the trap. But the strong? They do not react. They respond. They choose their moment. They choose their words. And because of that, they always win. The fool reacts. The master endures. There is a power, a dark, undeniable power, in being the man who does not flinch. Imagine you are in a room where two men are arguing. One of them is shouting, red in the face, veins bulging from his neck, spewing insults, threatening, losing himself in his fury. And the other? Silent, cold, watching. Who holds the power? It's not the one screaming. It's the one who does nothing. Because the moment a man loses his temper, he loses control. His emotions drive him. His words become reckless. His judgment clouded. But the man who does not react, he commands the situation. He watches the fool self-destruct, his fury turning into exhaustion. And when the fool has burned himself out, then, and only then, does the master speak. controlled response in a moment of chaos is worth 1,000 reckless words spoken in anger. The secret of the Titans, mastering the storm within. Do you know why the great ones rise? Why the wealthy, the powerful, and the legendary do not lower themselves to petty battles? Because they understand control. They know that true power is not in the loudest voice, but in the most composed mind. They do not waste their energy on fools. They do not fight unnecessary battles. They do not break when the storm comes. And that is why they win. While others scream and burn out, they build. While others get distracted by petty emotions, they keep moving forward. While others rage at their circumstances, they use that rage as fuel. How to master the storm. So how do you develop this power? How do you become the immovable force when others crumble? Expect the storm. There will be people who push your buttons. There will be moments designed to provoke you. See them coming before they arrive. If you know the storm is coming, you will not be caught off guard. Embrace silence as your weapon. Do not waste your energy shouting back at fools. Your silence will destroy them more than any insult ever could. Let them burn out. People who lose their temper also lose their advantage. Let them exhaust themselves while you remain cool and collected. Strike only when necessary. A master does not react to every little thing. He waits, watching like a predator in the shadows. When he speaks, it is with precision and purpose. Remember, anger is the weapon of the weak. The moment you lose control, you lose everything. Stay composed, and you become untouchable. In this life, there will be storms. There will be people who test you, who insult you, who try to drag you down into their madness. Let them. Let them scream. Let them rage. Let them lose control. And you will stand. Because while others are consumed by their own weakness, you will be the one who holds steady. You will be the one who stays in control. You will be the one who never bows, never breaks, never falls into the trap of foolishness. And because of that, you will win. This is lesson 1. Keep cool when others get hot. Master this, and no one will ever control you again. Now go. Become unshakable. Lesson 2. The hidden third side. Truth is in the shadows. You are blind, and you don't even know it. Imagine standing in a dark room, the air thick with tension. 2 men stand before you, locked in an argument, their voices sharp as knives. One swears the world is black. The other screams that it is white. They shout, they rage, they claw at each other's throats, each man convinced he is right. And you listen, you watch. But there's something neither of them sees. Because if they stopped fighting long enough to open their eyes, they'd realize the truth. The world is neither black nor white. It is gray. It is layered. It is deep. And truth isn't owned by one side or the other. Truth hides in the shadows between them. This is the second rule of self-discipline. There are not 2 sides to any argument. There are 3. Yours, theirs, and the truth. The question is, will you be another blind fool clinging to your own view? Or will you step back and see what others refuse to? The weak argue. The strong observe. Most people live their entire lives trapped inside their own limited perspective. They fight for their beliefs like a rabid dog guarding a rotten bone, even when they're wrong. Why? Because pride is a sickness. People would rather be right and weak than wrong and powerful. They hold on to their opinions because it makes them feel strong. But real strength, real power, that comes from being able to step outside yourself and see the whole picture. The moment you believe you already know everything, you have stopped growing. But when you understand that truth is always bigger than your own viewpoint, You gain something most people never will: clarity, control, the ability to adapt, evolve, and outthink everyone around you. The middle path is the path of power. Think about the greatest warriors, the strongest leaders, the most successful minds in history. They never let themselves get trapped in just one perspective. A warrior sees both his attack and his opponent's defense, so he knows where to strike. A businessman sees both the customer's needs and his competitor's weakness, so he knows how to dominate the market. A leader understands both his people's struggles and his enemy's strategies, so he stays 3 steps ahead of every move. This is how powerful minds operate. While others argue over which side is right, you step above them and see the bigger game being played. The power of asking, "What if I'm wrong?" The average man never stops to ask himself, "What if I'm wrong?" His pride won't let him. His ego is too fragile. But the moment you train yourself to ask that question, you unlock a power that most will never have. The power to see reality as it truly is. Every time you argue, stop. Before you lash out, before you let your emotions blind you, step back and ask, what does the other side see that I don't? What hidden factors am I ignoring? Where does the truth actually lie? Because if you're always assuming that your perspective is the only correct one, then you are no different than the fools screaming at each other in the dark. You have already lost. Mastering perspective. How to see beyond your own limitations. If you want to gain an unfair advantage over everyone around you, train yourself in the art of seeing beyond one perspective. Detach from your emotions. The more emotionally invested you are, the harder it is to see the truth. Emotion blinds you. Logic reveals. Train yourself to control your feelings before they control you. Look at the situation from the outside. Imagine you're an observer watching a conflict play out between 2 people who are not you. What does it look like from the outside? Remove yourself from the situation, and suddenly, everything becomes clearer. Force yourself to argue the other side. If you can't explain the opposing viewpoint in a way that makes sense, then you don't truly understand the situation. And if you don't understand, you're weak. Seek the hidden third side. The truth is never fully on one extreme or the other. It is always found in the middle ground. Train yourself to search for it, and you will always have the upper hand. The path of the blind versus the path of the wise. Most people will never understand this. They will spend their entire lives fighting pointless battles, arguing over nonsense, refusing to see beyond their own emotions. They will waste their energy trying to be right instead of trying to be better. And because of that, they will never have power. But you are different. Because from now on, you do not react. You do not argue just to argue. You do not fight over opinions like a fool clinging to his pride. You step back. You watch. You see. And because of that, you will always be ahead. There will always be 2 sides fighting. One will swear that fire is cold. The other will scream that ice burns. And while they tear each other apart over nonsense, you will see the truth they refuse to accept. And that truth will make you untouchable. This is lesson 2, the hidden third side. Master it, and you will never be manipulated again. Now go, open your eyes, and take control. Lesson 3, the rage trap. Why the weak command in fury. The fire that burns the fool. Imagine a man standing in the center of a battlefield. His enemies surround him, taunting, jeering, daring him to make a move. His blood boils. His hands tremble. Rage surges through him like a wildfire. He lets it take over. He charges forward, blind with fury. And in his blind rage, he makes a fatal mistake, a misstep, a reckless move. And that's when they strike. One by one, his enemies cut him down. Because they knew something he didn't. Anger makes men stupid. The moment you give in to rage, you become predictable. Your vision narrows. Your judgment collapses. You stop thinking, and you start reacting. And in that moment, you have already lost. The illusion of power. Weak men think anger is strength. They think that the louder they yell, the more powerful they are. They think that if they bark orders with fury, people will respect them. But watch closely. A man who commands in anger is not commanding at all. He is begging to be heard. He is pleading for control. Because deep down, he knows he has already lost it. Real power, real control. It belongs to the man who does not need to raise his voice. The man who speaks with such certainty, such precision, that every word carries weight. His presence alone commands attention. Because people don't fear volume. They fear silence. They fear the man who does not react. They fear the man who watches, calculates, and waits. Because that is the man who is truly dangerous. Why you must never give orders in anger. Imagine you are a leader. Your team looks to you for guidance. A crisis hits, and instead of thinking, you explode. You scream. You point fingers. You issue orders fueled by emotion rather than reason. What happens? They lose faith in you. They follow out of fear, not respect. And fear is a weak foundation. It cracks under pressure. But if you command with calm, precise authority, your words become law. Because they trust that you see what they cannot. That you are the eye in the storm. That no matter what happens, you will not break. And that is why they will follow you into the fire. The predator and the prey. Picture this. A lion stands in the tall grass, watching its prey. It does not roar. It does not pace. It does not tremble with excitement. It waits. It studies the movement, the weakness, the perfect moment to strike. Then, and only then, it moves. One attack. Precise. Calculated. Unstoppable. Now imagine another predator. A wild dog, barking, growling, rushing in without thought. And what happens? It falls into a trap. It wastes its energy. It becomes the prey. This is the difference between the powerful and the weak. The fool rushes in, consumed by his emotions. The master watches, calculates, and strikes with absolute control. How to kill the rage inside you. Anger is a chain around your neck. It keeps you reacting instead of acting. It keeps you weak when you should be unstoppable. But it can be broken. Here's how. Expect the provocation. The world will test you. People will insult you, challenge you, try to break you. Expect it. Be ready for it. If you already know it's coming, it cannot shake you. Detach from the moment. The moment you feel anger rising, step outside yourself. See yourself from the outside, like a general watching a battle unfold. Observe your emotions, but do not let them control you. Control your response. Silence is your weapon. When others scream, say nothing. Let them burn themselves out. Then, when the moment is right, strike with calm, deliberate words. Turn anger into strategy. Emotion is energy. If you waste it on rage, you gain nothing. But if you channel it into action, into discipline, into execution, you become unstoppable. Never let them see you break. The moment they see you lose control, they own you. No matter how much they push, no matter how much they provoke, never let them see you react. The iron rule. Control yourself or be controlled. The world belongs to those who do not break, to the ones who see past their emotions, to the ones who do not waste energy on rage, pettiness, or blind reaction. Weak men scream, strong men watch. Weak men react, strong men choose. And in the end, it is always the strong who win. Be the storm, not the fool caught in it. In this life, You will be tested. People will try to provoke you. They will insult you, push you, try to shatter your control. Let them. Let them burn themselves out. Let them scream until their voices fail. Let them collapse under their own weakness. And you will stand. Because the true masters of this world do not waste their strength on useless battles. They do not command in fury. They do not let anger rule them. They hold the fire inside, shaping it, sharpening it, using it as a weapon only when the time is right. This is lesson 3. Never give orders in anger. Master it, and no man will ever control you again. Now go. Command with power, and take what is yours. Lesson 4. See opportunity for good in every person. Every person you meet is a door to power. Imagine you're walking through a grand palace. Endless halls stretch before you, each lined with massive locked doors. Behind one, a fortune beyond your wildest dreams. Behind another, a powerful ally who could change your life forever. And behind others, resources, connections, opportunities, everything you need to build an empire. But there's a catch. You don't have the keys. Because those keys, they are held by other people. Now picture the fool. He walks these halls blind and arrogant. He slams doors shut before he even knows what's behind them. He insults, ignores, and disrespects those who hold the keys to his future. And then, he wonders why he is broke, why he is alone, why every door in his life remains locked. Do not be that fool. The 4th law of self-discipline is this: treat every person as if they are a rich relative who could change your life. Because the truth is, they are. Every person you meet is a potential connection, a link in the chain of your success. And the way you treat them will determine whether they open doors for you or slam them shut. Power lies in the hands of people, not luck. Look at the most successful people in the world. The billionaires, the empire builders. Do you think they got there alone? No. They understood something most people never will. Power is not taken. It is given. Not by luck, not by chance, by people. The wealthy and powerful do not waste time making enemies. They do not care about being right. They care about winning. And to win, you need allies, not enemies. Because every person you encounter is either a bridge to power or a barrier to it. And the way you treat them decides which one they become. The law of strategic respect. Now let's be clear. This is not about being fake. It's not about groveling or pretending to like people you despise. It's about discipline, control, precision. You do not have to like someone to treat them in a way that benefits you. You do not have to respect their character to respect their potential power in your life. The fool insults a man before he knows his worth. The fool burns bridges before he knows what's on the other side. The wise, they reserve judgment. They study. They wait. Because the person you dismiss today could be the one who saves you tomorrow. The price of arrogance is poverty. Picture 2 men in a room. One walks in with his nose in the air, treating everyone like they are beneath him. He ignores the doorman. He scoffs at the waitress. He belittles the quiet man in the corner. The other, he greets the doorman by name. He thanks the waitress. He shakes hands with the quiet man and asks him what he does. And guess what happens? The doorman gives him access. Others don't get. The waitress remembers him and gives him a small but crucial piece of information. And the quiet man in the corner? Turns out, he's a multimillionaire. Now, which of these 2 men do you think wins in the long run? Success is not about walking into a room and demanding attention. It's about walking in and controlling it. Not with noise, not with arrogance, with strategic respect. Because power does not come from those above you. It comes from those around you. And when you treat every person as if they hold something valuable, you will find that they do. How to make every person a gateway to power. If you want to rise, you must master the art of strategic relationships. Here's how. Never look down on anyone. The janitor today could be the CEO tomorrow. The quiet man in the back of the room could be the most powerful person there. Treat everyone as if they matter, because they do. Listen more than you speak. Most people are dying to be heard. If you master the ability to listen, you will learn things no one else knows. Information is power. Collect it. Give before you take. The fastest way to make someone open doors for you, open one for them first. It could be a small favor, a connection, a piece of advice. Give strategically, and people will feel compelled to return the favor. Control your reactions. Do not let personal feelings cloud your strategy. If someone annoys you, insults you, or disrespects you, stay calm. Because if you react emotionally, you lose power. If you stay composed, you keep control. Keep emotions out of business. The most dangerous mistake you can make is letting personal emotions sabotage potential allies. Never destroy a relationship over pride. The person who wins is the one who controls the room. Most people live small lives because they do not understand how to interact with others. They burn bridges over ego. They destroy opportunities over pride. And they stay broke and bitter, blaming the world for doors they lock themselves. But you are different. Because from now on, you will treat every encounter as a potential investment. You will walk into every room like a strategist, not a fool. You will command respect, not by force, but by calculated action. And in doing so, you will open doors that others never even knew existed. The secret to owning the world. Every person you meet holds something you need. A connection, a resource, a lesson. A key to a door you don't even know exists yet. Most people waste time deciding who is worthy of respect. The wise understand that respect is a weapon. Use it correctly, and you will own the game. This is lesson 4. See opportunity for good in all people. Master it, and you will unlock doors others will never even see. Now go, build your empire. Lesson 5. The golden seed, hidden in disaster. The fall that breaks most people, or makes them unstoppable. Picture this. You have built something, a career, a dream, a vision of the future, and in a single crushing moment, it collapses. You lose your job. You get betrayed by someone you trusted. Your plans fall apart. Your money dries up. You stand among the wreckage, staring at the ruins of what once was. The weight of failure crushes your chest. The voices of doubt are deafening. You were never good enough. You should have known better. It's over. And most people, they listen. They sink into despair. They curse the world. They quit. But the few, the powerful, the relentless question mark, they see something others don't. Beneath the wreckage, buried deep in the dirt, hidden from weak eyes, there is a golden seed, a lesson, a power, a path forward that only the strong will ever find. And the 5th law of self-discipline is this. In every disaster, there is a seed of equal or greater benefit, but only those who refuse to break will find it. Why most people stay trapped in their own misery. Most people think failure is the end. They treat it like a wall, a dead end that proves they were never meant to succeed. They waste days, months, even years mourning what they lost instead of hunting for what they gained. They fall into the most dangerous mindset of all, victimhood. Why me? It's It's not fair. I'll never recover from this. And with every excuse, with every tear, with every moment spent crying over the ashes, they bury the golden seed deeper into the ground until it is lost forever. But the strong, they do not cry over broken things. They dig through the ruins with bloody hands until they find the one thing that will rebuild them stronger than before. The setback was not a punishment. It was a lesson, a test, an evolution. The weak see loss. The strong see opportunity. The secret of the Titans, turning pain into power. Look at every legend, every empire, every powerful figure in history. They did not rise because they were untouched by failure. They rose because they were shaped by it. Every great success story was born from someone standing in the ashes of failure and deciding to rebuild. But the question is, will you? The path of the unbreakable mind. When disaster strikes, most people fall into the same traps. If you want to rise, you must move differently. Kill the why me mindset. Weak people waste time feeling sorry for themselves. The strong immediately start looking for the advantage. The faster you shift from victim to strategist, the faster you rise. Ask the ruthless question, what is this trying to teach me? There is always a lesson, always a benefit, something you were blind to before. If you refuse to learn, the cycle will repeat, and next time, it will hit harder. Train yourself to see the seed in real time. Most people only recognize the lesson years later, after wasting time in bitterness. If you train yourself to look for it immediately, you recover faster and rise quicker. Transform pain into action. Every failure carries raw energy. Most wasted on self-pity. Redirect it into execution. The gym, the business, the late nights grinding while others quit. Use the pain, move in silence, rise in power. When people fail, they talk, they explain, they seek sympathy. This is weakness. Instead, disappear, work, learn, building. Then return, stronger, colder, untouchable. Why this will make you untouchable? Imagine this. You suffer a massive failure. Everyone expects you to crumble, to disappear, to confirm their suspicions that you weren't good enough. And for a while, you do. You vanish. You go silent. But while they are laughing, while they are forgetting about you, you are working. You are learning. You are collecting power in the darkness. Then one day, you return, and the world sees you not as the one who failed, but as the one who rose. They see you stronger, colder, smarter, richer. They see that you did what they could never do, and that is why they will never doubt you again. Because once the world knows that you cannot be broken, you become truly unstoppable. Lesson 6. The art of the unanswered question. The weak speak. The strong listen. The masters ask. Picture this. You're in a room filled with noise. Arguments flare, voices clash, and egos burn like wildfire. Everyone is talking, shouting, desperate to be heard. But in the middle of the chaos, there's one person who says nothing. They don't rush to prove their point. They don't react with anger. They don't flinch at insults. Instead, they watch. They listen. They wait. And then, when the time is right, they ask one simple question. And suddenly, the loudest person in the room, the one who was so sure of themselves, falls silent. They stumble. They hesitate. Their confidence cracks. Because the right question? It is a weapon more deadly than any insult, stronger than any argument. The sixth law of self-discipline is this: master the art of asking questions, and you will control every conversation you enter. Why people lose arguments before they even start? Most people make a fatal mistake in conflict. They talk too much. They rush to prove they are right. They throw out opinions like bullets, hoping one will land. But in their eagerness to be heard, they reveal everything. Their weaknesses, their emotions, their insecurities. And the moment you expose these things, you have already lost. Because the one who speaks first is the one who loses control. But the one who listens, the one who asks, they own the battlefield. They let the fool run their mouth, burning all their energy. They let their opponent reveal their thoughts, their blind spots, their weaknesses. And then, with one simple, carefully placed question, they take the whole conversation down. The question that stops people in their tracks. There is a question, short, simple, and devastatingly effective. When someone makes a bold claim, a ridiculous argument, or tries to assert dominance over you, do not argue. Do not react. Instead, ask, "How do you know?" And then, say nothing. Watch them squirm. Watch them scramble for evidence they do not have. Because most people speak from emotion, not from fact. They repeat things they've heard. They cling to beliefs they've never questioned. They operate from assumption, not knowledge. And when they are forced to confront that, they crumble. Because they never expected to be challenged. They expected a fight. But instead, you gave them silence, and a mirror to their own ignorance. Why silence is more powerful than words. Picture a battlefield. Two warriors stand, blades drawn. One is swinging wildly, attacking in a blind rage. The other, calm, still, waiting. Who wins? Not the one throwing reckless strikes. The one who waits for the opening. The one who studies their opponent. The one who strikes only once, but with absolute precision. This is how you must approach conflict. When others rush to react, you wait. When others speak without thinking, you listen. When others scream, you remain still. Because the one who can control their response controls everything. How to use questions to dominate any conversation. If you want to hold power in every room you enter, master these principles. Never react immediately. People will test you. They will insult you. They will try to drag you into emotional battles. Do not take the bait. Listen more than you speak. Weak people try to fill silence. The strong let silence do the work for them. Ask before you argue. Instead of stating your point, make them explain theirs. Force them to expose their own flaws. Use "how do you know" as a weapon. If they have no answer, they have no argument. And if they have no argument, they have no power. Master the deadly pause. After asking a question, say nothing. Let the silence make them uncomfortable. Let it force them to fill it with words that will reveal their weakness. The power of the controlled mind. Weak minds need validation. They need to be heard. They need to prove they are right. But strong minds, they do not seek approval. They do not chase arguments. They do not waste words. They understand that the loudest voice is never the most powerful one. That the one who can control a conversation is not the one speaking, but the one listening. Because control is not in words. It is in knowing exactly when to strike and when to say nothing at all. The unanswered question is your weapon. Most people will never learn this. They will talk themselves into corners. They will argue out of pride, not intelligence. They will waste their energy trying to convince people who do not matter. And they will wonder why they never win. But you are different. From now on, you do not react. You do not waste words. You do not fight battles that do not need to be fought. Instead, you ask. And in asking, you will reveal truth where others only see illusion. This is lesson 6, the art of the unanswered question. Master it, and you will never lose a conversation again. Now go, listen, ask, and take control. Lesson 7. The law of unbreakable discipline. Never act without purpose. Every action you take is a bet. Are you winning or losing? Picture this. A master chess player sits across from his opponent. His pieces are lined up, his strategy prepared. But instead of thinking, instead of calculating, he moves his queen on impulse. A reckless, emotional move. And in an instant, the game is lost. Because he did not act with purpose. This is how most people live their lives. Every day they make careless moves. They act on impulse, on emotion, without thinking 10 steps ahead. They react without control. They speak without strategy. They move without direction. And then they wonder why they fail. They wonder why they lose in business, in relationships, in wealth. They wonder why they stay trapped in mediocrity, while the few who master themselves rise to the top. The 7th law of self-discipline is this: never say or do anything that does not serve a purpose. Because the moment you act without reason, you become weak. Why most people are slaves to their own actions. Look around you. Most people live in reaction mode. They are slaves to their emotions, to their impulses, to the heat of the moment. Someone insults them, they lash out. Someone questions them, they react defensively. A temptation appears, they give in without thought. And every time they do, they lose power. Because their actions are not chosen. They are controlled by the world around them. Now imagine someone different. A person who never acts on impulse. A person who speaks only when it benefits them. A person who moves with absolute precision, never wasting energy. That is a person who cannot be manipulated. That is a person who is unstoppable. And that is the person you must become. Every word you speak is a weapon or a weakness. Most people speak to be heard. They speak to feel important, to vent their frustrations, to feed their ego. But talking for the sake of talking is weakness. If your words do not add power to your position, why are you speaking? If your words do not bring you closer to your goal, why are you wasting them? If your words do not serve a purpose, why are they leaving your mouth? Because every time you speak carelessly, you give others a piece of your power. You reveal your emotions, your weaknesses, your lack of control. But the person who speaks with intention, their words carry weight. They do not waste time proving themselves. They make others feel the need to prove themselves. They do not argue over nonsense. They let fools talk themselves into circles. They do not explain, because they do not owe anyone an explanation. When they speak, people listen, because their silence alone is powerful enough to create respect. Why every move you make should be calculated. Picture a warrior standing on the battlefield. Does he swing his sword recklessly, hoping to land a lucky strike? No. He waits. He watches. He controls his breath, his energy, his mind. And then, he strikes once, and it is over. This is how you must operate in life. Most people waste energy on things that do not move them forward. They waste time in arguments that do not matter. They spend money on things that do not bring returns. They chase after people who do not value them. Every action, every step, every movement you make is either building your empire or destroying it. If you do not know why you are doing something, stop doing it. The difference between winners and losers is simple. Losers react. Winners control. If you want to be among the elite, you must operate differently. Control your words. If it doesn't add value, don't say it. If it doesn't move you forward, don't waste breath on it. Silence is more powerful than words. Use it. Control your reactions. Do not argue with fools. Let them burn themselves out. Do not explain yourself to those who do not matter. Let your results speak for you. Do not give energy to meaningless battles. Only fight when the reward is worth it. Control your movements. Before making a decision, ask, does this move me closer to my goal or further away? If it does not benefit you, do not do it. Learn to say no to everything that does not serve you. Control your energy. Do not waste strength on things you cannot change. Do not waste thoughts on people who do not matter. Keep your focus on the mission. The power of moving with intention. The world is full of people who act without thinking. They spend their days chasing distractions, wasting time, reacting emotionally, while the few who move with purpose take everything. From this moment forward, you do not waste actions. Every word is measured. Every reaction is controlled. Every move is strategic. And because of that, you will always be ahead. Either you control yourself, or the world will control you. You have a choice. You can be like the rest, weak, impulsive, easily swayed, burning energy on things that do not matter. Or you can be something else, a force, a strategist, a machine that only moves when the move is right. Because those who have mastered themselves will always dominate those who have not. This is lesson 7. Never act without purpose. Master it, and every action you take will bring you closer to power. Now go, move with precision, and take what is yours. You made it to the end. That alone sets you apart. Most people don't finish what they start. They look for shortcuts, easy answers, ways to escape the hard truth. But you stayed. That means something. That means there's a fire inside you that refuses to die. Feed that fire. Keep building. Keep sharpening. To those who have been here before, welcome back to the darkness. You already know what this is. You know that grim face isn't just a name. It's a mindset. A relentless drive to break free from weakness and take control. And to those who are new here, this is your initiation. This is the line in the sand. If what you just heard stirred something inside you, if it made you question the way you've been living, then you already know where you belong. The world does not reward the weak. The world does not care about excuses. The only thing that matters is discipline, execution, and the will to rise no matter how many times you fall. This is grim face. This is where you strip away the illusion and build the mind of a warrior. If you're ready to keep going, subscribe, join the movement, and start walking the path of absolute control. And remember, the weak react. The strong move with purpose. The elite master themselves. Which one will you be? Most people will never make it. Not because they aren't capable, not because they aren't talented, but because they refuse to change, to challenge themselves, to break their old patterns, to do what's necessary instead of what's comfortable. But you're here. And that tells me you're different. These lessons, they aren't just words. They are a blueprint, a ruthless, no excuses guide to transforming your mindset, your habits, and your results. But here's the catch. Only the ones who stay until the end will get the full picture. Because every lesson builds on the last. Every concept stacks. Every step takes you deeper into hustle mode. The mindset that separates the winners from the weak. Most people will quit. Most people will make excuses. Most people will hear the truth and still refuse to act. But you have a choice. Will you stay? Will you listen? Will you take these lessons burn them into your mind, and use them to build the life you know you were meant for? Or will you be like the rest? Curious, but never committed? Stay until the end. Absorb every word. Apply what you learn. Because once you do, there's no going back. This is where everything changes. Lesson 1. The hustle mode. Mindset shift. You've been lied to. They told you success is about working hard, about being lucky, about having some special talent you either have or you don't. They told you to play it safe, to follow the rules, to wait your turn. And you believed them. That's why you're here. That's why you're stuck. That's why you feel like something is missing. Like you were meant for more, but the world keeps shoving you back into the box it built for you. But today, that changes. Because success isn't about luck. It's not about talent. And it sure as hell isn't about waiting for permission. It's about mindset. It's about waking up and realizing that the world owes you nothing, but you owe yourself everything. Hustle mode isn't just about grinding. It's about seeing the game for what it is and choosing to play by your own rules. It's about rejecting the script they handed you and writing your own. It's about stepping into the kind of mindset that most people will never understand because it scares them. You see, most people want to be successful, but they're not willing to do what it takes. They crave greatness, but they won't sacrifice for it. They dream of wealth, power, freedom, but they cling to comfort like a dying man gasping for air. That's the difference between them and us. Hustle mode means you stop asking for permission. You stop waiting for motivation. You stop making excuses because no one's coming to save you. No one's going to hand you the life you want. It's yours for the taking, but only if you have the guts to reach out and claim it. This is where the shift begins. From this moment on, you don't think like them. You don't act like them. You don't live like them. You are now dangerous because you know the truth. That mindset is the foundation. That belief is the weapon. That fire inside you, that's the only thing you need to burn everything that's holding you back to the ground. So tell me, are you ready to flip the switch? Are you ready to let go of the weak, small version of yourself and step into the person you were always meant to be? Then welcome to hustle mode. No more hesitation. No more waiting. No more playing small. From this moment forward, you either go all in, or you stay where you are and watch someone else live the life that was meant to be yours. The choice is yours. But make no mistake, this is your only warning. Lesson 2. Hold yourself to a higher standard. Look around you. Look at the people drifting through life, settling for less, making excuses for why they aren't where they want to be. Now tell me, is that who you want to be? Do you want to be like them? Content with average, comfortable in mediocrity, waiting for life to hand them something they never earned? Or do you want more? Because here's the truth. You don't get more by thinking like everyone else. You get more by holding yourself to a higher standard. A standard most people will never understand. A standard so high, it makes others uncomfortable because it forces them to confront their own weakness. And that's where most people break. They can't handle the weight of expectation. They want the rewards, but they don't want the discipline. They want success, but they refuse to demand more from themselves. But you are not most people. If you were, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't feel that fire in your chest, that restless hunger that tells you there's something greater waiting for you. You see, the world will set the bar low for you. It will tell you what's good enough. It will hand you participation trophies and call it success. But deep down, you know the truth. You know that good enough is an insult. that the bare minimum is a disease, that living by someone else's standards is the fastest way to die before you're even dead. So you set your own standard, and you hold the line. You push harder when you want to quit. You demand more from yourself when no one's watching. You sharpen your mind, strengthen your body, and refuse to lower your standards for anyone. Because here's the secret. When you hold yourself to a higher standard, life has no choice but to rise to meet you. You attract the right people, the right opportunities, the right results. Not because you're lucky, not because you're special, but because you earned it. This is where people will try to pull you back. They'll say you're obsessed, that you're being too hard on yourself, that you should relax. Ignore them. They don't live by your standard. They never will. They don't understand what it takes to be elite. But you do. So tell me, how high are you willing to set the bar? Because whatever standard you choose for yourself today will define your future tomorrow. Choose wisely. Lesson 3. The heavy burden of unmade decisions. Indecision is a slow death. Not the kind that takes you quickly, not the kind that ends in a blaze of glory. No, indecision is a silent killer. It creeps in, suffocates you, robs you of your time, your energy, your opportunities. You feel it, don't you? That weight in your chest, that exhaustion, not from action, but from the lack of it. You stand at the crossroads, staring at the paths in front of you, paralyzed by the fear of choosing wrong. You tell yourself you need more time, more information, more certainty. But the truth? The longer you wait, the weaker you become. You weren't built to hesitate. You weren't designed to live in limbo, to second-guess every move. Yet here you are, trapped by your own refusal to decide. So let me be clear. Indecision is the most expensive mistake you'll ever make. Because every moment you hesitate, someone else is making a move. While you're overthinking, someone else is executing. While you're doubting yourself, someone else is taking your opportunity. While you're standing still, someone else is running past you. Do you understand what that means? It means success doesn't belong to the smartest, the strongest, or the most talented. It belongs to the one who decides, the one who takes action despite the fear, the one who understands that no decision is perfect, but action is always better than stagnation. Look, will you make mistakes? Yes. Will you fail? Absolutely. But failure isn't what kills people's dreams. Hesitation does. Because failure can be corrected. Lessons can be learned. Adjustments can be made. But hesitation? That's time you will never get back. So decide. Right now. Not next week. Not tomorrow. Now decide who you are. Decide what you want. Decide what move you're going to make. And then take it. Because every second you wait is a second stolen from the future you could have built. The time for hesitation is over. The time for action is now. So tell me, what the hell are you waiting for? Lesson 4. Judge yourself by your actions, not your thoughts. You think you're great. You think you're different. You think you're meant for something bigger. But here's the truth. Your thoughts mean nothing. The world doesn't care about your ideas. It doesn't care about your dreams. It doesn't care about the potential locked inside your head. All that matters is what you do. You say you want success, but what have you done to earn it? You say you want to be in shape, but do your actions match your words? You say you want to change your life, but are you actually making moves or just talking about them? Because talk is cheap. Intentions don't pay the bills. Potential never changed a damn thing. The world is full of people who could have been. People who had the talent, the vision, the drive inside their heads. But outside, nothing. They thought about it. They planned it. They imagined it. But they never executed. And now, they're ghosts, living shadows of what they could have been. And if you're not careful, you'll become one of them. You see, the difference between winners and losers isn't intelligence. It isn't skill. It isn't luck. It's action. Winners move. Winners execute. Winners judge themselves by what they build, what they create, what they finish. Losers? They sit around talking about what they could do, what they plan to do, what they should do, while doing absolutely nothing. So, which one are you? The world isn't going to remember what you thought about doing. It's only going to remember what you actually did. So stop telling yourself that your ideas are enough. Stop convincing yourself that thinking about success is the same as earning it. The only thing that matters, the only thing that ever mattered, is what you do. So if you're serious about this, if you actually want to live the life you keep fantasizing about, then it's time to shut up and move. Stop thinking. Start doing. Because in the end, the only thing that separates you from everyone else is action. Lesson 5. Success is the only revenge. Let them doubt you. Let them laugh. Let them roll their eyes when you talk about your goals. Let them whisper behind your back. Say you're wasting your time. Call you delusional for wanting more. Good. Let them. Because they don't see what's coming. They don't see the version of you that's rising from the ashes. They don't see the work you're putting in behind closed doors. They don't see the fire burning inside you, fueling you, pushing you, making you unstoppable. But they will. One day they'll look up and realize you're not standing beside them anymore. You're not stuck in the same place. You're not playing small, wasting time, living in mediocrity like they are. No, you're untouchable. And when that day comes, you won't need to say a word, because success speaks for itself. You see, revenge isn't about proving them wrong in the moment. It's not about arguing, explaining yourself, or trying to change their minds. Revenge is becoming everything they said you couldn't be. It's waking up in the life they told you was impossible. It's standing on top while they wonder how the hell you did it. It's watching them scramble to take back their words, while you don't even bother to look in their direction. Because by then, they won't matter. That's the real power of success. It silences the doubters. It drowns out the noise. It makes every insult, every criticism, every moment they didn't believe in you irrelevant. But only if you keep going. Only if you refuse to break. Only if you don't let their words, their laughter, their doubt shake you. So let them talk. Let them underestimate you. Let them believe you'll never make it. Then show them who the hell you are. Not with words, not with arguments, with results. Because success is the only revenge that matters. Lesson 6. Cynicism is a loser's strategy. Look around. The world is full of bitter, broken people. People who tried, failed, and then decided that success isn't real. That the system is rigged. That anyone who wins must have cheated, must have been lucky, must have had an advantage they didn't. These people, they are the walking dead. They don't believe in effort anymore. They don't believe in possibilities. They've chosen cynicism because it's easier to sneer at the world than to face the truth. They gave up. They stopped trying. They stopped believing. They let failure define them instead of fuel them. And now, their only purpose is to tear down anyone who still has the fire they lost. Do not become one of them. Cynicism is a poison. It seeps into your mind, rots your ambition, and makes you blind to every opportunity in front of you. It makes you weak, makes you passive, makes you stand on the sidelines and scoff, while others take what could have been yours. Cynicism is what losers use to justify staying exactly where they are. And that's why you need to kill it. Because if you think success isn't possible, you'll never take the actions necessary to achieve it. If you believe everyone who wins is just lucky, you'll never put in the work to earn your own victories. If you think nothing matters, then why the hell are you even here? Winners don't waste time tearing others down. They're too busy building themselves up. Winners don't make excuses for why others are ahead. They study them. They learn. They apply. Winners don't let bitterness replace ambition. They take every failure, every setback, every loss, and turn it into fuel. So which one are you? The one who sits in the shadows, mocking the ones who rise, or the one who refuses to quit, who sees obstacles as stepping stones, who keeps moving forward, no matter what? Because here's the cold, hard truth. Cynicism is easy. Winning is hard. And that's why most people stay bitter, while a few take everything they've ever wanted. So choose. Live like them, doubting, complaining, making excuses, or rise above them, relentless, focused, and unshakable. Because the only people who ever make it are the ones who refuse to let failure make them small. Lesson 7. Reverse goal setting. Visualize success and work backward. Most people fail before they even start. Not because they're weak, not because they're incapable, but because they have no clarity, no vision. They say they want success, but they have no idea what that actually looks like. They chase after vague dreams, hoping that somehow, someday, they'll just stumble into the life they want. And that's why they lose. Because if you don't know exactly where you're going, how the hell do you expect to get there? You need a target, a clear, undeniable, non-negotiable vision of your future. But here's the key. You don't build a plan from where you are. You build it from where you want to be. You start at the finish line. You visualize it in brutal detail. Not just what it looks like, but what it feels like. The kind of shape your body is in. The kind of money in your bank account. The kind of business, career, or empire you've built. The kind of people you surround yourself with. The kind of power you command in your life. You don't hope for it. You don't wish for it. You see it as reality. And once that vision is burned into your mind, you reverse engineer the steps that got you there. What habits did you develop to make it happen? What sacrifices did you make? What failures did you overcome? What brutal decisions did you face? This isn't some weak law of attraction fantasy. This is strategic warfare against mediocrity. Because once you see the destination, you cut out everything that doesn't take you there. Most people waste years wandering in circles because they never mapped out the path. They think success is a guessing game, when in reality, it's a blueprint waiting to be followed. You either get clear or you get left behind. So tell me, where the hell do you actually want to end up? Not the answer that sounds good. Not the one society approves of. The real answer. The one that sets your blood on fire. See it. Feel it. Make it impossible to ignore. And then, reverse engineer it and make it real. Lesson 8. Create a hustle mode environment. You think willpower is enough? You think discipline alone is going to carry you through? You're wrong. Because no matter how strong you are, your environment will shape you, whether you realize it or not. Look at where you live. Look at where you work. Look at the people you surround yourself with. Look at what you consume, what you read, what you watch, what you listen to. Every single one of those things is either pushing you forward or holding you back. Most people never reach their potential. Not because they're lazy, not because they're stupid, but because they allow themselves to exist in an environment designed for mediocrity. They live with distractions. They stay around people who drain them. They fill their minds with garbage. They waste their time in places that stunt their growth. And then they wonder why they never win. But you're going to take control. You're going to design an environment that forces you to level up. An environment so powerful that success becomes automatic. How? 1. Eliminate distractions. You want focus? Remove everything that pulls you away from your mission. If it doesn't serve your vision, it doesn't belong in your space. 2. Surround yourself with winners. Cut out the weak-minded, the complainers, the ones who make excuses. Get around people who think bigger, move faster, and force you to be better. 3. Control what enters your mind. The world is trying to brainwash you into weakness. What are you feeding your brain every day? What are you watching, reading, listening to? Garbage in, garbage out. Elevate your inputs, and your mind will follow. 4. Set up your space for action. Make it impossible to slack off. Want to work out? Lay out your gear the night before. Want to grind on your business? Have your workspace ready for war. Make execution the path of least resistance. 5. Make your goals visible. Everywhere you look, there should be reminders of what you're fighting for. Your vision should be inescapable. On your walls, your screens, your phone background, burned into your subconscious. Because the truth is, your success isn't just about what you do. It's about what you allow yourself to be surrounded by. A weak environment breeds weak results. But a hustle mode environment? That turns you into a machine. So ask yourself, is your environment built for success or failure? And if the answer isn't what it should be, fix it. Lesson 9. Never stop learning. You think you know enough? You think you've figured it out? That you've read enough books, listened to enough advice, seen enough of the world to stop learning? That's exactly why most people never reach the top. They think learning is something you do in school, something you finish when you get a degree, something that ends. But the real winners, the ones who dominate, never stop learning. Because the second you think you know enough, you've already lost. Every industry evolves. Every market shifts. Every game changes. The ones who stay at the top, they don't wait to adapt. They see the trends before they happen. They outthink, outlearn, and outmaneuver everyone else. Meanwhile, the weak ones, the ones who got comfortable, get left behind, wondering why the world doesn't work the way it used to. You want to be dangerous? You want to be unmatched? Then make learning your weapon. 1. Become obsessed with knowledge. Read every damn day. Not just for entertainment, for strategy. Study the greats. Learn from history. Devour information that sharpens your mind. 2. Get in the rooms that challenge you. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Surround yourself with people who know more than you. People who force you to grow. 3. Stop consuming garbage. Your time is currency. Where are you spending it? Are you watching nonsense? Scrolling mindlessly? Filling your brain with distractions? Or are you feeding your mind something that makes you stronger? 4. Learn by doing. Real knowledge isn't in books alone. It's in experience. You can read about battle all you want, but until you step onto the field, you don't know war. Apply what you learn. Make mistakes. Adjust. That's how you master the game. Because here's the truth. The ones who never stop learning, never stop winning. So, what's it going to be? Will you be like the rest? Stuck in what you knew yesterday, too arrogant to grow? Or will you be relentless, forever evolving, forever sharpening, forever staying 10 steps ahead? Because in this world, there are two kinds of people. The ones who keep learning and the ones who get left behind. Choose wisely. Lesson 10. Leverage technology to increase efficiency. You're either using technology to your advantage or it's using you. Most people, they're slaves to it. They wake up and the first thing they do is scroll. They let their phone control them. Let distractions eat their time. Let the algorithm dictate what they see, what they think, what they become. They are not in control, and they don't even realize it. But you're about to flip the script. Because technology isn't the enemy. It's a weapon. And when used correctly, it amplifies your power, accelerates your progress, and makes you unstoppable. The difference is, who's in control? 1. Stop being a consumer. Become a creator. Most people are digital zombies, scrolling, watching, wasting hours on nothing. Meanwhile, the real players are producing, building, selling, and winning. Every second you waste consuming, someone else is making money off your attention. So what are you doing? Scrolling your life away, or creating something that makes an impact? 2. Automate the small things. Focus on what matters. You think the best hustlers waste time on repetitive tasks? No. They leverage tools, systems, and automation so they can focus on the big moves, the things that actually change their lives. Use apps to track your time. Find where you're leaking hours and cut the nonsense. Automate payments, scheduling, and reminders. Stop micromanaging what can be handled for you. Use AI and software to work smarter, not harder. Let the machines do the grunt work while you make the real decisions. Because if you're doing everything manually, you're already behind. 3. Use technology to learn faster. The excuse of "I don't know how" is dead. Right now, you have access to more knowledge than any human in history. Want to learn a skill? There's a course for that. Want to make money online? There's a blueprint for that. Want to connect with high-level people? There's a network for that. So tell me, what's your excuse? Because the truth is, there is none. 4. Control your digital diet. Technology is either sharpening you or destroying you. Everything you watch, read, listen to, it's programming you. Are you consuming things that make you smarter, stronger, sharper? Or are you filling your mind with distractions, with weakness, with mental junk food? Because your inputs determine your outputs. Garbage in, garbage out. Technology is a weapon. Are you using it? Or is it using you? This world belongs to those who know how to leverage their tools, those who move faster, learn quicker, adapt instantly. The question is, are you one of them? Or are you still stuck using your phone like a toy while someone else is using theirs to build an empire? Decide. Because the future isn't waiting for you. It belongs to the ones who take control of the machine and use it to dominate. If you made it this far, you're not like the rest. You didn't quit. You didn't turn away when things got uncomfortable. You stayed. You listened. And now, you have a choice. You can take these lessons, nod your head, and go back to your old life like nothing happened. Or you can take action. Because knowledge without action is useless. The ones who truly get it, the ones who refuse to settle, refuse to break, refuse to live a life that's anything less than legendary. They don't just watch, they move. And if that's you, then welcome to Grimface, the movement for those who refuse to be ordinary. For the returning warriors, you already know what this is. You know the mission. You know the mindset. Keep sharpening yourself. Keep pushing forward. For the new ones, If something inside you is waking up, if you feel that fire burning, if you're ready to break free from the weak, the average, the excuses, then subscribe and lock in. Because this isn't just motivation. This is war. A war against mediocrity, against hesitation, against every lie you've been told about what's possible for you. So hit that subscribe button. Join the movement. Step into the mindset that changes everything. Because once you do, there's no turning back. This is Grimface, and we are just getting started. Most people live their lives in chains they forge themselves. Doubt, excuses, fear, a lifetime of broken promises to themselves. They wonder why they never win, why they stay stuck, why every time they reach for something greater, they collapse under the weight of their own hesitation. The truth is brutal but simple. You are not failing because of the world. You are failing because of you. But that changes now. These lessons aren't here to comfort you. They're here to break you, so you can rebuild yourself stronger. They will strip away your illusions, expose your excuses, and force you to face the one thing you've been avoiding: the truth. No more hoping, no more waiting, no more empty words. From this moment forward, you execute. You follow through. You become the kind of person who does what needs to be done, no matter what. The weak will look away. The cowards will quit. But you will rise. Lesson 1. The root of limiting beliefs. You stand in a cage, a prison of your own making. The bars, they're not steel. They're not unbreakable. They're made of whispers. The voices you've absorbed, the doubts you've fed, the promises you've shattered. You think you're free, but you're not. Because every time you set a goal, every time you tell yourself, this time will be different, there's another voice, a shadow in the back of your mind that sneers. You don't follow through. You never have. And the worst part, it's not lying. Think about it. How many times have you told yourself you'd change? That you'd wake up early, hit the gym, start the business, cut the toxic habits, become someone better. But when the moment came, when discipline was required, what did you do? You hesitated. You doubted. You broke your own word. And so, the cage tightens. The bars grow thicker. Not because they're real, but because you believe they are. That's what a limiting belief is. A thought so repeated, so ingrained, that it becomes your identity. It becomes the script you follow. Not because it's true, but because you made it true. Let me ask you something. If a man lies to you every single day, if he makes promises and breaks them every time, do you trust him? Do you believe in him? No. You call him a fraud, a coward, a joke. So why do you expect any different from yourself? Your mind is keeping a record. Every broken promise, every excuse, every time you said tomorrow and meant never, it remembers. And now, when you reach for something greater, it reminds you. You're not the kind of person who follows through. You're not the kind of person who wins. And that's where you fail. Not in action, in belief. But here's the truth. You are not your past. You are not your failures. You are not your broken promises. You are what you choose to become next. So today, right now, you make a choice. To tear down the lies. To see the bars for what they are. Hollow, fragile illusions. You don't need to escape the cage. You need to stop believing in it. Start small. Start where you are. Keep your word. To yourself. Build trust in the smallest ways. Because trust, once broken, is not rebuilt overnight. It is forged in the fire of daily discipline. You want to change? Then prove it. Not to me. Not to them. To you. The bars are waiting. The door is unlocked. The only question is, do you have the courage to walk through? Lesson 2. The power of self-trust. You don't believe in yourself. You think you do. You tell yourself you do. But deep down, in the silence of your mind, you hear the doubt, the hesitation, the echo of every time you've let yourself down. You've become the boy who cried wolf. But to yourself, every time you swore you'd change, every time you promised you'd commit, every time you said, this is it, and then did nothing. That's where your self-trust died. And now, here you are, afraid to take risks, paralyzed by your own hesitation. Not because you lack ability, not because you lack potential, but because you don't trust yourself to follow through. But let's get one thing straight. Without self-trust, you will never win. Success, growth, strength, those things demand consistency. And consistency demands trust. If you don't trust yourself to show up, how can you expect life to reward you? Think about this. If you had a gym partner, a friend who said, I'll meet you at the gym at 6 a.m., and he never showed up, day after day, week after week, would you rely on him? Would you expect him to change? Would you bet on him? No. You'd call him unreliable, a flake, someone who talks but never delivers. But here's the punchline. That's how your mind sees you. It has no reason to believe in you. No proof. No evidence. Just a history of broken promises. And so, when the time comes to act, it laughs in your face and says, why bother? We both know how this ends. But here's where everything shifts. You can rebuild that trust. You can change the story. Not by making big, dramatic promises. Not by swearing that this time will be different. But by proving it. In the smallest ways. Every single day. Clean your room. Read one page of a book. Do one push-up. Make one healthy meal. Show up when you say you will. It sounds stupid. Insignificant. But that's how trust is built. Brick by brick. Small wins stacking on top of each other until one day, you look back and realize you are not the same person anymore. And that voice in your head that used to doubt you, it gets quieter. It starts to believe because you've given it a reason to. So here's your challenge. Don't make any promises today. Just take action. One small thing. Prove to yourself that you are done being unreliable. And then do it again tomorrow. And the next day. Until the day comes when you don't need to convince yourself anymore. Because the proof will be undeniable. And then, you will trust yourself again. Lesson 3. Identifying self-sabotage. Look around you. Every obstacle, every failure, every limitation you think is holding you back. What if I told you that you put it there? Not the world, not your parents, not your boss, your friends, or your enemies. You. You are the architect of your own downfall. You've built a life where you are your own greatest enemy. Every time you set a goal, every time you get close to breaking free, you pull yourself back down. Why? Because part of you doesn't want to win. You say you do. You think you do. But deep in the shadows of your mind, there's another voice. One that thrives in your failure. One that whispers, winning means change. Are you ready for that? Success means responsibility. Can you handle that? What if you try and still fail? So instead of facing the unknown, you sabotage yourself. You procrastinate. You make excuses. You drown yourself in distractions, mindless entertainment, cheap dopamine. You destroy your progress before it even begins, just so you don't have to face the fear of what comes next. And the worst part? You probably don't even realize you're doing it. Self-sabotage doesn't scream. It whispers. It disguises itself as comfort, as logic, as harmless little detours. It says, "You've worked hard today. Take a break. You'll start tomorrow. It's not a big deal. What's one more hour of scrolling? One more cheat meal? One more missed workout?" It's death by 1,000 small cuts. And the result? You stay exactly where you are, stuck, trapped in a cycle of frustration, never understanding why you can't break through. Well, here's the truth. It's not bad luck. It's not the system. It's not fate. It's you. But that also means you can stop it. You can break the cycle. You can take back control. And it starts with awareness. Catch yourself in the act. Next time you make an excuse, recognize it. Next time you start self-sabotaging, call it out. Say it out loud. I am doing this to myself. I am choosing failure right now. And I refuse to keep doing it. Because here's the thing. When you see the pattern, when you know it's happening, you take away its power. And when you take away its power, you take back your life. So your challenge today? Identify one way you've been sabotaging yourself. Write it down. Expose it. Bring it to light. And then, destroy it. Lesson 4. The power of small wins. You think success is built on massive leaps, on overnight transformations, on grand moments where everything changes in an instant. But that's a lie. Success isn't built in a day. It's built in the small moments. The ones that no one sees. The ones that seem insignificant. The ones that, when you're in them, feel like they don't even matter. But they do. Because how you do the small things is how you do the big things. If you cut corners on the little tasks, you'll cut corners on the big ones. If you can't follow through on simple commitments, how will you ever follow through on the life-changing ones? If you can't control your morning routine, how will you control your destiny? Every day, you make a choice. Not just once, but hundreds of times. Will you wake up when you said you would, or hit snooze? Will you clean your room, or leave it a mess? Will you show up for your workout, or find an excuse? Will you eat something that fuels your body, or something that slows you down? These seem like tiny choices, but they aren't. They are votes for the person you are becoming. Every time you follow through, every time you keep your word, you are casting a vote for your future self. The one who is disciplined, who is successful, who is unstoppable. And the best part? You don't need to win big today. You don't need to become a millionaire overnight. You don't need to build a perfect body in a week. You don't need to transform into a new person in a month. You just need to win today. One small victory, one promise kept, one brick laid. Because when you zoom out, when you look back, after months and years of stacking small wins, you won't recognize yourself. You'll have built something indestructible. And the people around you, the ones who are still waiting for their big break, they'll look at you and say, "Damn, how did he do it?" And you'll know. You didn't do it in one leap. You did it in 1,000 small steps. So here's your challenge. Win today. Do one thing, one small thing, that moves you forward. Lay the first brick, and then another, and another. Because when you master the small wins, the big victories take care of themselves. Lesson 5. Mastering daily discipline. Discipline isn't about motivation. Motivation is a liar. It's there when you feel good, when you're inspired, when the world is working in your favor. But the moment things get hard, the moment you're tired, frustrated, or uncertain, motivation disappears. That's why most people fail. They rely on something that isn't reliable. But discipline doesn't care how you feel. It doesn't ask if you're in the mood. It doesn't wait for perfect conditions. It shows up every day, no matter what. And that is the difference between those who succeed and those who stay stuck. Most people treat discipline like an option, like something they'll do if they feel like it. But that's not how winners think. For them, discipline is non-negotiable. There is no decision to be made. The work gets done, whether they're tired, whether they're busy, whether they feel like it or not, because they understand something the weak never will. Discipline is freedom. When you master discipline, you take back control. You stop being a slave to your emotions, your excuses, your bad habits. You become the kind of person who does what needs to be done, no matter what. And that makes you dangerous, because most people are ruled by impulse. They do what's easy, what's comfortable, what requires the least resistance, and that's why they stay the same. But you refuse to be like them. You refuse to be weak. You refuse to let your own mind sabotage you. So from this moment forward, you stop waiting for motivation. You stop making excuses. You stop giving yourself an easy way out. You do what needs to be done every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when no one is watching, even when it's inconvenient, uncomfortable, exhausting. Because when you master discipline, you master life. So here's your challenge. Pick one thing, one discipline, and commit to it, no matter what. Prove to yourself that you don't need motivation. Prove to yourself that you are stronger than your excuses. And when the weak ones quit, when they say it's too hard, when they beg for an easier way, you will still be standing. Lesson 6. Aligning actions with intentions. Intentions mean nothing without action. How many times have you told yourself, "I'll start tomorrow"? How many plans have you made? Dreams have you crafted? Goals have you set? Only to watch them fade into nothing? Not because you weren't capable, not because you didn't have the potential, but because you never took action. You lie to yourself. You say you want success, but your actions don't reflect it. You say you want discipline, but you let comfort win. You say you want to change, but you keep making the same choices. And then you wonder why nothing in your life is different. The truth? The universe doesn't reward intentions. It rewards execution. No one cares what you meant to do. No one cares about your plans. No one is coming to give you a trophy for thinking about working hard. What matters is what you do. So ask yourself, if I say I want to be strong, am I training like it? If I say I want to be successful, am I working like it? If I say I want to be disciplined, am I proving it daily? Because your life, the results you see, the success you achieve, the person you become, is nothing more than the sum of your repeated actions. Not your words, not your thoughts, your habits. And if those habits don't align with the future you want, then you don't actually want it. So stop fooling yourself. Either change your actions or change your expectations. Because you will never build an extraordinary life on a foundation of lazy, inconsistent effort. You want to be different? You want to be better? Then align your actions with your ambitions. Move with intention. Wake up and execute. Stop making excuses. Stop talking and start doing. Because the second your actions and your desires match, the second your effort finally aligns with your ambitions, everything changes. So here's your challenge. Look at your life. Identify where your actions don't match your goals and fix it. Because you don't deserve what you wish for. You deserve what you work for. Lesson 7. Transforming mindset through integrity. You say you want success, You say you want discipline. You say you want to be better, stronger, unstoppable. But let me ask you something. Do you trust yourself? Because if your own mind doesn't believe in you, nothing else matters. You can set all the goals you want. You can dream of greatness. You can tell yourself this time will be different. But if your subconscious hears those words and laughs, if it reminds you of every time you've quit, every time you've broken your own word, then deep down, you already know the truth. You're lying to yourself. And that's the real reason you're stuck. Not because you aren't capable, not because you don't have potential, but because you lack integrity with yourself. What is integrity? It's doing what you say you're going to do. It's following through, even when it's hard. It's keeping your promises, especially the ones you make to yourself. You wouldn't trust a friend who constantly betrayed you. You wouldn't respect a leader who never followed through. So why do you tolerate that behavior from yourself? Your mind keeps a record. Every time you say, I'm going to change, and don't, it remembers. Every time you set a goal and quit when it gets hard, it remembers. Every time you take the easy way out instead of pushing forward, it remembers. And now, when you set a new goal, when you say you'll do better, what happens? That voice in your head, the one that knows the real you, it whispers, we've been here before. You don't mean it. And that's why you fail. Not because you can't succeed, but because deep down, you don't even believe yourself anymore. So how do you fix it? How do you rebuild self-trust? You start small. You make a promise, and you keep it. Not a big one. Not some grand declaration. Something simple. Something undeniable. Wake up when you say you will. Train when you say you will. Read that chapter. Make that call. Show up. Not because it's easy. Not because someone is watching. But because you said you would. And as you stack those small wins, something changes. The voice in your head stops doubting. It stops mocking. It starts believing. Because now you have proof. Now you don't just say you're disciplined. You are. Now you don't just hope you'll succeed. You're proving it. Now when you look in the mirror, you don't see someone full of empty promises. You see a person of integrity. And that person can accomplish anything. So here's your challenge. Pick one thing. Just one. And do it. Every day. No matter what. Because once you prove to yourself that you can be trusted, nothing will stop you. Lesson 8. Overcoming resistance and excuses. There's a war inside you. A battle between the part of you that wants more. More success. More discipline. More power. And the part of you that whispers, stay the same. That voice, that resistance, it's the enemy. It's the voice that tells you to hit snooze. The voice that convinces you to start tomorrow. The voice that feeds you excuse after excuse, just so you never take action. And the worst part, you listen to it. You let it convince you that you're tired, that you're too busy, that you don't have what it takes. You let it chain you to the same life, the same failures, the same stagnation. But here's what you need to understand. That voice is a liar. It doesn't care about your potential. It doesn't care about your dreams. It only cares about one thing, keeping you weak. Because weakness is easy. Comfort is easy. Staying the same is easy. But here's the truth. Nothing great comes from comfort. No one becomes unstoppable by taking the easy road. No one builds greatness by making excuses. You think warriors are made in comfort? You think champions rise by waiting for the perfect moment? You think the strong, the disciplined, the powerful wait until they feel like it? No. They take action, whether they want to or not. They wake up and put in the work, no matter how they feel. They silence the excuses before they can take root. They fight resistance every single day. And they win. And that's what you need to do. Because the longer you entertain your excuses, the weaker you become. The longer you let resistance win, the harder it is to break free. But the second you stop listening, the second you push forward despite the voice, that's the moment you take control. That's the moment you realize you were never tired. You were never too busy. You were never incapable. You were just trapped in your own mind. And now you break free. So here's your challenge. The next time you hear an excuse, destroy it. I don't feel like working out. Too bad. Do it anyway. I'll start tomorrow. No, you start now. It's too hard. Good. That means it's worth doing. Because every time you conquer an excuse, every time you silence that voice, you grow stronger. And one day, that voice won't even try to stop you. Because it will know it already lost. To the returning grim-faced warriors, you already know what this is. You've stared into the abyss, embraced the grind, and chosen discipline over comfort. You're not here for motivation. You're here for execution. And to the new ones, consider this your initiation. If you're tired of the lies, the excuses, the weak mindset that's been keeping you chained, then it's time to wake up. This movement isn't for everyone. It's for those who are ready to tear down their limitations and build themselves into something unstoppable. So if that's you, subscribe now. Join the Grimface movement. Because weakness dies here, and only the relentless remain.